Prologue, Rothbury Abbey, winter 1815. Duty, like the snow outside the study windows, had a way of accumulating silently until its weight threatened to bury a man alive. Gabriel Rayborne, newly invested Duke of Rothbury, watched the flakes spiral down through the darkness, each one a reminder of promises made and choices denied. The ancient glass, wavy with age, distorted his reflection. Duke, father, widower, and now, through his father's final machination, a husband once more. Behind him, the massive oak desk that served 5 generations of Rayborne dukes hulked in the firelight, its surface littered with the detritus of succession, sealing wax, letters of condolence, and beneath them all, his father's last missive. The words seemed to mock him in the dying light. "You performed your part well enough at the proxy ceremony, my boy, though you might have shown more enthusiasm for the match. The American girl brings not just her fortune, but her blood, ducal blood, if somewhat diluted by commerce." Her grandmother stood proxy with all the dignity one would expect of a duchess. "You'll thank me for this match, Gabriel. Some fires need to be lit twice to burn properly." The memory of that ceremony rose unbidden, another duty fulfilled, another choice made by others. He had stood in the chapel just 3 weeks ago. The Duchess of Radcliffe stood proxy for her granddaughter with all the rigid grace her name suggested, though something in Constance Wakefield's eyes, a flash of steel beneath silk, warned him this match might not proceed as smoothly as his father expected. The crystal decanter clinked against his glass. Even this, the brandy, the solitude, the moment of reflection, was tradition. How many Rayborne dukes stood in this same spot, drinking this same brandy, contemplating the weight of the title that now sat so uneasily upon his shoulders? His 6-year-old son, Oliver, sat before the dying fire, tongue caught between his teeth as he worked at a walnut shell with silent determination. Beside him, Sophie dozed in an overlarge wing chair, her dark curls tumbling free of their ribbon, her small fingers still clutching a black mourning handkerchief. They buried their grandfather today, laid him in the family crypt beneath centuries of Rayborne dukes. The children had been so quiet, so proper, everything their station demanded, just as he had been at their age. "It was a marriage for duty that gave me you," he whispered to their quiet forms. His union with Catherine had been arranged much like this one, 2 ancient families, a proper English marriage. He learned to care for her, deeply even, though his heart had never quite managed the wild passion poets wrote of as love's true measure. She had been the perfect marchioness, graceful, dutiful, kind. In the end, she even performed that final duty, producing an heir before the fever had claimed her. Now here he stood, 3 years a widower, trapped once again in a marriage arranged by duty, only this time to an unknown American bride, who, if her grandmother's barely concealed anxiety was any indication, might be less biddable than his first wife. Oliver cracked another walnut, the sound sharp as a pistol shot. Gabriel watched his son's serious little face, so like Catherine's had been, and felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle more firmly across his shoulders. This new marriage was not about love. His father made that clear enough. It was about securing the dukedom's future, about ensuring these children would never know the financial anxieties that had lined his father's brow in private moments. "Papa?" Sophie's sleepy voice drifted from the chair. "Are you brooding again?" A smile tugged at his lips despite everything. "Dukes don't brood, my dear. We contemplate. Mama said that's just what men call brooding when they're too proud to admit it." The casual mention of Catherine squeezed his heart. Would this unknown American try to take her place in his children's hearts? Would she sweep in with her New World fortunes and attempt to reshape their world to her liking? The miniature had shown a beautiful face. Yes, but beauty without proper English restraint could be a dangerous thing. "Another walnut, Papa?" Oliver held one up, his small face serious in the firelight. Gabriel crossed to his son, accepting the offering with grave courtesy. Such a solemn child. Would an American duchess know how to gentle that seriousness? Would she understand the weight of tradition that had shaped them all? The brandy burned his throat as he swallowed. Outside, the snow continued to fall, erasing all evidence of today's funeral procession. Tomorrow he would begin learning to be a duke. But tonight he would allow himself one last moment of uncertainty, before duty claimed him completely. One last moment to wonder if perhaps there might be more to life than merely following the paths others laid before him. He could not. He could not know, as he stood watching the snow paint his world in shades of white, that his mysterious American bride was about to upend all his carefully laid plans, not once but twice. First as his wife, and then again as a most unconventional governess. Chapter 1, London, Spring 1815. Diana Wakefield's kid leather gloves creaked as her fingers tightened around her grandmother's letter, the heavy cream paper now wrinkled beyond social salvation, much like her own reputation would be if anyone discovered her current mission. The afternoon sun slanted through the carriage windows, catching the fine mist of rain that had followed her from the docks, turning London's perpetual gray into something altogether more treacherous and glittering, like her grandmother's machinations. The Duchess's townhouse rose before her, a monument to centuries of careful breeding and calculated matches, its white stone facade pristine against the sooty London sky. Diana smoothed her traveling skirts, the fine American silk, a reminder of everything she was supposedly leaving behind. Her lady's maid had begged her to change before making this call, but Diana wanted her grandmother to see exactly what she was. An American heiress who had traversed the Atlantic to demand answers, not a properly chastened English lady come to accept her fate. "I believe, Your Grace," she rehearsed under her breath, the words tasting of rebellion and sea spray, "that we have rather a lot to discuss about this proxy marriage you've arranged without so much as a—" The carriage door opened, cutting off her practiced speech. Diana descended, chin lifted in that way that had made her mother despair, and her father, when he bothered to look up from his shipping manifests, smile with poorly concealed pride. The same lift of chin that had sent potential suitors scurrying from New York's finest drawing rooms, though apparently not far enough to prevent her mother from searching farther afield for a match. All the way to a duke she had never met. The butler who opened the door took one look at her traveling costume and barely concealed his horror. "I'm afraid her grace is not." "Receiving?" Diana swept past him, her skirts snapping like a sail in a storm. "How fortunate, then, that I'm not calling. I'm arriving, Lady Diana Wakefield, to see her grandmother, and I suggest you don't attempt to stop me." The butler's "but my lady" followed her down the hallway she remembered from childhood visits, its jade silk wallpaper and gilt-framed ancestors watching her trajectory toward the morning room with aristocratic disapproval. She reached for the doorknob, ready to confront her grandmother about this absurd marriage to some English duke who probably spent his days cataloging his ancestors' achievements rather than creating his own. The door swung open under her touch to reveal not the private family confrontation she'd planned, but her grandmother's afternoon circle. The cream of the ton sat frozen in various attitudes of horror. Lady Ashworth's lorgnette slipping from nerveless fingers, the Countess of Merryweather's mouth forming a perfect O of shock, and the formidable Lady Rutledge, whose teacup hit the table with an audible clink. And at their center, resplendent in lavender silk, sat her grandmother. The Duchess of Radcliffe went utterly still, her usual marble composure cracking at the sight of her American granddaughter standing in the doorway, travel-stained and unchaperoned, like some wild thing blown in by an ill wind. "Diana." Her grandmother's grip tightened on her Wedgwood teacup. "What in heaven's name?" "Grandmother." Diana swept into a curtsy that would have done her finishing school proud, if not for the rain-dampened hem of her skirts, leaving a distinct puddle on the Aubusson carpet. "I believe we have much to discuss about certain arrangements you've made regarding my future." The silence that followed held all the weight of the ton's collective disapproval, and beneath it, the whisper of reputations beginning to crumble. Constance, Duchess of Radcliffe, set her teacup down with deliberate grace. The soft clink against its saucer seemed to break whatever spell had frozen her afternoon gathering in the tableau. "Ladies," she said, her voice carrying that peculiar blend of steel and honey that had served her so well through 4 decades of social warfare, "my granddaughter and I require a moment of privacy." The rustle of silk and murmur of hasty farewells filled the room as the ton's finest fled what promised to be a scandal too rich even for their blood. Lady Rutledge paused at the door, her lorgnette raised in a final, searching glance that would no doubt fuel a week's worth of whispered conversations. When the door finally closed, Constance rose, every inch the Duchess, despite the slight trembling of her fingers as she smoothed her lavender silk skirts. "Well, Diana, I see your American upbringing has not improved your sense of timing." Her voice caught somewhere between censure and an emotion Diana couldn't quite name. "You're dripping on my aubusson." Diana glanced down at the growing puddle beneath her skirts, as London's endless rain marked her presence in her grandmother's perfectly ordered world. Like ink spreading across parchment, there would be no undoing this stain. "Honestly, child." Constance moved to the bell-pull with fluid grace. "Jenkins," she instructed the footman who appeared with suspicious promptness, "have a fire lit in Lady Diana's old chambers and send for fresh tea." Her eyes narrowed as she studied her granddaughter's bedraggled state, "and perhaps some dry clothes." "I haven't come to stay," Diana said, but sank into a chair despite her protest. The long journey, the weight of her secret coins, the fury that had driven her across an ocean, all seemed to press down upon her at once. "No?" Constance arched one elegant brow as she resumed her seat. "Then pray tell what has brought my only granddaughter charging into my home like some American revolutionary, interrupting what was a perfectly civilized afternoon." "Civilized?" Diana's laugh held no humor. "Is that what you call arranging marriages behind one's back? Trading away my future over tea and correspondence?" "Your future, as you put it, was arranged with the utmost care and consideration." "But married to a man I've never set eyes on, grandmother? That is appalling." Diana's voice carried all the passionate conviction of youth, though her grandmother noted with approval how the girl held herself still now, every inch a lady despite her bedraggled state. "My dear, you can't be expecting love." The words emerged more sharply than Constance intended. "Well, you did, Gran," Diana accused, pacing like a caged lioness. "You chose love over duty, defied your parents, rode through the night." "If you're going to brandish my history as a weapon, my dear," Constance interrupted, "at least get the details correct." She settled back in her chair, a familiar gleam entering her eye. "I was fully dressed, despite what the gossips would have you believe, when I rode to your grandfather's estate that night. And Julian," her voice softened on the name, "he knew exactly what to do with an impetuous young lady who thought she could arrange her own future." Diana paused in her pacing. "He took you home, straight to my father's study." Now there was definitely amusement in Constance's tone, where he announced with impeccable timing that my midnight ride had thoroughly compromised my reputation, and he would, of course, do the honorable thing and marry me immediately. "How very convenient for him." "How very clever of him," Constance corrected. "He knew I needed saving from my own schemes." She studied Diana over the rim of her teacup. "Rather like someone else I know." "I don't need saving," Diana snapped, but some of the fury had leaked from her voice. "I need," she trailed off, suddenly unsure. What did she need? Freedom? Choice? Or simply the chance to know what manner of man now held legal claim to her future? "You need time," Constance said. "Time to understand what manner of duke you've married. Time to learn if he's a man worthy of your fire or one who would seek to extinguish it entirely." "Time? When he could summon me to his bed the moment I'm presented as his bride? When I'm expected to yield myself to a stranger's embrace, bear his children, shape my life to his wishes? Unless," Constance set down her teacup with deliberate precision, "unless your mother and father had your best interests at heart," Constance said slowly. "They could have married you to anyone, but I think we chose well. The Duke of Rothbury is young and very handsome. I'm sure he has many fine qualities." "The Duke?" Diana's spine stiffened. "I thought he was a lord." "Ah," Constance busied herself with her teacup, avoiding her granddaughter's sharp gaze. "His father passed recently. Gabriel, Lord Rothbury as he was then, has inherited the title." Gabriel. The name felt dangerous on her tongue, like tasting forbidden fruit. Diana rose from her chair, needing to move, to think, to escape the strange flutter in her chest at speaking his name aloud. The fire's glow caught the dampness of her skirts, turning ordinary muslin into something gossamer and wild, much like the untamed thoughts now racing through her mind. "And I suppose this paragon of virtue," she continued, her voice sharp with defensive wit. "Is everything a duke should be? Some pompous English lord who thinks an American heiress will solve all his problems?" "He is." Constance paused, and something in her grandmother's careful hesitation made Diana's heart stutter. "A man who takes his responsibilities very seriously, particularly where his children are concerned." The teacup in Diana's hands clattered against its saucer, the sound sharp as breaking glass in the hushed room. "His what?" The word hung between them, charged with implications. Diana's mind refused to fully grasp. Children. Not just a husband she'd never met, but a ready-made family waiting to claim her, to reshape her into something she'd never planned to be. "Oh, dear." Constance dabbed at her lips with her napkin. "I don't suppose anyone thought to mention that detail in their letters?" "Children?" The word emerged as barely more than a whisper. "I'm married to a man with children?" "Sophie and Oliver," Constance said, warming to her subject now that the shock had been delivered. "Quite lovely children, from what I hear, though they've been rather at loose ends since their mother passed. Poor things." Diana's mind whirled with this cascade of revelations. A duke, children, a dead wife. Each new piece of information felt like another stone added to the weight already pressing against her chest. Their mother, a lung fever 3 years ago, Constance said briskly, as if speaking of the weather, but something in her face softened as she gazed into the fire, perhaps seeing in its depths the way tragedy could reshape a family in an instant. It swept through the household that winter. The Duchess-to-be succumbed within days, leaving behind 2 small children and a husband who, by all accounts, retreated so deeply into duty that some wondered if he'd ever emerge. Diana's hands tightened on her sodden skirts, her mind painting unbidden pictures of this unknown family. A little girl who would now be 8, a boy of 6, and a father who had apparently chosen to marry a stranger rather than seek love again. "Children," she whispered. Each revelation felt like another wave crashing against Diana's carefully constructed defenses. A duke. Motherless children. A marriage arranged while she'd been blissfully unaware in New York, believing her future still lay in her own hands. She had crossed an ocean prepared to fight a marriage to some nebulous English lord. Instead, she found herself legally bound to a widowed duke with 2 children who had already lost one mother. "You really must see, my dear," Constance continued, her voice gentling in a way that made Diana instantly wary, that this situation might present an opportunity. Opportunity? To be stepmother to children I've never met? To take the place of a woman who... She broke off, unable to voice the complexity of emotions surrounding this phantom predecessor. "To observe," Constance corrected, leaning forward with the air of a general spotting an unexpected advantage on the battlefield. "To learn. After all, what better way to understand a man than to see how he treats those dependent upon him? I hear that the children's latest governess has just left, and who would suspect a mere governess of being anything more than she appears?" The Duchess of Radcliffe eyed her granddaughter. Diana sat across from her, hands folded neatly in her lap, the picture of dutiful attention. Yet, beneath the facade of imperial command, a storm brewed within the Duchess's heart, a storm that had been gathering for decades. "I have made all the necessary arrangements," she announced, her voice as precise as the ticking of the mantel clock. "You will present yourself at Rothbury Abbey not as Lady Diana Wakefield, but as Miss Smith, a governess." Diana's brows furrowed, confusion flickering in her amber eyes. "A governess? Grandmother, surely." "Surely nothing," the Duchess snapped, though the edge in her tone masked the ache beneath. "This is for your protection. Do you imagine I would trust a mere arrangement on paper to safeguard your future? Men are charming in letters, but can be entirely different creatures in reality." Her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the ivory handle of her cane. Diana hesitated, sensing the iron behind her grandmother's words. "But why must I hide who I am?" The Duchess exhaled slowly, her mind drifting, unbidden, to Adelaide's blue leather diary. She could still see her sister's trembling handwriting, each line unraveling the horror of that first night with a man who had hidden cruelty behind his elegant pen. Poor Adelaide had gone to her husband filled with hope, only to find despair waiting behind their chamber door. The Duchess had been too young to help her then, but she would not fail Diana. Never again. "This is how you will know him truly," the Duchess said, schooling her expression into one of cold pragmatism. "Let him reveal his character without the veil of title or wealth. Only then will you determine if he is worthy of you and of the marriage settlement." "Do you not trust him?" Diana asked softly. Trust. The word tasted bitter on the Duchess's tongue. She thought of Adelaide's trusting eyes, so full of innocence, and the diary she could never bear to destroy. "Trust must be earned," she said at last, her voice hardening as she pulled herself from the past. "And my only concern is that you enter this union with your eyes wide open, Diana, unlike others who were blinded by false promises." Diana tilted her head, studying her grandmother with the sharp gaze that always reminded the Duchess of her younger self. "And what happens if he proves unworthy?" The Duchess smiled faintly, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Then you will leave, child. You will pack your belongings, and I will summon you home. I will not see you sacrificed to duty without cause." Constance watched the emotions play across her granddaughter's face, like shadows across a ballroom floor. Denial, intrigue, fear, and beneath it all, a spark of that same wild determination that had driven Diana across an ocean to confront her fate. The fire crackled in the grate, casting amber light across the rich furnishings of the morning room, now empty save for grandmother and granddaughter, Duchess and rebel, each measuring the other with fresh eyes. "It will be quite simple," Constance mused, her voice carrying the dangerous softness of silk hiding steel. "Miss Diana Smith, a genteel American governess, recently arrived with excellent references." Her lips curved. "From me, of course." "And what of my arrival here today?" Diana's fingers twisted in her damp skirts. "Half the ton's finest witnessed my dramatic entrance." "Leave that to me, my dear." Constance lifted her cherry glass, the firelight catching the deep red liquid like trapped rubies. "Society believes what it wishes to believe, particularly when guided by the right hand. We'll say took ill on the journey. The crossing can be so treacherous this time of year. You're resting quietly in my home, seeing no one while you recover, while I'm actually at Rothbury Abbey, teaching his children." The words emerged half-strangled, caught between horror and fascination. "For 1 month," Constance specified, setting down her glass with precision. "That should be time enough to observe the man you've married, to see him as he truly is, not as some faceless English duke who's claimed you by proxy." Diana rose, driven to motion by the tumult of her thoughts. Her sodden traveling cloak lay abandoned on a chair, and without its weight, she moved with unconscious grace, all long limbs and barely contained energy. "And if I find him utterly detestable, if he's cruel to his children, then we will know." Constance's voice carried the weight of years, of choices made and paths not taken. A log shifted in the fire, sending sparks spiraling up the chimney like rising stars. Diana watched them, remembering other fires, other choices. Her father's shipping office in New York, the ledgers spread before him as he built his fortune an ocean away from his noble roots. Her mother's drawing room, where the seeds of this marriage had been planted while Diana dreamed of choosing her own path. "I'll need plain dresses," she said finally, turning to face her grandmother. "Brown merino wool, nothing that would catch the eye, and my hair." She reached up to touch the dark waves that had already escaped their pins during her journey. "Must be completely covered," Constance finished, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. "A cap, I think, quite severe. We'll say it's an American custom. Everyone knows how peculiar you colonials can be." She paused, studying her granddaughter with a shrewd assessment. "Are you certain you can do this?" Diana lifted her chin, and in that gesture, Constance saw echoes of herself at the same age, preparing to defy convention for love, though Diana sought truth rather than passion, at least for now. "I'm already married to him, grandmother. What more do I have to lose?" The words rang hollow even as she spoke them. Diana knew exactly what she had to lose: her reputation, her place in society, perhaps even her family's love. But as she stood there in her grandmother's elegant morning room, she felt the heaviness of the Spanish dollars sewn into her hem, each coin a small promise of freedom. Her father's lessons in commerce had not been wasted on his daughter. She knew well that these international trading coins were as good as any currency in the major ports of the world. Let her grandmother plot and plan. Diana had her own insurance against an unbearable future tucked away in the folds of her skirts. If Gabriel Rayborne proved to be a tyrant, if his children were better served by a real governess than a reluctant stepmother, she would disappear into the vastness of her homeland. Let them try to find one American woman among thousands. But first, she would give him a chance. 1 month to prove himself worthy of the trust her grandmother so clearly placed in him. 1 month to show her whether duty could bloom into something sweeter, as it had for her own grandparents. 1 month to decide her fate, on her own terms. Chapter 2. "Hold still, my lady," Beatrice murmured, her fingers working swiftly at Diana's stays. "Though heaven knows why we're trading silk for sackcloth." The gown lay across the bed like a shroud, brown merino wool that seemed to absorb what little sunlight filtered through the morning mist outside Constance's townhouse. Diana stood before her grandmother's pier glass, watching as Beatrice's clever fingers worked at the intricate fastenings of her traveling costume. Each pearl button that slipped free felt like another step away from Lady Diana Wakefield, each loosened stay another thread of her true self unraveling. "I still say this is madness, my lady," Beatrice murmured, her fingers pausing at Diana's waist. In the mirror's reflection, their eyes met, conspirators now in something far more dangerous than the usual secrets between lady and maid. "Though I suppose playing invalid in your grandmother's house while you gallivant off to Rothbury Abbey as a governess is the lesser of two madnesses." "Lesser than marrying a stranger?" Diana's laugh held no humor. "I rather think they're equal measures of insanity." The silk of her American-made gown whispered to the floor, pooling around her feet in waves of azure that seemed to mock the drab garment awaiting her. Diana stepped free of the costly fabric, feeling suddenly vulnerable in her thin camise and stays. The Spanish dollars sewn into the hem of her traveling gown clinked softly as Beatrice gathered it up, a sound like distant warning bells. Diana's mind raced. The coins must travel with her to Rothbury Abbey, but how? A governess would have no need for such wealth, no explanation for the foreign currency that spoke of shipping routes and midnight escapes. "I've sent the letters, my dear." Constance's voice preceded her into the chamber, and Diana turned to find her grandmother in the doorway, several sheets of cream-colored paper in her elegant hands. "To Rothbury Abbey, singing the praises of one Miss Diana Smith, lately returned from America, where she served as companion and tutor to a gentleman's daughter. Your references are, I assure you, impeccable. As impeccable as the story you'll spin about my mysterious illness?" Diana couldn't quite keep the edge from her voice. "What will you tell them all, Gran? Those fine ladies who watched me drip all over your aubusson? That the crossing was treacherous, the strain too much for your delicate constitution." Constance moved to the bed, her fingers trailing over the brown wool with what might have been distaste or satisfaction. "You're now secluded in my home, attended by your faithful maid," she nodded to Beatrice, "while you recover from nervous exhaustion brought on by the rigors of ocean travel. And when the ton comes calling to pay their respects to the new Duchess of Rothbury, they will find exactly what they expect, a retiring young lady, too overcome by her recent illness to receive visitors." Constance's lips curved. "Beatrice has quite the talent for appearing decorously unwell while maintaining an air of gentle breeding. Don't you, my dear?" Beatrice's curtsy held perfect irony. "I aim to please your grace." Diana turned back to the mirror, studying her reflection. The woman who gazed back seemed already somehow different. Less the American heiress who had stormed London society just hours ago. More. What? A blank page waiting to be written upon? Or perhaps a masterpiece being carefully painted over, the original colors still visible beneath the new facade if one knew where to look. "The cap first," Constance decided, lifting a plain muslin confection that made Diana's heart sink. "Your hair is far too remarkable for a simple governess." Rothbury Abbey, spring 1815. The carriage crested the final hill, and Diana's breath caught in her throat. Rothbury Abbey rose before her like something from a fairy story, its golden stone walls catching the late afternoon sun in a way that made them appear to glow from within. Ancient oaks lined the sweeping drive, their fresh spring leaves creating patterns of shadow and light, that danced across her lap as the carriage rolled forward. She hadn't expected grandeur on this scale, hadn't expected her heart to stutter at the first sight of what was legally her home. The abbey sprawled across its grounds with the casual magnificence of centuries, its gardens a tumble of formal elegance and wild beauty that spoke of generations of careful tending. A flash of movement caught her eye. A tiny figure perched precariously in one of the ancient oaks, dark curls tumbling free of what must have been recently proper ribbons. Sophie, it had to be. The child reached for a higher branch with a reckless determination that made Diana's heart leap to her throat. Before she could call out, before she could remember that governesses didn't shout warnings to children they hadn't yet met, another figure appeared beneath the tree. Sophie Elizabeth Rayborne. The boy's voice carried clearly through the carriage window. "If you tear another dress, Mrs. Winters will have both our heads." Oliver, then. Diana pressed closer to the window, drinking in this first glimpse of her unexpected family. The heir to a dukedom, hands on his hips as he glared up at his sister with all the authority his 6 years could muster. And Sophie, who merely stuck out her tongue in response before reaching for an even higher branch. The carriage lurched to a stop before the abbey's imposing entrance, and Diana's hand flew to her head, checking that her severe cap was still in place. The Spanish dollars sewn into her new gown's hem seemed to burn against her ankle, a reminder of all she had to lose if this masquerade failed. But she silently thanked Beatrice for seeing that coins traveled to Rothbury Abbey. The footman who yanked open her carriage door looked as if he'd bitten into something sour. "Miss Smith, is it?" The pause before her false name carried volumes of disdain. Diana stepped down, forcing herself to move with the careful precision of a woman who never been handed in and out of carriages by liveried servants her entire life. "Yes, I have a letter. Jenkins will see to that." The footman gestured to the butler, who appeared in the doorway, as austere as his surroundings. Jenkins moved forward with elegant gravity, his silver hair and immaculate black coat, a study in proper service. "Miss Smith, His Grace is expecting you in his study." A slight emphasis on his grace that suggested governesses should know their place in the careful hierarchy of grand houses. Diana followed Jenkins through the abbey's massive oak doors, her practical half-boots clicking against marble floors that had known the tread of centuries of noble feet. Her noble feet now, though they didn't know it. The Spanish dollars clinked softly with each step, a metallic whisper of possibility. The corridors seemed endless, each one grander than the last, until Jenkins paused before a door of rich mahogany. "His Grace will see you now." Diana reached for the handle, her heart thundering in her chest. On the other side of this door waited Gabriel Rayborne, Duke of Rothbury, her husband, though he didn't know it, the man she had crossed an ocean to escape, only to find herself walking willingly into his domain. The door swung open. Gabriel Rayborne, Duke of Rothbury, stood at his study window watching his daughter's latest display of unladylike behavior with a mixture of horror and, though he'd never admit it, grudging admiration. Sophie had climbed higher than ever before, her dark curls a wild corona around her head as she reached for yet another branch. Below her, Oliver's attempts at brotherly authority fell on deliberately deaf ears. The morning light slanted through centuries-old glass, casting prisms across the Aubusson carpet and highlighting the telltale signs of his children's earlier passage through his sanctuary, a forgotten hair ribbon, muddy footprints not quite hidden beneath his heir's hasty attempts to clean them. Such disorder in his private domain would have been unthinkable mere months ago. Now it seemed a harbinger of changes to come. He pressed his fingers to his temple, where a headache had been brewing since breakfast. How many governesses had it been now? Miss Thistlethwaite had lasted 3 weeks before Sophie's pet toad found its way into her reticule. Miss Pembroke had fled after a month when his daughter had somehow convinced Oliver that young dukes-to-be should learn to walk on their hands through the picture gallery. And poor Miss Hargrove. Well, he still wasn't entirely sure what Sophie had done to send that one running from the Abbey in tears, but he suspected it involved the contents of the still room and possibly several frogs. The letter from the Duchess of Radcliffe lay open on his desk, the elegant script seeming to mock him. His wife's grandmother. The distinction felt important somehow, though he couldn't quite say why. Just as his proxy marriage to an unknown American heiress felt like yet another piece of his life being arranged by unseen hands. The Duchess's bold, assertive script reminded him uncomfortably of everything he imagined his colonial bride to be, managing, forward, utterly lacking in proper English reserve. The recommendation was impeccable, of course. The Duchess wouldn't have it any other way. But that she presumed to direct his household affairs, to choose his children's governess as she'd chosen his wife. A soft knock at the door interrupted his brooding. Jenkins appeared, the butler's face a study in careful neutrality. "Miss Smith, your grace." She entered his study like a shadow, all browns and grays, and yet there was nothing dull about her presence. The severe lines of her governess's garb seemed to emphasize rather than hide the graceful arch of her neck, the proud set of her shoulders. The morning light streaming through the windows caught something in her eyes, a flash of defiance quickly masked that made his pulse quicken unexpectedly. Gold flecks in amber, like sunshine trapped in honey. Not at all proper governess eyes. "Miss Smith." He kept his voice cool, ducal. Let her know from the start that he wouldn't be managed by his wife's family's choices. "I trust your journey was adequate?" "Oh, perfectly adequate, your grace," she replied, her accent pure English finishing school, and yet there was something in her tone, a hint of something foreign and untamed. "Though I confess, your English roads are rather more adventurous than I expected." "Indeed," he arched a brow. "I wasn't aware American roads were superior." Her eyes widened fractionally. Had he imagined that flicker of alarm before her lips curved in what might have been amusement? "I wouldn't know, your grace. I simply meant—" She paused, as if choosing her words with exquisite care. "Well, that your carriage driver seems to share your children's enthusiasm for excitement." He fought an inappropriate urge to smile. "Are you always this forthright, Miss Smith?" "Would you prefer artifice, your grace?" The question hung between them, weighted with meaning he couldn't quite grasp. She moved to his desk, presenting her letters of reference with a grace that seemed at odds with her station. Their fingers brushed, sending an unexpected jolt of awareness through him. "I prefer," he said stiffly, retreating behind his desk, "what is proper." "How fortunate, then," she murmured, "that propriety, like beauty, is in the beholder's eye." He lifted the Duchess's letter, making a show of reviewing it, though he'd memorized every word. "You've experience with difficult children, I'm told." "I prefer to think of them as spirited, your grace." Her voice held that note again. Not quite mockery, but something dangerously close to it. "Though perhaps you'd rather have a more conventional approach." "What I would rather," he said with careful precision, "is a governess who understands her place." "And what place would that be, your grace?" "Silent observer, while your children's natural curiosity is crushed beneath the weight of tradition." The moment stretched between them, charged with something that had no place in a duke's study. Gabriel found himself acutely aware of the way the morning light painted shadows beneath her cheekbones, how her throat moved as she swallowed. Everything about her was a contradiction. The severe black gown that somehow emphasized the elegant line of her neck, the properly subdued hair that caught glints of chestnut and gold in the sunlight. "What my children need, Miss Smith," he said with what he felt was admirable restraint, "is discipline, structure, proper guidance." "What your children need," she actually interrupted him. "A duke is someone who understands that curiosity isn't a fault to be corrected, but a gift to be guided. A rather American perspective, I think." The words came out sharper than intended, weighted with all his unspoken concerns about his proxy bride. "Is it?" Those honey amber eyes met his directly, a challenge no properly trained English governess would dare. "How fascinating that you equate innovation with colonies. Tell me, your grace, does that view extend to all things American, or merely to matters of education?" The question hit too close to his private thoughts about his unseen wife. He moved to the window, using the excuse of checking on his children to avoid that knowing gaze. "My views on America are irrelevant to your position here, Miss Smith." "Indeed," she murmured, and he could have sworn he heard suppressed laughter in her voice. Gabriel stared at her, caught between outrage at her presumption and an unwelcome spark of something. Something that made him suddenly, acutely aware of the way the morning light played across her features, catching hints of gold in eyes that should have been a proper, governess-like brown. "You seem very sure of yourself, Miss Smith." The warning in his voice would have sent most servants scurrying. She merely tilted her head, regarding him with that same maddening blend of deference and defiance. "One of us should be, Your Grace." The quiet challenge in her voice made his blood heat in a way that was entirely inappropriate for a duke interviewing a governess. What was wrong with him? She was exactly the sort of managing female he despised, arriving with her predetermined ideas and her damnably knowing look, as if she could see right through his ducal facade to the man beneath. "You remind me uncomfortably of someone," he said before he could stop himself, thinking not of his unseen bride but of his late mother, another woman who had refused to be contained by the careful bounds of propriety. "Do I?" Something shifted in her expression, a momentary vulnerability quickly masked. She smoothed her hands down her severe black skirts, and when she spoke again, her voice had lost some of its challenge. I assure you, Your Grace, I am merely myself." The sudden retreat in her manner puzzled him. It was as if she'd remembered some vital truth and drawn back behind proper walls. But he'd seen that flash of fire, that spark of defiance, like trying to hide a sword beneath servants' russet wool. The blade would show its true nature, eventually. Diana felt her heart thundering beneath her stays. Foolish, foolish girl. She'd let herself get carried away with the verbal sparring, forgetting her role. A governess would never dare such familiarity, no matter how provoking the Duke might be. She forced herself to lower her gaze, to adopt the meeker mien expected of her position. He needed to dismiss her immediately, send her back to London with his regrets to the Duchess. Instead, he heard himself say, "Very well, Miss Smith, you may begin today." Her curtsy was perfect, which somehow made it feel like an impertinence. "Thank you, Your Grace. Shall I go rescue your heir from that tree he's currently attempting to climb? Or would you prefer I start with French verbs?" Diana watched as the Duke's attention snapped back to the window, and she allowed herself a dangerous moment to study him while his gaze was diverted. She hadn't expected this. The breadth of his shoulders beneath that impeccably tailored coat, the aristocratic line of his jaw that spoke of centuries of careful breeding. When he shifted his stance, the muscles of his thighs flexed beneath his buff breeches in a way that made her mouth go inexplicably dry. 4 weeks, she reminded herself firmly, though she doubted she'd need even half that time to take the measure of this man. This frustratingly handsome, impossibly rigid man who seemed determined to squeeze all the joy from his children's lives in the name of propriety. She had funds enough sewn into her hem to flee to Paris, or perhaps Venice. Anywhere far from the maddening way his fingers drummed against the windowsill, long and elegant, and she realized she was staring just as he turned back to face her. What was wrong with her? Gabriel's head snapped toward the window. Sure enough, Oliver had taken his sister's place in the oak's branches, while Sophie cheered him on from below. When he turned back, something in his expression made her pulse skip treacherously. The light-carved shadows beneath his cheekbones, highlighting a small scar near his mouth that spoke of a less rigid youth. What had he been like before duty had carved him into this unyielding shape? Not that it mattered. She wouldn't be staying long enough to find out. When he turned back, Miss Smith was watching him with that same barely concealed amusement, though something else flickered in her expression, something that made him wonder what she was thinking behind those remarkable eyes. "I believe, Your Grace," she said, forcing herself to adopt the properly demure tone her position demanded, though it felt like trying to contain a storm in a teacup, "that this will be a most interesting arrangement." Indeed. He moved behind his desk again, as if seeking the barrier of mahogany between them, though perhaps not for long. The words hit closer to the truth than he could know. Diana smoothed her hands down her skirts, feeling the weight of Spanish dollars sewn into the hem. No, not for long at all. She couldn't imagine spending 4 weeks in the presence of this exasperating man, with his impossible shoulders and his ducal pronouncements And was there something else, Miss Smith? She realized she'd been standing there, staring again like a ninny hammer. Heat crept up her neck. No, Your Grace. If you'll excuse me, I believe your heir is about to discover why climbing down is significantly more challenging than climbing up. He had the distinct, unsettling feeling that he had just lost control of something vital, though he couldn't quite say what. As she turned to leave, a stray dark hair escaped, revealing threads of copper and gold beneath the severe cap, something wild and American, refusing to be properly contained, rather like the woman herself. Miss Smith, he called as she reached the door. She turned, one hand on the handle, and for a moment the air between them felt charged with possibilities neither of them dared name. Then he forced himself to remember who and what they were. Do try to keep my children out of the trees. Of course, Your Grace. Her smile held secrets he couldn't decipher. I shall endeavor to redirect their climbing aspirations to more suitable pursuits. The library shelves, perhaps? Or possibly the ballroom curtains. Before he could sputter a response, she was gone, leaving behind only the ghost of her presence and the unsettling certainty that his carefully ordered world was about to be thoroughly disrupted. Chapter 3. Diana's skirts whispered across dew-dampened grass as she abandoned all pretense of governess-like decorum. The morning air carried the scent of early roses and potential disaster, with Oliver Rayborne suspended between earth and sky like a poorly placed chess piece. Behind her, boot heels struck gravel with measured precision. Gabriel, no doubt, preparing to deliver a lecture on proper behavior that she had no intention of hearing. Miss Smith! His voice held an authority that expected immediate obedience. One does, she called over her shoulder, not slowing, when one's future pupil is about to demonstrate the laws of gravity rather dramatically, Your Grace. The Spanish dollars sewn in her hem clicked softly with each stride, a metallic reminder of her tenuous position. But there was no help for it. She couldn't very well let the heir to a dukedom break his neck while she stood on ceremony. The boy clung to his branch like a well-dressed sparrow, his blue coat catching on bark, his usually pristine white collar askew. Above him, a young girl with dark curls watched through the leaves, her expression shifting from mischief to curiosity as she studied the approaching stranger. Don't move, young sir, Diana called up, pitching her voice to calm certainty despite her racing pulse. She could feel Gabriel's presence behind her now, like an approaching storm front. If you'll permit me to assist. I hardly think, Gabriel began, then stopped as Oliver's grip slipped slightly. Diana reached up, acutely aware of the Duke's sudden proximity as he moved to her side, his shadow falling across her like a physical touch. The morning air seemed to crackle between them, heavy with unspoken things. Papa! The girl's voice drifted down from above, equal parts delight and defiance. Who is she? Have you come to climb too? Though I don't think your boots are quite suitable for. Sophie Elizabeth Rayborne. Gabriel's tone could have frozen the Thames in August. Come down this instant. Both of you will properly greet your new governess, Miss Smith. A new governess? Sophie's face appeared through a gap in the leaves, a smile dimpling one cheek. Oh, how splendid! And she's already coming up to meet us. How very accommodating of her. Diana bit back a wholly inappropriate laugh as she gathered her skirts, preparing to boost Oliver down. The boy's face was a study in conflicted loyalties, clearly torn between proper behavior and his sister's infectious rebellion. Your Grace, she murmured, not looking at Gabriel for fear her composure might crack entirely. Perhaps if you could assist from below while I... This is entirely irregular, he muttered, but she felt him move into position, his presence a wall of warmth behind her. Oliver, my son, release your grip slowly. I have you. The transfer was accomplished with minimal disaster, though Diana's cap had slipped rakishly askew by the time Oliver's feet touched earth. Gabriel straightened, placing a gentle hand on his son's shoulder. Miss Smith, may I present my son, Lord Oliver Rayborne? Oliver, this is Miss Smith, who has graciously agreed to be your new governess. Oliver immediately executed a proper bow, as if to make up for his arboreal adventures. Welcome to Rothbury Abbey, Miss Smith. I do apologize for the unconventional introduction. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Oliver. Diana replied gravely, though she couldn't quite hide her smile. "I find that the best introductions often are." She glanced up through the branches. "And might I have the honor of a proper introduction to your sister as well?" Sophie's laugh sparkled through the leaves. "Papa, do introduce us quickly. I think I shall like this one very much." Sophie. Just one word, but it held volumes of exasperation and, Diana noted with interest, poorly concealed affection. "Come down at once and greet Miss Smith properly." Sophie descended with the grace of long practice, each movement suggesting this was hardly her first tree-climbing expedition. Her dark curls tumbled free of their ribbons, her muslin dress bearing evidence of her morning adventures. A smudge of bark dust here, a small tear there that made Diana's fingers itch to mend it. But it was the girl's eyes that caught and held attention, sharp, intelligent, and utterly unrepentant. "Miss Smith," Gabriel's voice had softened almost imperceptibly as his daughter's feet touched earth. "May I present my daughter, Lady Sophie Rayborne? Sophie, this is Miss Smith, who has traveled from America to be your governess." "American?" Sophie's eye lit up with something that Diana could not define. "Perhaps she won't be so, well, like poor Miss Hargrove, who screamed and dropped her reticule in the fountain." Sophie executed a curtsy that somehow was both technically perfect and subtly challenging. "How do you do, Miss Smith?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Sophie," Diana said, "and I assure you I am quite adaptable and shall not run off screaming or tossing my ridicule in fountains." "Oh," Sophie said, seemingly delighted. "Do you suppose we can continue our botany lessons outdoors, Miss Hargrove?" Sophie's nose scrunched up as if she'd smelled something rancid. She insisted young ladies should only study flowers and carefully pressed books, which seems rather backwards, don't you think? Before Diana could respond, a horrified gasp cut through the morning air. Mrs. Winters stood at the foot of the great oak, her keys jangling with distress, her cap quivering with the force of her dismay. The housekeeper's gray eyes darted between his grace and the new governess, clearly struggling to reconcile the Duke's presence in this decidedly domestic scene. "Your Grace." Mrs. Winters' voice carried equal measures of reproach and propriety. "I would have attended to the introductions myself. There was no need for you to." She trailed off, apparently unable to directly criticize her employer's unprecedented behavior. Gabriel straightened, and Diana watched fascination as the man who had just helped rescue his son transformed back into the Duke of Rothbury. The change was subtle, a slight squaring of those impossible shoulders, a lift of that aristocratic chin, but undeniable. "Thank you, Mrs. Winters," he said smoothly, "but I believe a father may introduce his own children without causing complete social collapse." A ghost of something, humor, rebellion, flickered in his eyes. "However, I leave Miss Smith in your capable hands for the tour of her domain. Children, to the nursery. I believe cook mentioned something about lemon tarts after luncheon." Sophie's face lit up. "Cook's lemon tarts? Oliver, race you." She gathered her skirts, then seemed to remember herself. Another perfect curtsy. "By your leave, Papa, Miss Smith?" Oliver's bow was equally proper, though Diana noted how his eyes followed his sister's path to the house. "Miss Smith, Papa, Mrs. Winters." As the children departed in a flurry of proper speed rather than outright running, Gabriel turned to Diana. For a moment, something electric sparked between them, a shared appreciation of his children's spirits, perhaps, or something deeper that neither dared name. "Miss Smith," he inclined his head formally, "I trust Mrs. Winters will see to your comfort, though perhaps—" His lips curved slightly, that small scar near his mouth catching the morning light. "Perhaps we might discuss your thoughts on outdoor education at a more conventional hour." Diana felt heat rise in her cheeks, cursing her fair complexion. "Of course, Your Grace, though I confess, conventional hours rarely produce unconventional solutions." That earned her another flash of that almost smile before he turned away, his long stride carrying him back toward his study. Diana watched him go, noting how the morning light played across his shoulders, then caught Mrs. Winters watching her watch him. "Well then, Miss Smith," the housekeeper said briskly, "shall we begin with the nursery wing, though I trust future lessons will take place in more suitable locations than the branches of His Grace's oak trees?" Diana followed Mrs. Winters through Rothbury Abbey's maze of corridors, each step a study in forced humility. Back straight, but not too straight, eyes properly lowered but not servile, a delicate balance she'd never had to consider in New York's glittering ballrooms. The nursery wing, Mrs. Winters announced, unlocking a heavy oak door with one of her countless keys. The metal chorus at her waist spoke of power within these walls, a different sort of power than Diana had known, but no less real. Your quarters connect directly, of course. His Grace insists the children's care take precedence over all else. The nursery suite sprawled beneath massive timber beams, spring sunlight pouring through diamond-paned windows. Diana's fingers itched to throw them open, to release the lingering mustiness of too many indoor lessons. In New York, her own childhood chambers had faced the harbor, salt breeze and seabird songs her constant companions. Here, pale wisteria wove between the leaded glass panes like delicate fingers, their lavender blooms nodding in the afternoon breeze. The Aubusson carpets, though faded, still told stories in their intricate patterns, hunting scenes, classical myths, moments frozen in wool and silk beneath her practical half-boots. The very air held centuries of history, perfumed with beeswax and lemon oil, and something indefinably English that made Diana's throat tight with an emotion. This decidedly did not feel like home. Your room, Miss Smith. Mrs. Winters gestured to a door that somehow was both connecting and separate, close enough for emergencies, far enough to maintain proper distance. The space beyond was adequate. A narrow bed, a washstand, a small desk beneath a window. Nothing like her chambers in her grandmother's London townhouse, with its silk-hung walls and imported French furniture. And yet, the children breakfast at 8, Mrs. Winters continued, though His Grace often joins them earlier, before a state business claims his attention. You'll take your meals here, of course, not in the servants' hall. Governesses occupy a unique position. Her thin lips curved, neither above nor below stairs, as they say. Diana bit back a laugh at the irony. If Mrs. Winters only knew that her new governess was, in fact, mistress of all she surveyed, the thought sobered her. These corridors, these rooms, they were legally hers, though she had yet to decide whether to claim them. The schoolroom. Another door opened onto a bright chamber dominated by a scarred oak table. Maps of England's empire lined the walls, so different from the American maps she'd studied, with their vast unexplored territories and uncertain boundaries. A globe stood in one corner, its surface marked with shipping routes she knew by heart from her father's trading ventures. Miss Smith? Mrs. Winters' voice held a note of concern. Are you quite well? You seem... Forgive me. Diana forced her attention back to the present. In America, that is, the schoolrooms I've known were quite different. Ah, the housekeeper's expression softened. Yes, well, we do things properly here at Rothbury Abbey, though I suppose some allowances must be made for your background, she paused, much like Her Grace when she arrives. Diana's pulse jumped. Her Grace? It was not until that moment that it was indeed fact. She was Her Grace, a duchess, the mistress of Rothbury Abbey. And her pulse raced, her heart fluttered, and she felt as if she'd be sick at all once. Thankfully, Mrs. Winter continued her tour and did not notice Diana's distress. She traced the edge of the schoolroom table, feeling generations of lessons carved into its oak surface. Latin conjugations, mathematical equations, perhaps even the occasional daydream, all preserved beneath her touch like pressed flowers in a book. How many young lords and ladies had sat here before Oliver and Sophie? How many governesses had attempted to pour knowledge into reluctant minds? The children's schedules, Mrs. Winters continued, producing a leather-bound notebook from some hidden pocket. His Grace expects detailed reports on their progress, of course, though I must warn you. She hesitated, keys jingling as she smoothed her apron. Lady Sophie can be challenging. So I gathered from her arboreal pursuits, Diana murmured, then caught herself. A proper governess wouldn't display such familiarity, even in jest. But Mrs. Winters' expression had softened slightly. She's not unlike her father was, truth be told, before duty and tragedy carved him into. The housekeeper stopped abruptly. That is, His Grace believes strongly in proper education. And what of Her Grace? Diana asked, her heart thundering beneath her severe bodice. Will she have opinions on the children's education when she arrives? Mrs. Winters' lips thinned. An American bride, though I suppose I shouldn't, that is, being American yourself. She flushed. The Duchess of Radcliffe arranged the match, a proxy marriage of all things, though needs must with the estate's situation as it is. Diana's fingers stilled on the table's surface. The estate situation? The old Duke left things in quite a state, Mrs. Winters said. His Grace works himself to exhaustion, trying to restore what was lost, these past months especially since the proxy marriage was arranged. She straightened suddenly, as if remembering herself. But such matters are not for our discussion. The kitchen lies this way. Mrs. Thimblethorpe will want to review the children's dietary requirements. They descended a narrow back stair, the steps worn smooth by countless servants' feet. Diana counted each one, wondering how many times she would climb these stairs before enacting her escape. The thought brought less comfort than it had that morning. She pushed the disquieting notion aside as rich aromas enveloped them, yeast and butter, sage and possibility. Mrs. Thimblethorpe's domain sprawled beneath vast rafters, a cathedral dedicated to the art of sustenance. Copper pots caught firelight like captured stars, and the massive oak table bore the proud scars of countless feasts prepared for countless nobles. Diana had known kitchens in New York, of course, had even snuck treats from cook as a child. But this was different. This was England, distilled into brick and iron and authority. "So you're the new one," Mrs. Thimblethorpe announced, not looking up from where she rolled pastry with practiced precision. Flour dusted her arms to the elbows, her gray hair escaping its cap in wisps that spoke of honest labor. "American, they say?" "Yes, Diana began, but Mrs. Winters cut in smoothly. "Miss Smith comes highly recommended by the Duchess of Radcliffe herself." Something shifted in Mrs. Thimblethorpe's expression, a knowing look that made Diana's pulse quicken. Did she now? Interesting timing, that. What with her Grace arranging both governess and bride in one season. The cook's hands never stopped moving, but her eyes found Diana's with uncomfortable perception. "Though I suppose an American would understand another American's needs." Diana forced herself not to react, though her stays suddenly felt too tight. "Her Grace, the future Duchess, you mean? I confess, I know little of the arrangement." "None of us do," Mrs. Winters sighed. "Though his Grace needs something to save him from himself. Up at all hours with estate books, barely touching his meals. Not since that letter about the proxy marriage." "The marriage weighs on him then?" Diana asked carefully, her heart performing a complicated dance beneath her severe bodice. Every piece of information felt vital, though she couldn't quite say why. Mrs. Thimblethorpe's rolling pin stilled. "It's not the marriage that weighs, girl. It's the responsibility. The estate needs funds, the children need a mother and his Grace." She exchanged a meaningful look with Mrs. Winters. "Well, let's just say some wounds haven't quite healed." "The late Duchess?" Diana asked, though she knew she shouldn't. The words escaped before she could catch them, carried on a breath that felt too warm in the vast kitchen. "A proper English rose was Lady Catherine. She was everything a duchess should be," Mrs. Winters said, her voice softening with memory. "Their marriage was a model of propriety and duty, the very picture of what a noble union ought to be." The words settled like ice in Diana's chest. A model of propriety and duty. Of course it was. A love match, then, between an English rose and her Duke. How could her own proxy arrangement, born of necessity and grandmother's machinations, ever compare? Not that she wanted it to, she reminded herself firmly. She had no intention of staying long enough to compete with a ghost. Mrs. Thimblethorpe cleared her throat delicately. "Though I must say it was quite remarkable to see his Grace dash out to assist with young Lord Oliver this morning. Most irregular, him attending to such matters personally." "Indeed," Mrs. Winters' keys jangled with disapproval. "In all my years at the Abbey, I've never known his Grace to involve himself in household matters. Always leaves such things to the proper channels." Diana's cheeks warmed. "I'm sure his Grace was merely concerned for his heir's safety." "Oh, certainly," Mrs. Thimblethorpe agreed, though something knowing lurked in her expression. "Though one might wonder what prompted such unprecedented concern." "Lemon tarts," Sophie's voice rang through the kitchen like a bell, saving Diana from having to respond. "Oh, Miss Smith, has Mrs. Thimblethorpe told you about Papa's favorites? He pretends to be ever so proper about sweets, but Oliver and I have caught him stealing them after dinner." "Lady Sophie," Mrs. Winters scolded, though her eyes held fondness. "A duke does not steal, and it hardly sets a proper example to spy on your father's private moments." Diana watched the interplay, noting how even Sophie's wildness was accepted with underlying affection. These people loved their duke, she realized with a start. Not just as master, but as man. The thought was unsettling. The kitchen's peaceful industry shattered at Jenkins' arrival. The butler's normally impassive face held an unusual tension as he cleared his throat. "Miss Smith, His Grace requires your presence in his study, immediately." Diana's fingers stilled on the warm edge of the kitchen table. The Spanish dollars in her hem felt suddenly heavier, like anchors dragging her down to the depths of her deception. Something in Jenkins' tone made her stomach clench. "Now?" Mrs. Winters' top keys jangled sharply against her hip. "But we haven't finished the tour and the nursery wing." His Grace was most insistent. Chapter 4. Gabriel stood at his study window, the Duchess of Radcliffe's letter crumpled in his fist. The day had already spun wildly beyond his control, his heir climbing trees, his new governess proving both impossible and impossibly distracting, and now this interference that threatened to upend what little order remained in his managed world. "My dear Duke," the letter began with deceptive gentility, "I trust Miss Smith has arrived at Rothbury Abbey. You'll find her methods unconventional, perhaps, but most illuminating. I shall call in a fortnight to observe her progress with the children and to discuss preparations for my granddaughter's arrival. The poor dear remains indisposed from her journey, though we expect a full recovery within the month." He smoothed the crushed paper against his desk beside Miss Smith's letters of reference. Impossible to ignore the similarity in the elegant script, the careful arrangement of words. His fingers traced the edge of his desk, finding the small notch where Sophie had once carved her initials during a particularly trying lesson. The memory of her tearful confession twisted something in his chest. When had he last seen her smile as she had this afternoon, watching Miss Smith manage Oliver's arboreal adventure with such unexpected grace? No, he wouldn't be managed. Not by the Duchess, not by her hand-picked governess with her two knowing eyes and her American directness that reminded him of everything he feared about his unseen bride. The clock on the mantel struck 10, each chime echoing off leather-bound books and centuries of maintained tradition. Gabriel inhaled, taking in the familiar scents of beeswax and brandy, of responsibility and restraint. The estate books lay open on his desk, columns of red ink, declaring what he already knew. Rothbury Abbey needed the American heiress's fortune. His children needed a mother. Duty demanded he accept both. But this orchestration, the Duchess arranging both governess and bride, as if he were some chess piece to be moved at her whim. And Miss Smith, with her seemingly perfect references, and her impossible grace, and her eyes that seemed to see straight through his carefully constructed walls. The sound of footsteps in the corridor, Jenkins from the measured tread, made his shoulders tense. Beyond his study windows, the ancient oaks of Rothbury stirred in a breeze that carried the scent of approaching rain, a storm gathering, much like the tension coiling in his chest. "Jenkins," he called, not turning from the window. "Fetch Miss Smith from her tour. I believe we require clarification regarding her position here." "At once, Your Grace." Alone again, Gabriel stared unseeing at the grounds where just hours ago Miss Smith had demonstrated either remarkable courage or remarkable impertinence, perhaps both. He could still feel the ghost of her presence beside him beneath that oak tree. He cursed, reaching for the brandy decanter before stopping himself. No. He needed clarity for this confrontation, needed to understand the Duchess's reasons for taking such particular interest in one American governess, needed to regain control of his household, his children's education, his own treacherous thoughts that kept returning to the way light caught copper and gold in Miss Smith's hair. The letter crackled as he smoothed it once more. Outside, the first drops of rain fell. The study door opened on a wave of leather-scented air and masculine authority. Diana crossed the threshold with measured steps, each one a careful balance between proper deference and innate dignity. Gabriel stood at the window, his broad shoulders outlined against the rain-streaked glass, and something in his stance, the controlled power, The barely leashed energy made her breath catch beneath her stays. "Your Grace?" She forced her voice steady, though her heart thundered an entirely improper rhythm. He turned, and Diana found herself suddenly devastatingly aware of every detail. The way his dark hair curled at his nape, the elegant strength of his hands as they gripped the letter, the startling storm gray of his eyes that shifted between steel and silver as his gaze met hers. "Perhaps," he said, each word measured, "you might explain why the Duchess of Radcliffe takes such particular interest in your appointment here." Diana's fingers twisted in her severe black skirts. "The Duchess was most impressed with my educational philosophies, Your Grace." Not quite a lie. Grandmother had indeed approved her methods, though for entirely different reasons. Was she? His tone could have frosted the window panes. He moved away from the window with a fluid grace that seemed at odds with his rigid bearing, like a blade sheathed in proper English propriety. "And these philosophies include rescuing young dukes from trees when necessary." She lifted her chin, meeting that piercing gray gaze, though I find children often learn more from guided exploration than rigid constraint. Guided exploration. His lips curved slightly, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Is that what they're calling chaos in America these days?" "Oh no, Your Grace." Diana felt reckless heat rise in her cheeks. "In America, we call it innovation, though I understand such concepts might prove challenging for more traditional sensibilities." She saw the moment her words struck home, a slight tightening around his mouth, a dangerous flash in his eyes. He moved closer, near enough that she caught the subtle scent of sandalwood and rain-dampened wool, near enough to see the tiny scar at the corner of his mouth that seemed to beg for closer inspection. "You overstep, Miss Smith." "Do I?" The words escaped before she could catch them. "Or do you underestimate your children's capabilities? Sophie has a brilliant mind for strategy, as demonstrated by her tactical deployment of that oak tree, and Oliver's determination to follow her, despite his natural caution, that shows leadership potential that mere rote learning could never develop." Gabriel closed the distance between them, each measured step a subtle assertion of authority. "You draw remarkable conclusions from one brief encounter, Miss Smith." The challenge in his voice made Diana's pulse skip treacherously. She forced herself to hold that penetrating gaze, though every instinct screamed at her to look away. "A good governess must be observant, Your Grace." "Must she?" He moved to his desk, lifting her letters of reference with elegant fingers that bore the subtle calluses of a man who did more than manage his estate. Careful, she warned herself. But his proximity made it difficult to think, to remember she was merely Miss Smith, the governess, not Diana Wakefield, who had spent years learning to read people across New York's glittering ballrooms. "And what else have you observed?" "That your son hungers for approval while your daughter fears constraint," she continued, the words spilling forth before wisdom could catch them. "That Sophie climbs not from defiance, but from a need to prove herself equal to any challenge. That Oliver follows not from weakness, but from loyalty, a quality that will serve him well as Duke one day." She stopped abruptly, realizing she'd revealed too much, shown too deep an understanding for a mere governess who'd spent mere hours in their presence. "Go on." His voice had dropped to a dangerous softness. When she remained silent, his eyes narrowed. "You seem to have developed quite the comprehensive understanding of my children in the space of an afternoon, Miss Smith. One might wonder at such insight." Diana's heart thundered, but as she met his gaze, she saw something beneath the suspicion, a flicker of recognition perhaps, or unwilling appreciation. It made him seem suddenly more dangerous than his earlier frost. "I simply—" She wet her lips, noting how his eyes followed the movement. "Children often reveal more than they intend, Your Grace, to those who trouble to look. Tell me, do all American governesses possess such forceful convictions, or are you a unique specimen?" Gabriel remained behind his desk, but something had shifted. The careful distance between them suddenly charged with unspoken awareness. Diana felt the weight of his regard like a physical touch. The study seemed to shrink around them, the air growing thick with the scent of old books and rain-washed gardens drifting through the open window. A drop of water traced down the window pane behind him, and she followed its path with unnecessary attention, anything to avoid drowning in those eyes. "I believe, Your Grace," she said. "That conviction is not bound by nationality." She took a half step forward, close enough now that his massive desk pressed against her skirts. The mahogany surface gleamed between them like a promise or a warning. "No?" His voice had roughened, though his expression remained neutral. "Yet you speak of educational philosophy with remarkable passion." He placed the letters on the desk between them, his elegant fingers lingering on the paper as if he might divine their secrets through touch alone. "One might wonder what other passionate beliefs you harbor beneath that severe exterior." Heat bloomed across Diana's cheeks. She should step back, retreat to safer ground. Instead, she placed her hands on his desk, mirroring his pose until they stood like players in some intricate game of chess, the polished mahogany a battlefield between them. "I believe children deserve more than rote learning and rigid constraint. I believe in nurturing curiosity rather than crushing it. I believe." In questioning a duke's authority in his own home, the words should have been sharp, but something darker threaded through his tone, something that made her pulse skip beneath her severe collar. "In questioning anything that deserves to be questioned," she countered. A shaft of weak sunlight broke through the rain clouds, catching the silver threads in his dark hair. She watched his jaw tighten and wondered what it would take to make him smile, truly smile, not the careful curves of ducal politeness. That scar, so small yet devastating in its humanity, drew her gaze like a lodestone. It spoke of a moment when perfect control had slipped, when the carefully crafted Duke had been simply a man. The urge to touch it, to trace its subtle curve with her fingertip, rose unbidden and unwelcome. What would it feel like beneath her touch? Would his breath catch? Would those storm-gray eyes darken to thunder? No. Such thoughts were dangerous, more dangerous even than the Spanish dollars sewn in her hem or the deception wrapped around her like a cloak. She was here to evaluate him as a potential husband, nothing more. Or rather, she was here to confirm her decision to flee, to ensure her escape was justified. She would be gone long before she learned the taste of that scar, the texture of those lips against her own, the sound he might make when, "Miss Smith?" His voice cut through her wandering thoughts like a blade. "You seem distracted." Diana forced her gaze from his mouth, though the effort cost her dearly. "Merely considering the most effective approach to your children's education, Your Grace." The lie was bitter on her tongue, mixed with the lingering sweetness of possibility. Indeed. Something shifted in his expression, a knowing look that made heat pool beneath her stays. "And does this consideration always involve such intense scrutiny of your employer?" Her employer. The desk between them suddenly felt both too substantial and not barrier enough. Diana's fingers curled against the polished mahogany, seeking anchor against the tide of inappropriate thoughts that threatened to drown her carefully maintained propriety. "Your scrutiny proves most thorough, Miss Smith." Gabriel's voice had roughened to velvet over steel. "One wonders what other observations you might make, given time." The grandfather clock's steady heartbeat filled the silence between them, each tick a reminder of time slipping away. Diana forced herself to step back from his desk, from temptation, from his dangerous pull. "I believe my observations have been quite sufficient for one morning, Your Grace." "Have they?" He lifted the Duchess's letter once more, the paper crackling like distant thunder. "Yet you haven't explained Her Grace's interest in you, nor why she insists on evaluating your progress with the children in a fortnight." The word fortnight struck Diana like a physical blow. 2 weeks. Had something happened to hasten her timeline? Half the time she'd allotted herself to evaluate this man, this household, this life she was meant to claim. Her grandmother was coming here, to observe not just Miss Smith's teaching methods, but to assess how close Diana might be to accepting her role as Duchess. The walls seemed to press closer, heavy with secrets and consequences. "The Duchess," Diana began, but a commotion in the corridor saved her from having to craft another careful deception. Jenkins appeared at the study door, his usual impassive expression touched with urgency. "Your Grace, Mr. Harrison has arrived from the tenant farms. There's been trouble with the water meadows after the recent rains." "We'll continue this discussion later," Gabriel's voice held that dangerous mix of authority and awareness. "And I expect complete honesty, Miss Smith." Diana watched the transformation. The way duty settled over Gabriel's shoulders like a cloak, dampening whatever dangerous spark had flickered between them. His eyes met hers once more, carrying a weight of unfinished business. Complete honesty. The very thing she could never give him, not if she wished to maintain her freedom to choose or escape this life. "You'll find Mrs. Winters has prepared the schoolroom," he said, his tone cooling to proper distance. "I trust you can begin the children's lessons without further discussion of your methods?" "Of course, Your Grace." Diana dipped into a curtsy that somehow managed to be both proper and challenging. As she straightened, she caught the ghost of something in his expression. Frustration? Reluctance? Before he turned to follow Jenkins from the study. Alone in his sanctuary, Diana pressed her palms against the solid mahogany of his desk, trying to steady her racing heart. The scent of him lingered, as did his authority and unexpected heat. She had come here to evaluate a stranger, to confirm her plans for escape. She hadn't expected, no. Better not to complete that thought. Better to focus on the children, on maintaining her deception. She was the governess, not a woman who had noticed far too much about the way Gabriel Rayborne's muscle moved beneath his perfectly tailored clothing. Time to find her charges and begin their lessons. Time to remember why she was here and what she stood to lose if she forgot herself again. She needed a solid plan of escape for when her time was inevitably up. And now, instead of the month she thought she had to plan, she had a fortnight only to free herself from this trap. And with that thought firmly in mind, Diana lifted the infernal wool skirts she wore and hurried to find her rooms. Chapter 5. The May sunshine dappled the woodland floor, creating shifting patterns that matched Diana's racing thoughts. She had not expected to find such joy in her deception, yet here she was, a duchess-to-be turned governess, smearing berry juice across children's eager faces. "I'll paint you, Miss Smith." Oliver's enthusiasm made her laugh despite her reservations. His small fingers clutched the napkin like a prize, berry juice staining his perfectly tailored coat in a way that would send Mrs. Winters into fits of displeasure. "I thought I might just be a settler." The words emerged prim and proper, every inch the governess she was meant to be. But Sophie's pleading eyes and Oliver's hopeful expression proved a more formidable force than propriety. "Please, Miss Smith. It would be much more fun if you were an Indian, too," Sophie wheedled, her dark curls escaping their ribbons that reminded Diana of her own carefully hidden tresses. "I suppose I could be a squaw, but they don't wear paint." The children's faces fell, and something softened inside her. Unless, of course, it happens to be during the harvest festival. Both children nodded with such solemn certainty that Diana had to bite back another laugh. "I was afraid of that." She tilted her face toward Oliver's berry-stained napkin. In that case, the squaws would have a streak of paint right down their noses. Like this. The berry juice felt cool against her skin as she drew the improvised war paint from forehead to nose tip. The children's delighted giggles echoed through the trees. Pure, unmarred joy. The game of hide-and-seek led Diana deeper into the woodland's embrace. Her sensible half-boots crushed wild thyme beneath their soles, releasing a sweet, green scent that mingled with the earthier notes of ancient oak and new grass. She pressed her back against the rough bark, listening for the children's telltale giggles while trying to ignore how the day's warmth had loosened tendrils of hair from beneath her severe cap. A twig snapped nearby. Diana held her breath, expecting Sophie's impetuous dash or Oliver's more measured approach. Instead, the sound of boots on the path, a man's stride, measured and purposeful, made her pulse skip treacherously. She knew that tread, though she'd known it less than a day. Her body seemed to recognize it on some level deeper than conscious thought. Sinking lower behind the sheltering greenery, Diana found herself eye-level with a pair of gleaming hessians planted firmly on the sun-dappled path. Her gaze traveled upward of its own accord, past buckskin breeches that clung to powerful thighs, past a many-pocketed hunting jacket that did nothing to disguise the breadth of shoulder beneath. When she reached Gabriel's face, the barely contained amusement in his eyes made her want to sink into the earth itself. Are you hurt, Miss Smith? The deep rumble of his voice seemed to vibrate through the very ground between them. Thank you, my lord, but I'm perfectly all right. Diana pressed her burning cheek against the cool grass, praying for the earth to swallow her whole. Or him. Either would do. Are you planning to remain there for long? For the rest of my life, she muttered, then louder. No, your grace. Gabriel extended his hand, a duke's hand, elegant yet bearing the subtle calluses of a man who knew his estate's needs intimately. Diana stared at it for a heartbeat too long, knowing she should decline, knowing the impropriety of such contact, yet finding herself unable to resist. Her fingers settled into his palm like birds coming to rest, and he drew her upward with a careful strength that nonetheless sent awareness skating along her nerves. The movement brought her closer than propriety strictly allowed, close enough to catch the mingled scents of sandalwood and sun-warmed leather, close enough to see how his pupils widened slightly as he took in her berry-stained face. For a moment that stretched like honey in sunlight, neither moved. Then Diana realized her hand still rested in his and snatched it back as if burned, with what dignity she could muster, which was precious little given the circumstances. Diana brushed off her wool skirts and faced her employer. The berry juice on her nose was suddenly hot, a brand of impropriety that no amount of proper governess-like behavior could disguise. But something in Gabriel's expression gave her pause. The rigid Duke of their morning encounter had softened somehow, humor warming those extraordinary eyes until they seemed closer to summer rain than winter storms. "What in heavens has happened to you?" Gabriel said with a barely masked chuckle. "Indians." Lord Rothbury's lips pressed into a thin line, but not out of anger or frustration. But it seemed he was trying not to laugh at her. "The war paint is most becoming, Miss Smith." Gabriel's voice had roughened, a duke's cultured tones giving way to something darker, more dangerous. The late morning light caught in his dark hair, highlighting threads of midnight and mahogany that made Diana's fingers itch to touch. She forced her gaze away, only to find it caught by that fascinating scar at the corner of his mouth. Where had he gotten it? It seemed to shift as he fought against a smile, a tiny betrayal of the man beneath the Duke's careful control. For a heartbeat, Diana glimpsed something beneath the carefully maintained facade. Not the Duke of Rothbury with all his rigid propriety, but simply a man watching children at play. The revelation struck her with unexpected force. "I assure you, Your Grace, this is not my usual teaching attire." The words emerged breathier than she'd intended, betraying how his proximity affected her composure. She could still feel the phantom press of his hand against hers, that brief touch burning like brandy beneath her skin. "No?" That hint of a smile grew stronger. "Perhaps it should be. I've never seen my children quite so." He paused, searching for the right word. "Engaged in their studies." Before Diana could formulate a proper governess-like response, a war whoop shattered the woodland's hushed intimacy. Oliver burst from behind a massive oak, wooden sword brandished high, his berry-stained face alight with triumph. "Found you." He skidded to a halt at the sight of his father, proper English reserve warring with childhood exuberance. "Papa! I mean, Your Grace, I." What happened next stole Diana's breath more effectively than any touch. Gabriel's transformation from proper duke to loving father happened in the space between heartbeats, his stern features melting into warmth, those gray eyes crinkling at the corners as he regarded his heir. "I see I've stumbled upon a savage war party," he said, though that betraying scar twitched again. "Should I be concerned for the safety of my estate?" Oliver clutched his wooden sword, caught between childhood's wild abandon and the careful manners that had been drilled into him since birth. But before propriety could win, Sophie appeared from behind another ancient oak, her dark curls crowned with scattered leaves, her smile as bright as sunshine after the storm. "Papa, you must play too." She launched herself at him with complete confidence in her welcome, berry-stained fingers reaching for his immaculate coat. "You can be the English explorer we're hunting." Diana watched, transfixed, as duty and desire warred across Gabriel's features. The Duke of Rothbury would never engage in such improper revelry. But the father, the father was another creature entirely. She saw the moment his resistance crumbled, marked by a flash of boyish mischief. An English explorer? His voice remained grave, though something warmer threaded through it now. I suppose that would be historically accurate, though if memory serves. He swept Sophie into his arms, her delighted shriek echoing through the trees. The English were far cleverer than any savage warriors. Papa! Oliver's scandalized tone dissolved into laughter as Gabriel snatched his son's wooden sword, brandishing it with exaggerated menace. Run! Sophie commanded, wiggling free from her father's grasp. The English are coming. Diana found herself caught in their wild game, her ordered world tilting on its axis as she watched Gabriel Rayborne, Duke of Rothbury, master of all he surveyed, chase his children through dappled shadows with their own purloined weapon. His coat had come unbuttoned, his cravat loosened by Sophie's clutching fingers. Such disarray should have diminished his authority. Instead, it transformed him into something far more dangerous, a man who could laugh with his whole being, who could set aside the weight of duty for the sake of his children's joy. The game ended, as all such enchantments must, with flushed cheeks and disordered clothing, with Sophie's ribbons hopelessly tangled and Oliver's coat bearing evidence of his woodland adventures. The children's laughter faded as they made their way back toward the abbey, leaving Diana alone with Gabriel in the hushed aftermath of their shared revelry. She bent to retrieve a dropped wooden sword, aware of her own disheveled state. Berry juice still stained her nose, and her cap had slipped to reveal rebellious tendrils of dark hair that refused proper constraint, much like their owner. You have quite a gift with them, Miss Smith. His voice carried warmth, though tempered now with ducal authority. Diana sensed the shift in him, not a retreat to cold distance, but rather a man remembering his responsibilities like a familiar coat settling across his shoulders. Though I confess to some concern about the unpredictability of your methods. The children seemed to thrive on it, she ventured, still clutching the toy weapon, its rough wood pressed against her palms, grounding her in this moment, caught between propriety and possibility. Yes, his expression softened, gaze following the path where Oliver's laughter still seemed to echo among the ancient oaks. But they must also learn discipline, structure. Their positions will demand it. A shadow crossed his face, something that spoke of personal experience rather than mere duty. The tongue can be unforgiving of those who fail to meet its expectations. And joy? The question escaped before wisdom could catch it. Does that have no place in their education? Joy without guidance becomes chaos, Miss Smith. He looked down at his own disordered appearance, a rueful smile touching that fascinating scar. Though perhaps I'm not the best example of restraint at the moment. The careful balance in Gabriel's stance, the way responsibility settled across his shoulders like a familiar weight, it reminded her of her father in his counting house, wrestling with ledgers and conscience, duty warring with dreams. She recognized that burden, had watched it shape her father's life in ways both magnificent and heartbreaking. Perhaps that's why Gabriel's transformation from Duke to father had struck her so deeply. She knew the cost of such moments stolen from duty's grasp. Surely there must be a middle ground, she said, between chaos and constraint. Must there? His storm-gray eyes met hers with unexpected intensity. And where exactly do you stand in that delicate balance, Miss Smith? A properly trained governess who just led my children into woodland warfare. The question struck too close to her own precarious position. A duchess playing at servitude, an American heiress seeking an escape from the very life most would envy, her carefully laid plans now threatening to unravel. I stand, she said, wherever best serves my pupils' needs, even if that place proves uncomfortable for those around them. Uncomfortable. He repeated the word as if tasting its implications. An interesting choice of terms. Tell me, do you find your position here uncomfortable, Miss Smith? Diana felt heat rise in her cheeks that had nothing to do with their morning's exertions. I find, Your Grace, that comfort rarely leads to growth, for anyone involved. Growth. Something shifted in Gabriel's expression, the warmth of shared laughter giving way to a duke's careful calculation. An interesting philosophy from one who seems to have appeared from nowhere, with references that speak of experience, yet tell me nothing of substance. The words hung between them like frost on spring blooms. Each one settled against her skin, sharp as thorns despite their quiet delivery. The woodland suddenly felt less enchanted, more trap than sanctuary. "Tell me, Miss Smith," he continued, his voice gaining an edge that belied the earlier warmth they'd shared, "does your American philosophy of growth include deception? Or is that merely a personal innovation?" The accusation, however veiled, was too close to the truth. Diana felt the weight of every lie between them, her identity, her purpose, the Spanish dollars that seemed to burn against her ankle with each passing moment. But it was the way he said American that truly cut, as if her nationality itself was proof of untrustworthiness. "Your Grace appears to have formed quite definite opinions about Americans." The words emerged crisp as new linen, starched with pride and barely contained fury. "Perhaps that explains your reluctance too." She caught herself, but not before she saw understanding flash in those gray eyes. "To what, Miss Smith?" His voice had dropped low. "You seem remarkably informed about matters beyond a governess's purview." "Nothing, my lord." Diana turned toward the abbey, her skirts snapping with the force of her movement. Every step felt like flight, though she forced herself to maintain a dignified pace. "Miss Smith." His command carried across the distance between them, expecting the immediate obedience his position demanded. "We have not finished our discussion." She kept walking, though each ignored summons felt like a small rebellion. Behind her, she heard him curse, not the measured words of a duke, but something earthier that spoke of the man she'd glimpsed during their play. It only made her steps quicken, fury and attraction warring beneath her stays, until she could scarcely draw breath. But she would not turn around or heed his call. She knew she should. She was perhaps threatening her whole deception, but her pride wouldn't allow it. Chapter 6. Rothbury Abbey held its secrets in stone and shadow, but Diana was in no mood for careful preservation. The morning's encounter in the woods had left her raw, exposed, yet somehow more determined than ever to make her mark on this household, even if that mark proved temporary. Her fingers trembled with lingering anger as she attacked the holland covers shrouding the old nursery furniture, each sharp tug a minor rebellion against propriety, against duty, against storm-gray eyes that saw too much. Sunlight spilled through newly opened curtains like liquid gold, illuminating years of careful neglect. Dust motes danced in the air, carrying the lingering scent of lavender and beeswax, the ghosts of countless careful housekeepers maintaining rooms that waited, empty and pristine, for life to return. Much like the Duke himself, Diana thought, remembering how laughter had transformed Gabriel's features before duty had frozen them once more. "Miss Smith," Mrs. Winter's scandalized tone barely penetrated Diana's focused fury. "What can you be about? This room needs light." Diana yanked another cover free, revealing a settle whose deep cushions begged for children to curl up with books and dreams. "The children need somewhere to breathe, to grow, to—" She caught herself, remembering her role. A governess shouldn't speak with such authority, shouldn't remake a duke's household to suit her whims. But the housekeeper was watching her with shrewd consideration rather than offense. "The other governesses preferred the schoolroom," Mrs. Winters said carefully, her keys jingling a quiet counterpoint to Diana's movements. "Discipline better suited their methods. The other governesses didn't last," Diana replied, then winced at her own sharpness. "Forgive me, Mrs. Winters. I only meant children need both structure and freedom, like young saplings that require both strong stakes and room to bend with the wind." Something shifted in the housekeeper's expression. Approval warring with uncertainty as she watched Diana reveal comfortable chairs and low tables, perfect for small bodies learning their letters. "You sound as if you have experience with such matters." Diana's hands stilled on a covered easel. She had experience, years of watching her father balance commerce and comfort in his shipping company, of learning that authority worked best when tempered with understanding. But such memories were dangerous here, where every word might betray her true identity. "I simply believe," she said carefully, "that joy in learning creates stronger roots than fear of failure." Like the joy she'd witnessed in the woods when Gabriel had set aside his ducal mask to chase his children through dappled shadows. Before he'd wielded his authority like a blade, cutting through her careful deceptions with those two perceptive eyes. Eyes she'd rather like to plunge her thumbs into, as her father taught her to do, should a man ever go on the attack. His Grace has quite transformed this wing since the children came, Mrs. Winters said, moving to help Diana with a particularly stubborn Holland cover. Had the entire space refinished, though Lady Catherine never. The housekeeper's voice trailed off, her keys falling silent against her apron. Diana's fingers stilled on the heavy fabric. Never used it? Never had the chance, poor dear. Taken too soon, she was. Mrs. Winters shook her head, then straightened her shoulders. But His Grace, you should have seen him after. Threw himself into everything, estate management, tenant concerns, the children's care. Never seen a father so devoted, titled, or no. The praise sat uncomfortably against Diana's lingering anger, and yet he seems rather rigid in his approach. Mrs. Winters' laugh startled them both. Rigid? Oh, miss, if you'd known him in his youth. All fire and impulse, much like Lady Sophie now. But duty changes a man, especially when it comes all at once. A title, 2 small children, an estate teetering on the edge of ruin. Surely he had distractions. Diana couldn't quite keep the bite from her tone, remembering his cutting words in the woods. The ton must have been eager to console such a wealthy widower. Lord, love you, miss. The housekeeper's keys jangled with her indignation. His Grace, a rake? I've never heard such nonsense. Why? He's refused every invitation to London since Lady Catherine's passing. Barely looks at the local beauties who parade through, batting their lashes and dropping their handkerchiefs. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Though between us, some have been quite brazen in their attempts. That Lady Pembroke especially, with her unexpected visits and convenient riding accidents near the Abbey. Diana found herself oddly relieved by this intelligence, then immediately cross with herself for caring. He seems comfortable enough exercising his authority. Authority earned through care, miss. You should see him with the tenants. Knows every family by name. Every child's struggles. Last winter, when the fever swept through the village. Mrs. Winters trailed off, blinking rapidly. Well, let's just say there's a reason the staff would walk through fire for him. Not that he'd ever ask it. The words settled uncomfortably in Diana's chest, mixing with memories of Gabriel's transformation in the woods, that moment when duty had melted into pure joy as he played with his children. Perhaps there were more layers to the Duke of Rothbury than she'd allowed herself to see, more complications to add to her already turbulent plans. Gabriel stood at his study window, though the view offered no respite from his thoughts. Somewhere beyond those ancient oaks, Miss Smith was no doubt continuing to upend his carefully ordered world with her colonial directness and those damnable eyes that seemed to see straight through his ducal facade. The morning's impropriety haunted him. He could still feel the ghost of Sophie's berry-stained fingers against his cravat, still hear Oliver's startled laughter ringing through the woodland like church bells marking time's passage. Such memories should have brought shame, a duke playing at savages and explorers as if he were some green boy rather than a master of all he surveyed. Instead, they stirred something deeper, something he'd thought long buried beneath the weight of duty and loss. He turned from the window, seeking refuge in a familiar ritual. The estate books lay open before him on the massive mahogany desk, their neat columns of red ink demanding the attention he couldn't seem to muster. Each figure blurred before his eyes, transforming into remembered images of Miss Smith looking up at him from behind that oak berry juice staining her nose, dignity warring with embarrassment in a way that made his blood heat beneath his proper clothes. Your Grace? Jenkins appeared at the door, letter tray in hand. The butler's face held its usual careful neutrality, though something in his stance suggested reluctance. The post has arrived, including a slight hesitation. Another letter from the Duchess of Radcliffe regarding your bride. Gabriel's fingers clenched on the edge of his desk. One American woman trying to manage his life was quite enough. Yet Miss Smith's insolent retreat played again in his mind. The proud lift of her chin, the sway of her skirts, the way his body had instinctively moved to follow before duty anchored him in place. That shocking moment when she'd ignored his summons, each step away from him a challenge to everything he represented. Leave it, he said, knowing the command's sharpness would surprise his faithful butler. But control felt precarious, like trying to contain spring floods with paper walls. What was it about American women that made them so damnably difficult to ignore? The letter sat unopened on his desk, the Duchess's elegant script seeming to mock him. Another missive about his proxy bride, no doubt. Another American who would likely prove just as managing, just as challenging as his infuriating governess. The thought should have strengthened his resolve to maintain proper distance. Instead, it conjured unwelcome speculation about whether his unknown wife's eyes would flash with that same defiant intelligence, whether her lips would curve with that same hint of suppressed impertinence. The Duchess's letter seemed to pulse with silent demands, much like the headache building behind Gabriel's temples. He could almost hear her elegant voice dictating its contents: more arrangements for his proxy bride's arrival, more careful management of his life, his children, his duty. His children. The thought struck like summer lightning, illuminating the heart of his disquiet. He'd shown them a side of himself today, the man who could laugh, who could play, who could set aside the crushing weight of responsibility. And he'd done so in front of a woman who already questioned his authority, who looked at him with those honey-amber eyes that saw far too much. Jenkins. His voice carried more sharply than he'd intended. The butler materialized in the doorway, a silent question in his neutral expression. "Where is Miss Smith now?" "I believe she was last seen heading toward the old nursery wing, Your Grace. Mrs. Winters mentioned something about—" The old nursery? The space had been closed since Catherine's death, preserved like a museum piece to a life that never quite bloomed. What business could his American governess have there? Gabriel moved before conscious thought caught up with intention, his long stride eating up the distance between study and nursery wing. He would confront her about her earlier defiance, demand an explanation for her inappropriate familiarity with his children, remind her firmly of her place in his household. But even as duty and dignity drove him forward, something else whispered beneath, a dangerous curiosity about what changes Miss Smith might wreak in those preserved rooms, about how she might look with sunlight streaming through long closed windows, her severe garb softened by natural light, those fascinating eyes alight with whatever plans she was undoubtedly forming without his permission. He rounded the corner just as raised voices drifted from the old nursery, Mrs. Winters' keys jingling in agitation and Miss Smith's clear tones carrying an authority no governess should possess. The door stood open, sunlight and fresh air pouring into the corridor, as if the very Abbey itself had taken a sudden, shocking breath. Diana's hands trembled slightly as she reached for another heavy curtain, the library ladder swaying beneath her determined assault on years of carefully maintained gloom. Dust motes danced in the strengthening sunlight, carrying the lingering scent of lavender and loss. "What precisely do you think you're doing, Miss Smith?" The Duke's voice cut through the hushed air like a blade. Diana's fingers tightened on the rich fabric, but she refused to startle at his sudden appearance. Below her, Mrs. Winters' keys had fallen silent, their eternal jingling stilled by tension thick enough to touch. "Letting in light, Your Grace." She turned on her perch, looking down at him from her temporary advantage. "Though I understand darkness might be more comfortable for some." Gabriel stood in the doorway like an avenging angel, his shoulders nearly filling the frame. Morning light caught the silver threads in his dark hair, highlighting that fascinating scar at the corner of his mouth. It twitched now, though whether from suppressed fury or something else entirely, Diana couldn't quite tell. "You presume much for a governess of one day's standing." He moved into the room with predatory grace, each step measured and controlled. Yet something in his voice betrayed him, a roughness that spoke of emotions held too tightly in check. "And you cling much to shadows for a father of children who need the sun." The words emerged sharper than intended, weighted with truths she had no right to speak. She watched them strike home, saw the slight widening of those storm-gray eyes before duty draped its familiar mask across his features. "These curtains," he said with careful precision, "have hung here since." His voice caught, trapped between memory and moment. "Since before Joy left this wing, Your Grace?" Diana's tone softened despite herself, though she maintained her position on the ladder. From this height, she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his elegant fingers clenched at his sides. Surely their presence honors no one's memory. You know nothing of what you speak. Each word emerged clipped, controlled, yet Diana heard the pain beneath them. This room was meant for other purposes. Diana felt the weight of unspoken things pressing against her skin like afternoon thunder. The library ladder creaked beneath her, a quiet protest that seemed to echo her own misgivings. Yet she held her ground, looking down at the Duke, whose very stillness radiated barely contained energy. Other purposes, she repeated softly, unable to keep the gentleness from her voice. Something in his stance, the rigid set of those impossible shoulders, the careful way he avoided looking directly at the half-dismantled room, spoke of wounds still raw beneath their dutiful scabs. Your Grace, surely those purposes need not preclude the children's joy? Joy. He moved closer to the ladder, close enough that Diana caught the lingering scent of sandalwood and leather, of authority wrapped in carefully maintained control. You speak of joy as if it were a lesson to be taught, Miss Smith, as if proper education requires. His gesture encompassed the chaos she'd wrought, displaced furniture, half-drawn curtains, dust motes dancing in strengthening sunlight. Does it not? Diana descended one step, then another, watching how his eyes followed her movement. Tell me truly, have you seen your children thrive in that tomb of a schoolroom, that dark cave where sunlight fears to tread? You overstep. But something flickered in across his face, doubt warring with remembered laughter from their woodland adventure. Do I, or do you understand more than you wish to admit? Another step down brought her closer to his level, though she remained slightly above him. His clenched jaw suggested the impropriety of her position did not go unnoticed. This morning in the woods, when you played with them, tell me you didn't see how they bloomed in your attention, how joy made them more themselves rather than less. This room, he said quietly, dangerously, was to be their mother's domain. Catherine meant to. He stopped, that muscle jumping in his jaw, the curtains stay. Diana felt the weight of his loss in those clipped words, saw how it sat across his shoulders like a mantle of carefully preserved grief. Something in her chest twisted. This man had loved his wife, truly loved her, and here Diana stood, disturbing his memories with her American brashness. Very well, Your Grace. She kept her voice soft, reasonable. The curtains shall remain, but I intend to draw them each morning, to let every ray of sunlight inside. Her fingers traced the heavy velvet, feeling years of careful preservation beneath her touch. Unless you hired me to maintain shadows rather than children? The air between them seemed to crystallize, sharp with unspoken things. Gabriel's storm-gray eyes darkened dangerously. You go too far, Miss Smith. Do I? The words emerged with more heat than wisdom. Then perhaps Your Grace would prefer someone more tractable? Someone who might follow the path of all those who came before? She forced herself to meet his gaze, though her heart thundered beneath her severe bodice. Someone who would run at the first sign of challenge? The moment the words left her lips, their irony struck like summer lightning. Someone who would run. Wasn't that precisely her plan? The Spanish dollars sewn in her hem seemed to burn against her ankle, each coin a small reproach. Guilt rose unexpectedly in her throat, bitter as medicine, even as she thought she'd best find a good hiding spot for the coins. Gabriel took a step closer to the ladder, close enough that Diana caught the lingering scent of sandalwood and leather, of authority wrapped in carefully banked fury. Are you threatening to leave, Miss Smith? Yes, her conscience whispered. Eventually, inevitably, but something in his tone, not quite concern, not quite a challenge, made her pause. I am merely suggesting, Your Grace, that if you wish the children to thrive, certain changes must be permitted. Silence stretched between them, thick with sunlight and dust motes and possibility. Diana watched emotions war across Gabriel's features, that muscle in his jaw jumping, his mouth tightening with tension. Finally, he released a breath that seemed to carry the weight of carefully preserved grief. Very well, Miss Smith. His voice had dropped to that dangerous softness that made her pulse skip beneath her severe collar. Draw your curtains, rearrange your furniture, create whatever pastoral paradise you deem necessary for their education. He moved closer to the ladder, each measured step an assertion of ducal authority. But know this, if my children do not thrive under your unconventional methods, if their minds prove less enriched than disrupted by your American innovations. He paused, and Diana felt the full weight of those storm-gray eyes, cutting through her careful defenses like morning light through shadow. I will dismiss you without reference or recommendation. The Duchess of Radcliffe's good opinion will count for nothing against my children's welfare. Do we understand each other? Diana's fingers tightened on the ladder's smooth wood, her knuckles whitening with the effort of maintaining composure. The threat of dismissal should have meant nothing. After all, she planned her own escape, didn't she? Yet something in his tone, in the fierce protectiveness beneath his cold words, made her chest tight with unexpected emotion. She forced her voice steady, though her heart thundered with the knowledge of her own deception. Perfectly, Your Grace. Chapter 7. Diana stood in the center of her new chambers, her traveling case open before her like a confession. The Spanish dollars lay heavy in her palms, each coin a testament to carefully laid plans that felt suddenly, treacherously uncertain. The sewing basket seemed almost too obvious a choice, yet its very mundanity might prove its protection. Her fingers moved with careful precision, wrapping each coin in spare ribbons before nestling them among spools of thread and packets of needles. Their weight felt different here in the Abbey than they had in London, less like freedom, more like guilt wound in silk. She placed the basket on the highest shelf in her wardrobe, having to stretch to reach it. The action pulled at muscles already protesting the day before's assault on Holland covers and heavy curtains. But the satisfaction of transformation outweighed any physical discomfort. The old nursery wing had bloomed beneath her touch, spring's promise replacing years of careful preservation. A soft rap at her door announced Mrs. Winters, the housekeeper's presence, as reliable as the Abbey's ancient timepiece. The children await you in the transformed nursery, Miss Smith. Her tone carried equal measures of disapproval and curiosity, though I confess they seem rather excitable this morning. Diana smoothed her severe black skirts, checking that every dark curl remained properly contained beneath her cap. The motion felt like prophecy. Everything about her current existence demanded careful containment, precise control, yet already that control frayed at the edges, tested by stormy eyes and children's laughter and her own treacherous heart. The nursery wing greeted her with transformed elegance, the morning air carrying the crisp promise of new beginnings. Sophie and Oliver stood beside the massive fireplace, their expressions a study in contrasts. Oliver's careful propriety warring with barely contained excitement, Sophie's bright eyes holding something that might have been challenge or curiosity. "Good morning," Diana said, noting how the children's shoulders straightened at her approach. "I believe our first lesson shall be in the art of proper fire building." "Fire building?" Sophie's voice carried that tone of aristocratic doubt that only 8-year-old girls seem to truly master. "Surely that's servant's work, Miss Smith." "Is it?" Diana moved to the fireplace, her practical half-boots silent against polished floors. "Tell me, Lady Sophie, what happens when one finds oneself in need of warmth, yet no servants are at hand? Shall we freeze while maintaining our dignity?" Oliver's quiet laugh drew both their attention. The boy flushed, but held his ground. "Papa says dignity means little to a frozen man." His small chest puffed with pride. "He told me when I wouldn't let Thomas help me with my boots after falling into the stream. Said even dukes need help sometimes, like when he got all frozen helping sick people last winter." "It's true," Sophie chimed in, unable to let her brother tell a story without her additions. "Papa's horse couldn't walk in the snow anymore, and he had to trudge through drifts this high." She held her hand level with her chest, the measurement no doubt growing with each retelling. "And he gave away his coat. Jenkins was ever so cross about the state of his boots after." The children's eagerness to share this tale, their obvious pride in their father's actions, spoke volumes more than a polished recitation could have. Diana felt something shift in her chest, watching their bright faces as they tumbled over each other's words to explain their father's philosophy on dignity and duty. "Your father shows unexpected wisdom." The words escaped before Diana could catch them, weighted with memories of yesterday's confrontation. She busied herself with kindling and newspaper, refusing to acknowledge how often Gabriel's opinions seemed to match her own. Now then, observe carefully. A proper fire requires planning, patience, and Diana guided Oliver's small hands as he arranged kindling in the massive fireplace, the morning chill lending purpose to their lesson. Like building a house, she explained, watching his brow furrow in concentration. The smallest twigs form our foundation, then larger sticks, creating space for air to flow. Sophie observed from her perch on the settee, her dark curls escaping their ribbons as she leaned forward. The girl's quick mind seemed to catalog every detail, though whether for education or mischief remained to be seen. In New York, Diana said, memories rising unbidden, I used to watch the ship's signal fires at night, each one a story written in flame across the harbor. The stars above them seemed close enough to touch, as if one might catch them like fireflies in a jar. Stars? Sophie abandoned her careful distance, moving to kneel beside them at the hearth. Do you know their names, Miss Smith? Their patterns? Constellations, Oliver supplied proudly, then flushed when both turned to him in surprise. I saw a book in Papa's library once, with maps of the sky. Diana felt something warm unfurl in her chest, watching these carefully maintained children reveal their true selves in subtle degrees. What if, she said carefully, measuring each word against propriety and possibility, we were to combine our studies, mathematics by day, mapping stars by night? At night? Sophie's eyes gleamed with forbidden possibility. After bedtime? Only, Diana qualified quickly, if your sums are completed with exceptional attention and your French verbs show marked improvement. She moved to her desk, withdrawing a fresh sheet of paper. Now then, shall we begin with our letters? Perhaps a story about ancient astronomers to inspire our future observations. The afternoon's promised sums had dissolved in the face of unprecedented May heat. Even the Abbey's thick stone walls couldn't contain the children's restless energy as temperature rose. Diana watched Sophie's fingers tap against her slate, Oliver's gaze drifting constantly to the windows where summer seemed to arrive early, shimmering across Rothbury's grounds. Perhaps, Diana said, duty warring with understanding, we might combine our lessons with some fresh air. The words felt dangerous on her tongue, like the first step onto uncertain ground. After all, did not the ancient Greeks teach their pupils while walking? The transformation in her charges was immediate and absolute. Slates clattered forgotten against the table as Sophie and Oliver turned to her with such naked hope that Diana felt her carefully maintained resolve weakening further. We could practice our Latin while exploring, Oliver suggested, his natural caution warring with excitement. Or count the fish in the lake for our arithmetic. The lake. Diana's fingers smoothed her severe black skirts, buying time as propriety and practicality battled in her chest. The heat pressed against the windows like a living thing, promising relief that might prove dangerous in more ways than one. Yet the thought of spending another hour watching her charges wilt beneath the weight of indoor lessons seemed suddenly impossible to bear. Diana's severe black wool seemed to absorb both heat and propriety with equal weight, while her charges had already shed the careful polish of morning lessons. Oliver, emboldened by his newly acquired swimming skills from the previous summer, bounced with excitement near the lake's edge, his jacket abandoned, the collar wilting in the unseasonable warmth. Sophie watched her brother with that blend of aristocratic disdain and naked longing that only elder sisters can truly master. Her muslin dress, crafted for gentle indoor pursuits rather than lakeside adventures, already showed signs of rebellion. A grass stain here, a loose thread there, as if the fabric itself conspired toward freedom. Diana felt the familiar frustration rise in her throat, thick as the summer sweet air that pressed against her skin. In New York, such artificial constraints had seemed distant as England itself, tales of proper behavior that held no power against the wild salt winds of the harbor. In America, she said softly to Sophie, her voice pitched for privacy though the grounds stretched empty around them, girls are taught the same skills as boys. Swimming, riding, even shooting. All are considered essential knowledge. The words carried a dangerous weight, like ripples spreading across still water, How much of herself, her true self, dared she reveal? Sophie's eyes widened, something fierce and hungry awakening in their depths. Truly, Miss Smith? A small smile played at the corner of Diana's mouth, memory warring with present circumstance. Indeed, and one day I promise you shall learn to swim properly. She glanced at Sophie's fine lawn dress, at her own constrictive garments. For now, she conceded with a practical note that barely masked deeper rebellion, you may wade up to your knees to cool off. The children's delight transformed the heavy afternoon air. Oliver splashed with unbridled joy, while Sophie approached the water's edge with careful dignity that melted like morning frost beneath May's unexpected warmth. Her small feet, freed from kid leather slippers, tested each step as if mapping uncertain territory. Diana watched, her own feet merely skimming the water's surface, maintaining the careful restraint her position demanded, even as her heart yearned toward deeper waters. But children, with their mercurial nature, can turn tranquility into chaos in a heartbeat. A slippery stone, treacherous beneath the lake's deceptively calm surface, shifted beneath Sophie's careful step. Diana saw the moment balance transformed into betrayal, watched Sophie's eyes widen with that peculiar mix of surprise and inevitability that accompanies all sudden falls. Diana's instincts, or perhaps something deeper, something that spoke of responsibility beyond her masquerade, sparked instantly. Her own feet found uncertain purchase on the lake bottom as she reached forward, wool skirts growing heavy with intent, even before the water claimed them. The careful barrier between governess and charge dissolved as quickly as sugar in rain. The result was inevitable as sunrise. Water rushed around her with shocking intimacy, dragging her carefully pinned hair loose from its severe styling. Dark locks, usually constrained beneath her modest cap, now clung to her face and shoulders like rebellion made manifest. Her carefully maintained facade of proper English governess dissolved in a moment of unexpected vulnerability, leaving something far more dangerous exposed beneath the surface. And there, as if conjured by the very drama of her fall, sat Gabriel, atop a magnificent black stallion silhouetted against the molten light of afternoon. He watched, his storm-gray eyes. And how had she not noticed before those scattered flecks of blue within them, like the winter sky breaking through clouds, took in every detail of her undignified position. Diana felt the weight of his gaze like a physical touch, aware suddenly of how the water made her wool bodice cling, how her hair fell wild and free around her shoulders, how every careful construct of Miss Smith seemed to melt away with each passing second. Diana froze, water streaming down her face in rivulets that felt both blessing and betrayal. The lake clung to her, not merely in the dampness of her gown or the tendrils of hair that escaped their careful confinement, but in the charged silence that hung between her and Gabriel. Water droplets caught the afternoon light, each a small prism refracting the moment's complexity, her vulnerability, his dark assessment of the scene before him. Gabriel did not dismount. His stallion shifted beneath him, hooves restless against the sun-warmed grass, as if sensing the gathering storm of his master's displeasure. His voice, when it came, was a blade barely sheathed, sharp-edged and cutting, yet somehow carrying an undertone that spoke of other, more dangerous emotions. "Miss Smith," he said, each word ground out like metal against stone, "I trust you understand the absolute impropriety of allowing a child who cannot swim to approach water's edge?" His eyes, those treacherous flecks of blue, now dark as gathering thunder, raked over her dripping form. Sophie and Oliver stood silent, sensing the electrical charge between the adults, their wet clothes forgotten in the face of this more compelling drama unfolding before them. Diana's spine straightened, water streaming from her ruined coiffure. Something fierce and unapologetic rose in her chest, pushing against the careful constraints of her governess's disguise. "On the contrary, Your Grace," she returned, her voice steady despite the water streaming down her cheeks, "I intend to remedy that precise deficiency. Sophie will learn to swim, as surely as Oliver has." A challenge hung in the air, unspoken but unmistakable as summer lightning. Gabriel's hand, elegant and strong, gripped his stallion's reins until the leather creaked beneath his fingers. For a moment, Diana thought he might argue. Forbid. Dismiss. The muscles in his jaw worked beneath sun-bronzed skin, that fascinating scar near his mouth growing white with tension. Instead, he inclined his head, barely a nod, just enough to acknowledge her, to hint at the complexity brewing between them, to reset and yet utterly fail to reset the careful boundaries that had just been so thoroughly breached. The gesture carried weight beyond its simplicity, like a key turning in a lock neither of them had meant to open. Diana's hand moved almost imperceptibly, pushing a wayward curl behind her ear, a gesture at once defiant and vulnerable. Her governess's cap lay somewhere in the lake's shallow depths, her true self exposed as surely as if she had shed every carefully constructed layer. Water trickled down her neck, beneath her collar, each drop a reminder of how quickly propriety could dissolve. "Come along," she said to the children, her voice a blend of authority and invitation that seemed to surprise even herself. "There are sums to be mastered." Each step was deliberate, precise, a reclaiming of her role, of her dignity. Miss Smith emerged from the water's embrace, the governess once more, her true self retreating behind a mask of proper restraint. Yet her chin remained high, her shoulders squared, a silent declaration that something fundamental had shifted between them all. The children followed, their wet clothes and excited whispers a stark counterpoint to the electric silence they left behind. Sophie stole glances back at her father, while Oliver clutched a handful of Diana's sodden skirts as if anchoring himself to this new reality where governesses defended rather than scolded. Inside, the schoolroom awaited, sums to be calculated, star charts to be studied. But Diana's heart thundered beneath her damp bodice with something that felt like defiance, like anticipation. Of what, however, she did not know. The day, with its lake-drenched drama, seemed to settle into Diana's bones like a persistent memory. The children had begged to stay up late, to trace constellations across the night sky, but the day had been long. Longer, perhaps, than Diana had expected when she first arrived at Rothbury Abbey, masquerading as Miss Smith. Sophie's pleading eyes, Oliver's quiet curiosity. They had nearly broken her resolve, nearly transformed her carefully constructed plan into something gloriously, dangerously unpredictable. But not tonight. Tonight, she needed the sanctuary of solitude, needed time to gather the pieces of herself that had scattered like water droplets across Gabriel's carefully maintained domain. The children's voices had long since faded, replaced by the Abbey's nocturnal symphony, stone walls breathing, timbers settling, the distant whisper of wind through ancient corridors. Diana moved through the quiet, her steps muffled by worn runners. Her hair, still slightly damp from its afternoon adventure, hung in a simple braid down her back. Her night rail was a horror of heavy flannel, a garment that seemed designed to crush any remaining spark of the vibrant American heiress hiding beneath the careful facade. Practical, utilitarian, everything she was not, everything Miss Smith must be. The schoolroom beckoned one last time. Diana moved to the massive fireplace, her fingers trailing across the stones still warm from the day's lessons. Embers glowed softly. She knew the art of fire, had learned it not from any governess, but from watching sailors on New York docks, from her father's insistence that knowledge knew no gender. Carefully, she used the poker to separate the remaining coals, ensuring no stray spark might catch and spread. Satisfied the embers were properly banked, Diana sighed, exhaustion seeping into her bones. She padded back to her rooms and crawled beneath the warm blankets. The sheets welcomed her like a conspiracy of comfort, promising rest and forgetfulness. Until something moved. A distinct, cold, impossibly alive something pressed against her calf. Chapter 8. A scream of terror rang out through the halls. Miss Smith. Gabriel's boots struck against marble floors, each step an echo of his earlier resolve. He had meant to apologize for his harsh words at the lake, for the way his control had slipped at the sight of her emerging from the water like some wild creature of myth, dark hair streaming, proper governess facade washed away to reveal something far more dangerous beneath. The brandy in his study had done nothing to erase the image. If anything, it had only sharpened the memory, the way her wet bodice had clung, how those honey amber eyes had flashed defiance even as water dripped from her lashes. She had looked exactly like he imagined his American bride might, fierce, untamed, utterly impossible to ignore. And therein lay the root of his disquiet. With each passing day, Miss Smith's presence seemed to mock his carefully maintained control. She had transformed his children's schoolroom, challenged his authority, and worst of all, made him question whether duty alone was enough to sustain a man's soul. He was nearly to her door, the words of apology bitter on his tongue, when her scream shattered the Abbey's midnight peace. The sound drove all thought of proper procedure from his mind. He burst through her door without ceremony, proper behavior forgotten in the face of genuine terror. "Miss Smith, are you?" The scream tore from Diana's throat before she could catch it. There, nestled in her pristine sheets like some amphibian prince awaiting transformation, sat the largest bullfrog she'd ever encountered. Its throat pulsed with smug satisfaction as it regarded her with gleaming eyes. Gabriel barely had time to register Diana's disheveled state, her dark hair in a loose braid hanging over her shoulder, her dressing gown clutched tight against her throat, before his eyes found the source of her distress. Though he tried to stop it, a laugh escaped his throat. But the look on her face caused him to quickly quell it. "I see Sophie has begun her traditional welcomes." "Traditional?" Diana managed, her voice higher than usual, fingers white-knuckled on her dressing gown's collar. "You're actually fortunate. Miss Hargrove received 3 frogs and what I believe was meant to be a friendly garden snake." An uncomfortable silence stretched between them, broken only by the indignant croak of Sophie's amphibian accomplice. Diana remained pressed against the wall, her dressing gown clutched close as if it might shield her from more than just the night's chill. The frog regarded them both with gleaming satisfaction, as if well aware of the chaos it had caused. "I will have her disciplined, of course," Gabriel said, though the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. The truth was, he recognized too much of his younger self in Sophie's mischief, that same rebellious spirit he'd carefully buried beneath duty's weight. "You'll do no such thing." Miss Smith's voice had steadied, though her fingers still gripped her collar tight. "This is between your daughter and me." The quiet authority in her tone struck him like brandy in his blood, warm, dangerous, oddly compelling. Even now, with her hair falling loose from its braid and her feet bare against Abbey floors, she maintained that particular blend of defiance and dignity that had haunted his thoughts since her arrival. "You cannot mean to handle this alone." He moved to capture the frog, which proved remarkably cooperative in its apprehension. Perhaps even amphibians recognize ducal authority. Sophie can be quite determined in her campaigns against authority. "Why are you here, Lord Rothbury? This is quite improper." The words emerged sharper than Diana intended, falling between them like scattered pins in the midnight quiet. Her hands settled on her hips in a gesture far too bold for a governess, yet she couldn't seem to help herself. The frog's presence had shattered more than just her peaceful evening. It had cracked the careful veneer of proper behavior that such hours demanded. Gabriel stood perfectly still, only his fingers moving as they tightened around the captured amphibian, which gave another smug croak. In the intimate hush of her chambers, she noticed details that daylight kept carefully hidden: the slight dishevelment of his evening coat, the way his cravat had been loosened as if its constraints had grown too much to bear. The faint scent of brandy clung to him, not enough to suggest impropriety, but enough to hint at a man seeking solace from his own thoughts. For once, the carefully composed Duke appeared at a loss. His gaze caught on her loose braid, on the way her dressing gown failed to completely hide the soft white cotton of her night rail beneath. Propriety demanded he look away. Something deeper held him frozen, like a man discovering an unexpected truth in familiar territory. "I came to apologize." "Apologize? For my behavior at the lake." His voice had roughened. "I was harsh." When she said nothing, Gabriel continued, "I've been considering what you said about the lake." The frog squirmed in his careful grip, its wet skin catching the candlelight like polished jade. "You were right. With water so close to the Abbey, both children should know how to handle themselves in it." Though perhaps a hint of dry humor touched his voice, with less dramatic instruction methods. Diana felt something shift in her chest, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known existed. This man, this Duke who wore authority like armor, stood in her chamber, admitting she had been right. The impropriety of their situation struck her anew. Her in her night rail and hastily donned wrapper, him with his evening coat, his cravat loosened as if its constraints had grown too much to bear. "Your Grace." "Sometimes," he continued, as if the words had been waiting too long to be contained, "one forgets that protecting children from life's dangers means teaching them to face those dangers, not hiding them away." The frog chose that moment to make another bid for freedom, nearly slipping from Gabriel's grasp. Diana moved without thinking, her hands coming up to help contain the escape artist. Their fingers brushed, sending awareness skating along her nerves. "I should." Gabriel's voice trailed off, his gaze caught on where their hands still hovered near each other. "That is, this fellow needs releasing, preferably somewhere far from your chambers." "Of course." Diana withdrew her hands, feeling the loss of nearness. "Though perhaps not too far. I suspect Lady Sophie will want to know her midnight visitor was properly cared for." Something that might have been a smile touched Gabriel's mouth. "You intend to let her continue her welcomes?" "Not precisely." Diana lifted her chin. "But every battle requires proper strategy, does it not? Even ones fought with frogs." Gabriel stared at her, the hint of a smile softening the austere lines of his face. "Proper strategy, Miss Smith? And what would you propose?" Diana stepped back, reclaiming the space between them. She reached for her shawl, her movements deliberate and calm, as if she hadn't just been startled into shrieking by an amphibian intruder. "First, Your Grace, we must understand the enemy." "Lady Sophie is hardly the enemy," Gabriel replied, though his tone held something wry. "A formidable adversary, perhaps." "Precisely." Diana's smile mirrored his, the tension between them easing into something lighter, though no less charged. "She is clever, resourceful, and entirely unrepentant, qualities that, properly guided, could serve her well one day." Gabriel tilted his head, studying her as though she were some peculiar phenomenon. "And you intend to guide her mischief into something productive?" "Exactly." Diana's hands folded neatly, though her pulse still thrummed from his earlier proximity. "A strong spirit can be a great asset, Your Grace, if tempered with discipline and understanding. Children thrive under such balance." His brow lifted slightly. "And where, pray, did you acquire such wisdom? I don't recall seeing expert in juvenile warfare among your qualifications." Diana felt a flush rise to her cheeks, though she maintained her composure. "A governess learns many things, Your Grace, often by necessity." She paused, her gaze flicking briefly to the frog still in his hand. "Though I will admit, amphibians are not my usual area of expertise." Gabriel's laugh was a low, unexpected rumble that sent warmth curling through her chest. It was a sound she hadn't imagined him capable of. A duke laughing not with derision, but with genuine amusement. The realization made her stomach tighten with something both thrilling and dangerous. "I'll see this guest to the gardens," he said, finally breaking the charged moment between them. "Though I suggest locking your door next time. It seems Sophie has a talent for nocturnal escapades." Diana inclined her head. "I shall take it under advisement." He turned toward the door, but something in his posture suggested reluctance, as if he, too, felt the weight of the unspoken words still lingering in the space between them. He glanced back, his expression unreadable in the flickering candlelight. "Good night, Miss Smith." "Good night, Your Grace." The door closed softly behind him, leaving Diana alone with the echo of his laughter and the lingering awareness of his presence. She pressed a hand to her throat, trying to steady the erratic rhythm of her heart. The frog might have been removed, but the sense of disruption remained. For the first time since arriving at Rothbury Abbey, Diana felt the careful distance she'd maintained from her employer begin to crumble, and she wasn't certain if she wanted to rebuild it. The nursery had never seen yet another transformation. Chairs and cushions had been arranged to form makeshift jurors' benches, and a long schoolroom table had been draped with a tablecloth to serve as the judge's bench. Oliver, in a borrowed riding coat far too large for his slight frame, presided as the judge, a look of earnest gravity on his face as he adjusted the powdered wig Diana had fashioned from unraveling yarn. Sophie, of course, was the defendant. She stood atop a small step stool, her wrists bound with a ribbon, wearing an expression of exaggerated affront. "I demand representation," she declared, her curls bouncing with each indignant word. "You are entitled to no such thing," Oliver intoned, his boyish voice adopting what he thought was a suitable ducal tone. "This court is presided over by me, Lord Oliver Rayborne, High Judge of the Nursery Circuit." Diana, sitting at the barrister's table, stifled a smile. She had not anticipated that the children would throw themselves so completely into her idea for a reenactment of a historical trial. What had begun as a lesson about 18th century law had spiraled wildly into this spectacle. "She absolutely does judge," Diana interjected, donning a bonnet that marked her role as Sophie's defense barrister. "Lady Sophie is accused of eating the last of the strawberry preserves, but I intend to prove beyond any doubt that she is innocent." The jury, consisting of several stuffed animals and, remarkably, a very live chicken, sat in an untidy row on the nursery settle. The chicken clucked, unimpressed by the proceedings, while the family cat prowled beneath the makeshift table, its tail flicking in irritation. A loud baa came from the corner of the nursery, where a small lamb, procured from the groundskeeper's flock at Sophie's insistence, nibbled at one of the schoolroom maps. Diana had tried to veto the addition of live witnesses, but Sophie had argued, "How can you have a proper trial without the people's jury? Animals are the people, Miss Smith. They deserve representation too." Just as Oliver raised his makeshift gavel, a spoon wrapped in twine, to call order to the court, the door to the nursery burst open. Gabriel stood in the doorway, his imposing frame backlit by the hallway's light. His boots echoed against the floorboards as he stepped inside, his storm-gray eyes widening as they took in the scene. Sophie, mock-bound, the jury of animals, the ruined map now thoroughly shredded by the lamb, and Diana, hair slipping from its careful pins, mid-defense, a mischievous twinkle in her amber eyes. "What," Gabriel began, his voice a low rumble of incredulity, "is the meaning of this?" The room stilled, save for the chicken, which gave an indignant squawk as the lamb bumped into its perch. Oliver froze in his seat, the twine-wrapped spoon clutched in his hands. Sophie shifted on her stool, debating whether to deflect blame or claim the scene as her triumph. "It's a trial, Papa," Sophie declared, her voice tinged with both defiance and enthusiasm. "I am defending myself against—" "I can see what it is," Gabriel interrupted, his gaze landing on the lamb, now attempting to climb onto the settle beside the chicken. "What I cannot fathom is why my nursery has been turned into a—" His eyes flicked to Diana, still holding a makeshift briefcase. "Courtroom." Diana rose, smoothing her skirts as she approached him. Despite the chaos, her voice was steady. "Your Grace, I take full responsibility for this reenactment." She paused, her lips twitching despite her best efforts. The children needed an immersive way to understand the judicial system, and it appears we've achieved full immersion. Immersion? Gabriel's tone held a sharp edge as his gaze flicked from the lamb to the disheveled curtains to the chicken, which now seemed intent on escaping. "This is chaos, Miss Smith. You are a madwoman." Diana took a step closer, her chin lifting slightly. "Perhaps, Your Grace, but chaos is often the birthplace of understanding." She gestured toward the children, who now watched with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. "Look at them. They're engaged. They're thinking critically, defending positions, learning to work as a team. And aren't we all just a tad bit mad after all?" Gabriel's brow furrowed as he glanced at Sophie, who now held her chin high in a defiant mimicry of her father. Oliver, meanwhile, had adjusted his too large wig and sat with his hands clasped, clearly relishing his role as arbiter of justice. "This," Diana added, her voice softening, "is what learning looks like, Your Grace. It's not always neat, but it's always effective." Gabriel's jaw worked as he took in the scene once more. The lamb bleated, as if adding its own testimony to the defense. Diana waited, her breath caught between defiance and anticipation, wondering if she'd overstepped yet again. Finally, a sigh escaped Gabriel's lips. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his other hand resting on his hip. "The lamb," he said after a moment, his tone resigned. "It cannot stay." A grin spread across Sophie's face as she clapped her hands together. "Thank you, Papa. I knew you'd understand." Gabriel held up a hand to forestall her enthusiasm. "The lamb," he repeated, "will be returned to the groundskeeper immediately after this. Trial concludes." He turned back to Diana, his expression unreadable. "And you, Miss Smith, I expect this immersion to conclude with the nursery returned to its proper state by evening. Of course, Your Grace, Diana curtsied, though the glimmer in her eyes suggested she'd won a small victory. As Gabriel turned to leave, the chicken gave another squawk, flapping its wings indignantly. He paused in the doorway, casting one last glance at Diana. "See to it," he added, his voice low, "that no further farm animals are invited into my home." With that, he disappeared down the corridor, leaving Diana to oversee the chaos he had only partly tamed. But as she returned to her role as Sophie's defense barrister, she couldn't suppress the small smile that played at her lips. She'd seen it, the briefest flicker of amusement in the Duke's eyes before he'd turned away. Then something Diana had not expected struck her, sadness. For all her insistence that chaos had its place, Diana knew one truth she couldn't change. There was no place for her in this family. Not really. As Gabriel strode down the corridor, his mind was a tempest. The image of Miss Smith, so unapologetically herself, standing amid the chaos she had allowed, refused to leave him. It clung to him like a burr, a mixture of admiration and frustration prickling at his carefully controlled exterior. She had turned his nursery into a theater of madness, and yet she had also turned his children into something he hadn't seen in years, vibrant, alive, laughing in a way that echoed through the cold halls of Rothbury Abbey. Damn her for making him question his methods. Damn her for making him notice her at all. But it wasn't just the children that lingered in his thoughts. It was the way she'd looked at him when he dismissed her argument, her defiance simmering just beneath that carefully composed exterior. Her ability to stand her ground when most would falter under his authority. The way the sunlight from the nursery windows had caught in her hair, making her seem... Gabriel forced himself to stop, his hand tightening into a fist at his side. This was madness. She was a governess, an employee, a nobody. And yet with every passing day, she was becoming something he couldn't quite ignore. He reached his study, slamming the door behind him, as if shutting out the memory of her. But even as he poured himself a glass of brandy, her voice echoed in his mind. Every citizen deserves representation, even the lamb. He stared into the fire, the amber liquid untouched in his hand, and realized with a sudden, disquieting clarity that Miss Smith was going to be a problem. A very dangerous problem indeed. She was slipping past walls he'd built too high to climb, and he didn't know how to stop her, or if he even wanted to. Chapter 9. The wind howled against the ancient walls of Rothbury Abbey, rattling the leaded glass panes like an impatient guest demanding entry. Rain lashed the flooded fields. Just yesterday, the countryside had basked in warm sunlight. The children had laughed by the lake, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of his title had lifted. Now it seemed the storm was intent on driving every ounce of hope into the mire. A knock sounded at the door, firm and familiar. Gabriel turned as it opened, revealing Marcus Fitzwilliam, his oldest friend and neighbor, water dripping from his overcoat and boots. Marcus entered with the fluid grace that belied his old war injury, his hat already tossed onto the side table, his sharp blue eyes taking in Gabriel's study with the ease of someone who'd walked these halls since boyhood. "How's the leg?" Gabriel asked, noting the barely perceptible hesitation in his friend's stride. "Better than some of my decisions," Marcus replied with his characteristic dry humor, settling into his favorite chair. "Though I'd rather face Napoleon again than this storm." "Marcus," Gabriel greeted, his voice carrying the warmth he reserved for so few. "You're a fool to be out in this weather. And yet here I am," Marcus replied, shaking droplets from his coat before draping it across a chair. "If you think a bit of rain could keep me from my duty to enlighten you with my presence, then you've underestimated me entirely." Gabriel's mouth twitched in a rare hint of a smile. "You mean to plague me as usual?" "Precisely." Marcus strode to the fireplace, extending his hands toward the modest flames. "Your steward stopped by my estate this morning. Mentioned something about tenants with flooded fields, washed-out bridges, and a duke who is too stubborn to ask for help." Gabriel's expression darkened, his responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. "I suppose he thought you might accomplish what he could not." Marcus glanced over his shoulder, his usual humor tempered by concern. "Our lands touch, Gabriel. What happens on your estate ripples onto mine. If your bridge is out, my tenants are cut off too. And if your fields fail, yes, I know. Gabriel cut him off, his tone edged with frustration, though not directed at Marcus. The barley crop is likely ruined, and repairs to the cottages and bridge will drain resources we do not have. My tenants rely on me to keep them afloat, and yet, he broke off, his jaw tightening. And yet you're waiting on funds tied to a proxy bride. Marcus finished, his tone gentler now. He crossed the room to pour himself a glass of brandy, uninvited but entirely expected. You're not alone in this, old friend. I've seen the ledgers. I know what it takes to maintain an estate of this size. What I don't know is why you haven't strangled the Duchess of Radcliffe yet for keeping you in limbo. Gabriel sighed, accepting the glass Marcus extended to him. He sipped the brandy, letting its heat calm the storm within. Strangling my grandmother's oldest friend would only compound my troubles. As it stands, the funds are contingent upon my bride arriving to secure the arrangement. Ah, the mysterious American bride. Marcus smirked, leaning against the desk. You've been remarkably tight-lipped about her, Marcus said, his tone teasing, but edged with curiosity. What are you expecting? Gabriel's jaw tightened as he stared into his glass. Whatever the Duchess has deemed suitable, the arrangement ensures the funds, and that is all that matters. Marcus arched a brow, his expression slipping into something between concern and disbelief. So, you've tied yourself and the estate to a woman you've never met. A bold strategy, even for you. The arrangement is practical, Gabriel said curtly. Her fortune will secure the estate. Whether or not we suit each other is immaterial. Marcus tilted his head, studying Gabriel with the perceptive gaze only an old friend could wield. Immaterial? You're talking about your future, Gabriel, not a business merger. Even you can't ignore the consequences of bringing a stranger into this house, into your life. Consequences be damned, Gabriel replied, his tone sharp enough to end the subject. The estate comes first, always. Practical as ever, Marcus murmured, though there was no judgment in his tone. And yet, practical doesn't seem to suit you lately. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. Marcus's smirk widened. Only that I've heard about your new governess. Miss Smith, is it? A bold move, hiring an American. Are you planning to let her take over the entire estate, or just the nursery? Gabriel's lips pressed into a thin line, though he didn't rise to the bait. Miss Smith is here to educate my children, nothing more. Educate your children, Marcus repeated, his tone laced with amusement. And is that why the tenants have started referring to her as the governess with ideas? Apparently, she's taken to organizing stargazing lessons and turning the nursery into a court of law. Gabriel turned to the window, unwilling to let Marcus see the faint twitch of his lips. The children are thriving under her care. That is all that matters. Thriving, is it? Marcus set his glass down, his humor fading into something softer. It's been a long time since I've seen you care about anything beyond the estate. Perhaps she's more than just a governess. Gabriel's hands tightened around his glass. You overstep. Do I? Marcus's voice was quieter now, but no less probing. You're drowning, Gabriel. Between the estate, the children, this ridiculous marriage arrangement, you can't keep everything locked inside forever. I'm just suggesting that maybe, just maybe, you should let someone help. I don't need help, Gabriel said sharply, his tone final. Marcus held his gaze for a long moment, then sighed. You're a stubborn bastard, you know that? Your point? My point, Marcus said, pushing off the desk, is that you're going to write to the Duchess of Radcliffe and demand the funds. Politely, of course. Tell her the estate won't survive until her granddaughter graces us with her presence. Gabriel exhaled heavily, his shoulders sagging under the weight of Marcus's words. She'll expect gratitude for her generosity. Then give it to her, Marcus said with a shrug. Swallow your pride for the sake of the estate. Your tenants deserve that much. The storm outside roared as Gabriel moved to his desk, the gravity of his responsibilities settling firmly on his shoulders. Marcus clapped him on the back, his usual levity returning as he donned his coat. One last thing, Marcus said, pausing at the door. If the American governess takes over the estate, I'll gladly lend a hand. I'm rather fond of stargazing. Gabriel didn't look up, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Get out, Marcus. With a laugh, Marcus disappeared into the corridor, leaving Gabriel alone with the storm and his thoughts. He dipped the quill into ink, the words of his letter forming with each stroke. Diana sat by the nursery fire, its embers casting a soft glow that pushed back the shadows creeping in with the damp chill. The storm had passed, but its memory lingered in the steady drip of rain from the eaves and the scent of wet earth seeping through the stone walls of the abbey. Sophie sat curled on Diana's lap, her dark curls still damp from the rushed bedtime routine. The girl's usual energy was subdued, her fingers fiddling with the edge of her blanket as though working through thoughts too big for her slight frame. "I'm sorry about the frog," Sophie murmured, her voice barely audible. Diana blinked. Startled, Sophie rarely apologized without prompting. "The frog? The one in your bed," Sophie clarified, peeking up at her through dark lashes. "It was meant to be funny, or to see if you'd shout like Miss Hargrove did." Diana felt a pang that was equal parts amusement and sorrow. She rested a gentle hand on Sophie's head, smoothing a stray curl. "It was a bit of a surprise," she admitted, her lips curving into a faint smile. "But I survived." Sophie twisted the blanket in her hands. "I have played no tricks since then," she said hesitantly, her gaze dropping to her lap. "Do you know why?" Diana's heart tightened, but she kept her tone light. "Why is that, my dear?" "Because you didn't leave." Sophie's voice cracked, and she burrowed into Diana's shoulder, as if to hide. "The others always left. Miss Hargrove, Miss Pennington, even Mama. They all went away." The words hit Diana like a blow, and suddenly, the pranks, the mischief, made all sense. Sophie's antics had been a defense, a way to protect herself from the sting of abandonment. If she pushed them away first, they couldn't hurt her by leaving. "Oh, Sophie," Diana whispered, her arms tightening around the girl. "I'm not leaving tonight, darling. You have my word." It wasn't a lie, not precisely. But as Diana spoke the words, her mind drifted to her sewing basket, tucked away on the highest shelf. Inside, the Spanish coins lay wrapped in ribbons, their weight like a silent clock counting down the days. Her grandmother would arrive in just a sennight. 7 days to decide, 7 days to act. If Diana meant to slip away before her identity was discovered, she would have to do so soon. She could almost hear her grandmother's sharp voice, see the disappointment in those piercing eyes. "You won't leave, will you?" Sophie's voice, small and fragile, broke through Diana's thoughts. The girl tilted her head to look up, her expression a mixture of hope and fear that made Diana's chest ache. Diana hesitated, the truth tangled in the growing bonds she couldn't ignore. "I'm here now, Sophie, and I promise you, I'll be here when you wake." The girl's trust was a weight heavier than any coin. Sophie's eyes closed as she nestled against Diana's chest, her breathing evening out. But Diana's own heart raced, her thoughts spiraling. She had come to Rothbury Abbey with a plan, a straightforward scheme to protect her freedom and escape a life she hadn't chosen. But now, as Sophie's soft breaths brushed against her collarbone, that plan felt impossibly far away. She stared into the fire's embers, the light flickering like the possibilities she'd once envisioned so clearly. 7 days. 7 days to decide whether to stay and risk everything or leave and break the fragile connections she had come to cherish. Outside, the rain dripped steadily from the eaves, each drop a quiet reminder of the hours slipping away. Gabriel stood at the window of his study, the storm outside battering the glass as though the heavens themselves mocked his efforts to maintain control. Rain streaked the panes, blurring the view of the estate he had spent years holding together with sheer will. Tonight, it felt as if that will might finally splinter. Behind him, the fire crackled low in the hearth, its warmth failing to reach the chill that seemed to settle in his chest. The letter lay unfinished on his desk, its fine vellum already marred by his frustration and half-formed thoughts. "My tenants suffer." The words hung in the silence, a truth he couldn't ignore. Crops ruined by flooding, the fertile soil drowned beneath the storm's relentless assault. Fields that should have been green with promise were now brown and barren. The debts that haunted his ledgers would only deepen if the coming season failed. Without aid, his tenants, families who had worked these lands for generations, would face hunger, perhaps ruin. Gabriel's fingers clenched around the quill as he turned back to the desk. "Your Grace," he began again, his voice low in the quiet room, the words ringing hollow even in the safety of solitude. How could he phrase his inquiry without sounding like a desperate man? And yet, wasn't that exactly what he had become? The unspoken truth clawed at him. He was reduced to begging, reliant on the whims of a woman he had never met. Her fortune, her dowry, had become the fragile thread upon which Rothbury Abbey and all its dependents hung. Every word he wrote was a calculated compromise between pride and necessity, a balance he despised. The quill scratched across the page, its strokes deliberate but lacking the usual precision of his handwriting. Each word grated against his pride, but the alternative, inaction, was unthinkable. He wrote of the estate's struggles with a careful touch, couching his inquiries in layers of gratitude and deference. Yet beneath every measured line, his frustration bled through. "Your Grace, I trust this letter finds you well. It is with gratitude that I write to express my appreciation for the arrangements you have made on behalf of my estate and my family. Your efforts are most keenly felt in these difficult times." He paused, staring at the ink drying on the page. How to address the unspoken? The urgency of the funds? The need to hasten this arrangement, this marriage that had become as much a lifeline as a noose? "May I inquire, with all respect, when we might expect Lady Wakefield's arrival? The estate eagerly anticipates welcoming her as its mistress, and the stability her presence will bring." Gabriel set the quill down, his hand trembling with a frustration that had nowhere to go. He hated this, hated the reliance on a stranger, the groveling tone he had adopted, the inability to simply fix what was broken through his own efforts. He had never been the kind of man who begged, and yet here he was, writing to a duchess who saw him as nothing more than a cog in her schemes. The storm's howling winds pressed against the windows, as if to punctuate his helplessness. He folded the letter carefully, his motions precise, the sharp crease in the vellum an act of defiance against the chaos he could not control. He sealed it with the family crest, the wax still warm beneath his thumb as Jenkins entered the room. "See this delivered to London immediately," Gabriel said, his tone clipped. "Of course, Your Grace." Jenkins hesitated for only a moment, his eyes lingering on his master's taut expression before retreating into the corridor. Gabriel watched the door close behind the butler, the faint echo swallowed by the storm. His gaze returned to the letter, now carried away into the night. It felt as though he had just severed a piece of himself and sent it into the unknown. "If you care for her at all, send her quickly," he thought bitterly, though the words would never leave his lips. They lingered in his mind, sharp as the lash of the storm outside, long after the fire in the hearth dwindled to embers. Chapter 10. The storm's fury had spent itself, but its memory lingered in the abbey's groans and creaks, as though the ancient stones sighed in relief. Diana sat on her narrow bed, her hands clenched in her lap, the ticking clock on her bedside table a relentless reminder of time slipping away. 7 days. A sennight until her grandmother's arrival. 7 days to escape before the life she'd fought so hard to avoid claimed her. Her gaze fell to the small sewing basket on the highest shelf of her wardrobe, where her Spanish coins lay hidden among spools of thread and ribbons. The thought of them usually brought her a measure of solace, a sense of control over her future. Now the memory of Sophie's tearful question, "You won't leave, will you?" tightened something in her chest. She rose abruptly, the sudden movement setting her thin shawl slipping from her shoulders. Sophie's vulnerability and Oliver's quiet need tugged at her in ways she hadn't anticipated. The children had nestled into her heart despite her resolve to remain detached. But it wasn't just them. It was their father, too. His storm-gray eyes, his unyielding presence, the moments of unexpected warmth that broke through his stern facade. He had begun to weave himself into her thoughts with maddening frequency. Diana shook her head sharply, as though the gesture could banish him from her mind. Ridiculous. She was no swooning heroine from a Gothic novel, no hapless damsel to be undone by a stern duke and a pair of charming children. Her future was her own, and she wouldn't let a few stolen smiles and lingering glances convince her otherwise. Yet the room felt oppressive, her thoughts too loud to be contained by stone walls and leaded glass. She crossed to her wardrobe and retrieved her thick shawl, draping it over her shoulders as she tiptoed toward the door. The Abbey was silent now, its residents tucked away in sleep. The air beyond her room carried a chill, but Diana welcomed it, hoping the cold would clear her restless mind. The corridor stretched long and shadowed before her, the faint glow of a single wall sconce casting flickering patterns on the floor. Her slippered feet made no sound as she descended the stairs, her steps guided more by instinct than intent. She wasn't entirely sure where she was going, only that she needed air, space, clarity. The massive front door loomed before her, but Diana hesitated. The thought of opening it, of stepping into the damp morning, felt too final, too much like the escape she wasn't yet ready to make. Instead, she turned toward the side door leading to the gardens. The storm had stripped the rose bushes of their petals, leaving bedraggled blooms and dark, glistening leaves. The scent of wet earth rose to meet her as she stepped outside. She wrapped the shawl more tightly around herself and wandered toward the garden's edge, where a low stone wall marked the boundary between cultivated beauty and wild countryside. The horizon was a blurred smear of indigo and charcoal, the clouds still heavy but breaking in places to reveal faint pinpricks of stars. The ticking clock in her mind grew louder, the 7-day countdown a constant drumbeat in her thoughts. If she meant to leave, it would have to be soon. But leaving meant abandoning Sophie's trust, Oliver's quiet smiles, the fragile bonds she'd built. Leaving meant walking away from Gabriel. She bristled at the thought, as though he'd intruded on her solitude. He had no place in her plans, no right to unsettle her, and yet he had. Every sharp word, every rare smile, every stolen glance had worked its way under her skin, making her question what she'd come here to do. Diana closed her eyes and leaned against the stone wall, her fingers brushing the damp surface. She wasn't foolish enough to think there could be a future here. Not for her. Whatever warmth she'd found at Rothbury Abbey was temporary, a fleeting season before she returned to the life she'd carved out for herself. And yet, the word hung heavy in the air, as persistent and unrelenting as the ticking clock. With a sigh, she pushed away from the wall and began to walk, her steps carrying her toward the lake without conscious thought. Perhaps seeing the water, still and reflective after the storm's violence, would grant her the clarity she so desperately sought. But as the path curved and the lake came into view, she stopped short. There, silhouetted against the rising sun, was Gabriel. He stood at the water's edge, his broad shoulders tense, his hands clasped behind his back. The wind tugged at his dark coat, the same restless energy that had driven her outside now evident in every line of his posture. Diana's breath caught, her heart stumbling in her chest. For a moment she considered retreating, slipping back to the Abbey unseen. But something in the way he stood, the weight he carried so clearly on his shoulders, held her in place. Why is he here? She wondered. And more troubling, why do I care? Gabriel stood at the edge of the lake, the first rays of dawn casting a pale blush across the sky. The water, still swollen from the storm, mirrored the soft hues of the breaking day. He had risen before the servants stirred, driven by the thoughts that had plagued him throughout the night. The storm had subsided, but its damage lingered, a reminder that even nature conspired against the fragile stability he tried to maintain. He'd spent the previous day walking the estate, assessing the mounting challenges. Fields turned to sodden mire, a bridge swept away, and outbuildings left battered by the wind. The memory of his tenants' weary faces weighed heavily on him now, their concerns echoing in his mind. The barley crop is ruined, they had said. We'll have nothing come harvest. Their words had been spoken with a quiet desperation that lingered long after the conversations ended. Gabriel exhaled, the morning air crisp and damp in his lungs. He hadn't been able to reassure them then, not truly. All he could offer were promises of repairs, vague reassurances that funds would come soon, when, in truth, the coffers were nearly empty and the only lifeline lay with a woman he had never met. The infernal letter he'd sent the night before loomed large in his mind. He had written it with the precision of a man calculating a precarious gamble, every word a balance between urgency and pride. The Duchess of Radcliffe's granddaughter, his wife. Her fortune was the key to saving the estate, yet the arrangement had been made with a cold practicality that left him questioning everything. The Abbey was newly his, the weight of the dukedom settling on his shoulders like a mantle too heavy to bear. His father, with his sharp mind and faltering health, had spent his final days arranging this proxy marriage, his last desperate gamble to save the estate from the ruin decades of mismanagement had brought to its doorstep. Gabriel had inherited not only the title, but a legacy of debts, obligations, and promises he hadn't made, but now must uphold. And now, the future of it all. The abbey, the tenants, the very land itself, hinged on a single unknown factor, some American chosen for him. His thoughts shifted to Miss Smith, unbidden but persistent. She, too, had been a source of disruption, though of an entirely different kind. The governess had a knack for unsettling him, challenging his expectations at every turn. Her stubbornness infuriated him, yet her care for his children stirred something deeper, something he wasn't ready to name. Gabriel's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the first sliver of sunlight broke through the lingering clouds. The storm may have passed, but its effects would be felt for days, weeks even. There was so much to do, so many pieces to put back together, and no guarantee of success. A faint sound reached his ears, the soft crunch of gravel underfoot. He turned sharply, his eyes scanning the dim trail that led to the lake. A figure emerged from the shadows, wrapped in a shawl, her movements hesitant but deliberate. "Miss Smith," he murmured, the name slipping past his lips before he could stop it. Gabriel's sharp voice cut through the stillness of the morning like the edge of a blade. "Miss Smith," he said, his voice low and hard. "What in the devil are you doing wandering the grounds at this hour?" Diana froze mid-step, the soft folds of her shawl fluttering in the faint breeze. She turned to face him, schooling her expression into something composed, though the dark circles beneath her eyes betrayed her. "I might ask the same of you, Your Grace," she replied, sidestepping his question with a faint smile. "I often rise early. The air clears the mind." Gabriel crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing as he studied her face. "The air, perhaps, but your mind seems as restless as your feet, given the state of those shadows beneath your eyes. You didn't sleep last night, did you?" Diana's shoulders stiffened beneath her shawl. "I find it difficult to sleep after a storm," she admitted, offering only part of the truth. "The abbey creaks in a way I'm not yet accustomed to." Gabriel frowned, unconvinced, but didn't press further. "And so you thought wandering alone, before the sun had risen, was a reasonable alternative?" She arched a brow, tilting her head. "You seem to think wandering the grounds in the dark is perfectly reasonable, Your Grace. Shall we critique each other's habits, or simply accept that we've both found ourselves here?" The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile, but not quite. "A fair point," he conceded. "Though I do have reason for my inspection. The storm made quite a mess of the estate, and I've been out since first light assessing the damage." "How bad is it?" Diana asked. Gabriel's expression darkened, his gaze shifting to the lake as if the estate's troubles rested somewhere on its still surface. "The bridge is out," he said, his voice tight with frustration. "Half the barley fields are underwater, and several tenant cottages are worse for wear. I've seen damage from storms before, but this one was thorough." Diana's pulse quickened at his words. "The bridge," she repeated, her voice even. "How long will it take to repair?" Gabriel gave her a sharp look, his brow furrowing at the question. "Longer than I'd like," he admitted after a pause. "It's not just the time, it's the cost, materials, labor." He stopped himself, his jaw tightening. "It will take time." Diana inhaled, her mind racing. The bridge's destruction complicated everything. How would her grandmother reach the abbey? How would they receive supplies? And more urgently, how would she leave if she decided to go? The Spanish coins in her sewing basket were a leaden reminder of her secret plans. Gabriel's gaze shifted back to her, sharp and searching. "Why do you ask?" "Curiosity," Diana replied too quickly. "If it's a vital piece of infrastructure, I imagine its repair would be of the utmost priority." "It is," Gabriel said, his tone curt. But he looked at her more closely, his earlier annoyance fading into something softer. "The bridge connects the estate to the village and beyond. It's not just a convenience, it's a lifeline for the tenants and their families." The quiet intensity in his voice caught her off guard. In that moment, Diana saw not the distant, stern duke she had once imagined him to be, but a man burdened by responsibility. This wasn't about greed or wealth. This was about people, his tenants, his children, his duty. Her breath hitched as the realization settled over her. He hadn't entered into this arrangement for avarice. He'd done it out of necessity, out of a profoundly ingrained sense of care for those who depended on him. The man she had thought of as cold and calculating was anything but. "You care deeply for them," she said softly, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Gabriel blinked, startled by her tone. "What sort of man wouldn't?" he asked almost harshly, as though the question itself offended him. He turned away, his gaze fixed once more on the horizon. "It's my responsibility. My father may have faltered in his duty, but I won't." Diana swallowed hard, her heart twisting. For the first time, she saw him clearly. Not just a duke, but a man trying to carry the weight of a crumbling legacy and still keep his head above water. Her fingers curled around the edge of her shawl as she forced herself to look away from the tension in his posture, the set of his shoulders that spoke of an unrelenting burden. "Responsibilities are heavy things," she murmured, more to herself than to him. Gabriel glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "They are," he said, "and they don't grow lighter with time." The silence between them was charged, the dawn light painting the landscape in hues of gold and shadow. Diana felt her resolve waver, the ticking clock of her grandmother's impending arrival suddenly seeming both too fast and not fast enough. She had come to the Abbey determined to leave before she could be trapped. But now, leaving didn't feel like freedom. It felt like something else entirely. Gabriel's gaze flicked to the shawl Diana clutched around her shoulders, her fingers white-knuckled against the worn fabric. A breeze rippled off the lake, carrying with it the lingering chill of the storm. Her cheeks, already flushed from the brisk air, seemed paler than usual in the fragile dawn light. "You'll catch your death out here," he said, his tone edged with more concern than he intended. "We should head back." Diana hesitated, glancing once more toward the lake, as though it might hold the answers to the questions swirling in her mind. But then she nodded, drawing the shawl even tighter around her. "Yes, of course," she murmured. "The children will be waking soon." They began to walk, the Abbey's imposing silhouette growing closer with each step. The soggy ground squelched beneath their feet. For a few moments, they walked in silence, but Gabriel couldn't stop his thoughts from drifting toward her. There was something about her presence, her quiet defiance, her restless energy, that unsettled him in ways he didn't care to examine too closely. "Miss Smith," he began, breaking the quiet, "what lessons do you have planned for the children today? More history, I presume?" "Not exactly," Diana replied, her voice warming. "I thought we might shift our focus upward, to the stars and constellations. They've shown quite the interest in mapping the heavens. An ambitious choice." He glanced at her sidelong, catching the faint lift of her lips as she smiled. "They're bright children, Your Grace," she said, the faintest trace of pride in her tone. "I believe they'll find it fascinating. Of course, it will require keeping them up past dark to get the best view. With your permission, of course." Gabriel arched a brow, his lips quirking in wry amusement. "Since when have you started seeking my permission for their lessons? You've hardly asked before." Diana hesitated, her steps slowing ever so slightly. "Well, it's not the sort of lesson that can be contained in the nursery. I thought it only proper to ensure I had your approval." The admission, unexpected as it was, left him off balance. She always seemed so assured, so willing to challenge him in her own understated way, and yet here she was, deferring to him. It wasn't submission, it was something else entirely. Respect, perhaps trust. He cleared his throat. "You have it, provided I accompany you." Diana glanced at him, surprise flickering across her features. "You, Your Grace? I assure you, the stars will be there whether or not you feel compelled to supervise." "Perhaps," he said, "but it's not the stars I'm concerned about. If you mean to take the children out at night, someone must ensure their safety. I insist." Her gaze lingered on him for a moment, searching before she inclined her head. "Very well. Though I must warn you, the children will likely ask endless questions about the constellations. I trust you're prepared to satisfy their curiosity?" "I'm well versed in ancient myths," he said dryly. "It's their governess's curiosity that concerns me." Diana let out a soft laugh, the sound warming the chill morning air. But as they walked, her boot caught on a hidden root, sending her stumbling forward with a startled gasp. Gabriel reacted instinctively, his arms shooting out to catch her before she could fall. His hands found her waist, steadying her as she clutched his forearms for balance. For a moment, the world seemed to still, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves overhead. "Careful," he murmured, his voice low, almost a whisper. "The ground's uneven." Diana looked up at him, her amber eyes wide, her breath coming in shallow bursts. The closeness between them was undeniable, her hands still resting against his arms, his fingers splayed against the curve of her waist. He should let go. He knew he should, but something held him rooted in place, his gaze locked with hers. "Thank you," she said. Her words seemed to break the spell, yet neither of them moved. The warmth of her body seeped through the layers of fabric between them, and Gabriel's breath hitched as he realized just how fragile the distance between them truly was. Diana's breath tangled in her chest, refusing to escape as the Duke's storm-gray eyes held her captive. The warmth of his hands on her waist seeped through the fabric of her gown, branding her in a way no other touch ever had. The world had shrunk to the space between them, a mere whisper of air that seemed charged, aching to be bridged. Her heart thundered, an erratic rhythm that drowned out reason. She had been kissed before, twice, by men with clumsy intentions and little else to offer. But this, the way Gabriel Rayborne looked at her, as if she were both a challenge and the answer to a question he hadn't dared to ask, it was like nothing she had ever known. He leaned closer, and she couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The scent of sandalwood and rain-dampened wool surrounded her, heady and intoxicating. Her hands, still clutching his forearms, refused to release him even as her mind screamed she should. Then his lips met hers. The first touch was a brush, a test, like the teasing sweep of a flame against dry kindling. Soft, warm, tentative, until her lips parted on a sigh and the kiss deepened. Heat flooded her veins, molten and insistent, as his mouth claimed hers with an intensity that stole every coherent thought. His hands shifted, one sliding to her lower back, pulling her closer, the other cupping her cheek with a gentleness that belied the hunger in his kiss. Her body melted into his, the solid strength of him, an anchor against the storm raging inside her. His stubble rasped against her skin, a rough counterpoint to the softness of his lips, and the contrast sent shivers cascading down her spine. Her senses reeled. The taste of him, brandy and something inherently Gabriel, was dizzying. His thumb stroked her cheek, the tender caress at odds with the fierce hunger that poured from him into her, unraveling the threads of her carefully constructed composure. Diana had thought she knew herself, knew her wants, her limits. But under Gabriel's touch, under the sweep of his tongue against hers, she was utterly lost. Her world tilted, reshaped by the force of this moment, this kiss that was unlike anything she had ever imagined. But then, like a thunderbolt striking a clear sky, clarity slammed into her. He was married. Her mind screamed the word, piercing the haze of desire that had consumed her. He was married, to her in name and arrangement, but also to a woman he had yet to meet. And here he was, kissing his governess, kissing her. A betrayal of his bride, of herself. Her hands, which had slid up to rest against the broad planes of his chest, suddenly shoved hard. Gabriel pulled back, startled, his breath as ragged as hers. His gray eyes searched hers, confusion and something deeper flickering in their depths. Diana's voice broke, barely audible over the roaring in her ears. She shook her head, taking a step back, then another. She couldn't do this, couldn't stay here, couldn't stay in the suffocating cocoon of his presence. The memories of his touch, his kiss, clung to her like an unwanted brand, burning even as she turned and fled. Her boots pounded against the wet earth, each step carrying her farther from the lake, from him, and from the realization she couldn't bear to face. She was falling for a man who could never be hers, a man who had just made her want to belong to someone completely. Chapter 11. Diana burst into her room, the heavy door shutting with a thud that echoed in the stillness of the abbey. Her heart pounded, her breath coming in uneven bursts as though she'd run miles instead of yards. She crossed the room in a near sprint, yanking her traveling case from beneath the bed and tossing it onto the mattress. The kiss lingered on her lips, a phantom sensation that refused to fade. She pressed her fingers to her mouth as if the touch might erase the memory of Gabriel's hands, the heat of his body, the way his lips had claimed hers with an intensity that threatened to unravel everything. She should have pushed him away sooner. She should have stopped him before. Her cheeks flamed as guilt surged through her. Gabriel was her husband, if only in the legal sense. And yet here she was, playing governess under false pretenses, hiding her identity behind borrowed clothes and a name that didn't belong to her. What a twisted situation she'd created, where she could stand there, kissed by her own husband, and still feel the sharp bite of impropriety. Her hands trembled as she threw open the wardrobe, pulling out the plain dresses she had carefully arranged just days ago. They landed in a crumpled heap beside the case, her usual precision lost in her frantic need to do something, anything, to regain control. "I have to leave," she muttered to herself, her voice tight and shaking. "I should have left long before this." The words sounded hollow, even as she spoke them. Leaving wasn't as simple as packing her things and walking out the door. The bridge was out, for one. The children were another matter entirely. She glanced toward her sewing basket, perched on the highest shelf of the wardrobe. The Spanish coins were hidden there, wrapped in ribbons and tucked away like secrets. Her escape plan had always been the anchor that kept her steady. Now it felt like a weight she couldn't lift. Sophie's tearful question from days ago echoed in her mind. "You won't leave, will you?" Her chest tightened, and she paused mid-motion, her hand clutching the knob of the wardrobe door. Sophie and Oliver had woven themselves into her heart despite her resolve to keep them at arm's length. The thought of abandoning them now, with the estate in disarray and Gabriel carrying so much on his shoulders, was unbearable. The traveling case lay mostly empty, her garments scattered in disarray. She tossed a folded dress into the case, then hesitated, her hands hovering over the sewing basket. How could she go now, when everything around her seemed to be falling apart? The children needed her, the estate needed stability, and, though she hated to admit it, Gabriel had started to need her as well. The thought made her chest tighten. Gabriel wasn't the greedy aristocrat she'd once imagined. His struggles weren't born of excess, but of compassion, for the tenants who depended on him, for the legacy he was trying desperately to hold together. She had seen that today, as clear as the storm-ravaged fields outside. Walking away from that, walking away from him, felt like tearing something vital from her own soul. Her fingers brushed the sewing basket, and she hesitated. It was supposed to be her lifeline, her escape, but now it felt like a lie wrapped in silk ribbons. She pushed the thought away, wrapping her shawl tightly around her shoulders. Perhaps the children would be awake by now. She could focus on them, request something special for breakfast to distract from the chaos brewing inside her. She moved toward the door, leaving the sewing basket forgotten on the bed. The first light of dawn stretched pale fingers across the sodden landscape, illuminating the storm's aftermath with unflinching clarity. Gabriel stood on the edge of the collapsed bridge, his boots sunk into the muddy earth, arms crossed against the chill that still lingered. Around him, the estate's workers moved with grim determination, hauling planks of splintered wood and debris to clear the way for repairs. The scene was chaos. The once sturdy structure, vital for connecting the estate to the village, lay shattered, its remains half submerged in the swollen stream below. The bridge wasn't just a convenience, it was a lifeline. Without it, tenants couldn't reach the abbey for supplies or assistance, and the estate itself couldn't receive provisions or fulfill its obligations to the market. The impact was immediate and unrelenting. Gabriel ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his gaze sweeping over the damage. There wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough money. These thoughts pressed against him like the weight of a stone wall, leaving him struggling to breathe. "Your Grace." Thomas, the foreman, approached with cautious steps, his cap in his hands. His face was lined with exhaustion and worry. "We've done what we can to clear the debris, but we'll need timber from the village to start rebuilding. And ironwork, too. The structure's going to take more than nails and good wishes this time." Gabriel nodded, his mouth a thin, grim line. "I'll see to it. We'll send for the supplies immediately." Thomas hesitated, his gaze darting toward the broken bridge. If I might speak plain, Your Grace, that could take weeks. With the bridge out, there's no way to bring in a full load. We'd have to cart it piecemeal over the fields or wait until the structure's sound enough to take the weight. Gabriel cursed under his breath, the frustration simmering dangerously close to the surface. Then we'll cart it piecemeal. The estate can't afford to wait. And the funds? Thomas asked carefully, as though treading on thin ice. Gabriel's jaw tightened. Funds. The infernal letter he'd sent the night before felt like a noose around his neck. Everything hinged on those funds. Without them, the estate would falter. But the Duchess of Radcliffe had been maddeningly slow to respond, and there was no guarantee of when or if the money would arrive. "Leave that to me," Gabriel said at last, his voice edged with steel. "Just see to the work. I'll find a way." Thomas gave a slow nod, his respect evident despite the uncertainty in his eyes. "We'll do our best, Your Grace. The men are willing. They know what's at stake." Gabriel nodded curtly and turned his attention back to the ruined bridge. His estate depended on him. His tenants depended on him. The weight of that responsibility never seemed heavier than it did now, standing amid the wreckage of his legacy, knowing how tenuous their survival had become. Unable to simply stand idle, he stepped forward, shrugging out of his coat. His waistcoat followed, leaving him in his shirt sleeves as he strode toward the workers. "Your Grace," Thomas started, but Gabriel cut him off with a sharp look. "If the bridge must be rebuilt, I'll see it done with my own hands," Gabriel said, his voice low but unyielding. He knelt to lift a jagged piece of timber, ignoring the mud that soaked his knees and the strain in his arms. The physical work offered some reprieve, though the thoughts in his mind refused to relent. The estate wasn't the only thing on the verge of collapse. The memory of the kiss, of Diana's soft gasp, the warmth of her lips, the way she'd looked at him before fleeing, intruded with maddening clarity. His guilt burned like a brand, but it was tempered by an ache he couldn't name. She had run from him, yes, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she hadn't wanted to, that her flight had been as much about fear as rejection. What in God's name was I thinking? He thought bitterly, his grip tightening on the timber until splinters dug into his palms. She was his children's governess, his employee, and he was a married man, or as good as one, bound to a woman he had yet to meet. His father's dying wish had been for this marriage, for the funds to save the estate, and Gabriel had promised to honor it. Besides, it was all legal. There was nothing to be done for it. But now, he couldn't stop thinking about the governess, with honey amber eyes and a will as unyielding as his own. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw her, laughing with the children, pacing the grounds with her shawl wrapped tight or standing on the brink of flight, her heart visible in the cracks of her composure. "Your Grace!" A worker's voice startled him from his thoughts. Gabriel turned, finding Thomas watching him with a mix of concern and expectation. "The men say you've been at it long enough. They're asking for a break, sir." Gabriel straightened, wiping his mud-smeared hands on his trousers. He nodded brusquely. "Call it then. We'll resume after midday." The men dispersed, grateful murmurs trailing them as they headed toward the shade of the nearby trees. Gabriel lingered, his gaze fixed on the broken bridge, his thoughts a cacophony of guilt, desire, and a gnawing sense of failure. The sun climbed higher, burning away the mist and casting a harsh light on the surrounding wreckage. He was running out of time, and for the first time in his life, he wasn't sure if he could fix what was broken. The kitchens were a cacophony of warmth and motion. The morning sun filtered weakly through the leaded glass panes, glinting off the copper pots hanging from their racks. The scent of yeast and fresh bread mingled with the faint tang of damp stone, the aftermath of the storm still lingering in the air. Diana stepped into the bustling space, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The staff bustled about, their voices rising in a symphony of chatter and clattering dishes. She hovered at the edge, momentarily unsure of where she fit into the scene. Cook, a stout woman with flushed cheeks and flour-dusted hands, stood at the massive work table, kneading dough with the vigor of someone who could command armies with her rolling pin. Beside her, Mrs. Winters, the housekeeper, oversaw a ledger, her neat handwriting a sharp contrast to the surrounding chaos. "Morning, Miss Smith," Cook greeted without looking up. her hands expertly folding the dough. "You're up and about early then? Fancy a bit of tea?" "That would be lovely, thank you," Diana replied, forcing a polite smile. The noise and warmth were comforting after the cold solitude of her room. She stepped further into the kitchen, trying to shake off the remnants of her restless night. "I came to ask if something special could be prepared for the children this morning. Perhaps jam tarts. Sophie has been asking about them." Cook chuckled, finally glancing up. "That girl's sweet tooth is sharper than a fox in the henhouse. Tarts we can manage. I'll have Martha fetch the preserves, though with the bridge out, we'll have to make do with what's in the pantry." "The bridge?" Diana asked, seizing on the comment. She kept her tone casual, but a faint unease prickled at her. "Is it as bad as they say?" Cook exchanged a glance with Mrs. Winters, who sighed and set down her quill. "Worse," the housekeeper admitted. "The entire structure was swept away. Without it, the estate's cut off from the village. No supplies coming in, no goods going out. It's not just the Abbey that'll feel it," Cook added, wiping her hands on her apron. "Tenants rely on the bridge to get their goods to market. No market means no income, and no income means hungry mouths before long." Diana leaned against the work table, trying to appear composed even as the weight of their words settled heavily in her chest. "Surely the Duke has a plan to address it," she ventured, keeping her tone neutral. "He was out early this morning, wasn't he?" Mrs. Winters nodded, her expression grave. "He set the men to clearing the debris and beginning repairs, but it'll take time and money. And with the storm delaying the supply wagons, we'll be stretching thin before long." "And there's Mrs. Bickford to think of," Cook chimed in, her tone growing sharper. "Poor woman's expecting any day now, and with the doctor in the village, how's she meant to manage if something goes wrong? Or young Mr. Harper's leg," Mrs. Winters added, shaking her head warily. "Infection's already set in. He'll need proper treatment soon or he'll lose it." Diana's stomach twisted. The bridge's destruction wasn't just an inconvenience, it was essential. Without it, the Abbey and its tenants were cut off from the resources they depended on. She glanced at Cook, who had returned to her dough with renewed vigor, and at Mrs. Winters, whose pen hovered over the ledger as though the numbers might rearrange themselves into something less dire. "Is there anything that can be done in the interim?" Diana asked, striving to keep her voice steady. "Surely there must be other ways to bring supplies or reach the village." Mrs. Winters looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and mild surprise. "Not unless someone's planning to wade through the river, Miss Smith. Even then, the current's still dangerous, and horses or carts can't manage the distance without the bridge." "And what of the Duke?" Diana pressed, folding her hands to keep them from trembling. "Can't he request assistance from nearby estates? Mr. Fitzwilliam's, perhaps?" "The Duke will manage," Mrs. Winters said briskly, though the flicker of doubt in her eyes was impossible to miss. "He always does, but it's a precarious situation, no doubt about it." Cook nodded, her hands still moving deftly over the dough. "And this storm's just the latest blow. Between repairs to the tenant cottages and the barley crop lost to flooding, it's no wonder the master's stretched thin." "But what of the marriage settlement?" Diana asked cautiously, keeping her tone light. "Surely that has brought some relief to the estate?" Mrs. Winters and Cook exchanged a look, one heavy with meaning. "Marriage settlement?" Cook said, her tone tinged with incredulity. "Far as I've heard, the Duke hasn't seen a single penny yet." Diana blinked, thrown off balance. "But how could that be? Wouldn't such an arrangement—" "Oh, it's all tied up with the Duchess of Radcliffe's terms, ain't it?" Cook interrupted, her rolling pin hovering over the dough. "Word is, the Duke doesn't get so much as a farthing until the American lass shows up at the Abbey. It's her presence that unlocks the funds, or so they say." Diana felt the blood drain from her face. "Her presence?" she echoed faintly. Mrs. Winters nodded, her expression neutral but watchful. "That's the arrangement, as I understand it. Keeps everything proper, I suppose. No money until the bride's arrived, and no bride until the Duchess sees fit." Diana's throat tightened. She turned toward the window, her gaze unfocused as Cook and Mrs. Winters returned to their work. The bridge, the tenants, the estate, it all suddenly felt sharper, heavier, and unbearably personal. Gabriel had no money, no means to fix the bridge or secure supplies because she hadn't claimed her place as his wife, and he didn't even know she was here. "Miss Smith?" Cook's voice jolted her from her thoughts. "You all right, dear? You've gone pale as a ghost." Diana forced a smile, though her hands trembled as she smoothed her shawl. "Just a bit tired, I think. Thank you for the tea and the tarts. I'll leave you to your work." Cook chuckled, her good humor returning. "Any time, Miss Smith. And tell Sophie I'll save her a spoonful of jam if she behaves herself today." Diana smiled faintly and left the kitchen, but her thoughts were far from jam tarts and cheerful banter. The estate's fragility loomed in her mind, now sharpened by the startling truth she had just learned. Her very presence, or lack thereof, held the key to the Abbey's survival. Every broken bridge plank, every struggling tenant, every unanswered question about the estate's future came back to her. Guilt coiled tightly around her heart, mingling with confusion and a growing sense of responsibility. How could she leave, knowing what her absence had cost and would continue to cost? She had to help somehow, but what could she possibly do without unraveling the precarious threads of her deception? Gabriel hefted another piece of timber into place, the strain pulling at muscles already protesting the morning's exertion. Sweat dampened his shirt, mingling with the mud streaked across his arms. Around him, the men worked steadily, their voices low but determined. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the tang of freshly hewn wood, the rhythmic sound of tools against timber filling the quiet. "God above, Rayborne," a familiar voice called out, sharp with humor. "If I'd known you were going to start building bridges with your own two hands, I'd have brought the champagne to toast your transformation into a laborer." Gabriel turned to find Marcus Fitzwilliam striding down the path, his dark riding coat slung over one shoulder, boots dusted with mud. His ever-present smirk tilted slightly, but there was genuine warmth in his sharp blue eyes. "What brings you here?" Gabriel asked, though he wasn't surprised. Marcus had an uncanny ability to appear precisely when he was needed, or least wanted. "You," Marcus replied simply, setting his coat down on a nearby rock. "Your steward mentioned the bridge when I passed him on the road. Figured I'd lend a hand. After all, my tenants use this crossing too." Gabriel arched a brow, his tone dry. "Did your tenants send you with orders? Or have you decided to take an interest in manual labor out of the goodness of your heart?" Marcus clapped him on the back with enough force to send mud spattering. "A bit of both, I'd wager. Now, hand me that beam before I start waxing poetic about the nobility of your efforts." Despite himself, Gabriel's lips twitched. He passed Marcus a length of timber, watching as his friend set to work with surprising competence. Together, they settled the piece into place, the scrape of wood and the strain of effort grounding Gabriel in the moment. For a time, they worked in companionable silence, punctuated only by the occasional grunt of exertion or barked instruction to the other men. Marcus cast a discerning eye over the team Gabriel had assembled, noting the shortage of materials and the improvised tools. "This will not be finished anytime soon," he remarked, his tone pragmatic rather than critical. "Do you even have enough timber?" Gabriel shook his head, his jaw tightening. "We're working with what we have for now, but without additional supplies, it'll take weeks, and that's assuming the weather cooperates. The longer the bridge is out, the harder it'll be to get what you need." Marcus rested a hand on one of the beams, his expression thoughtful. "I'll see what I can spare. I've got lumber coming in for repairs on the west barn, might delay that for a while." Gabriel hesitated, his pride warring with practicality. "I won't take from your tenants' needs." Marcus rolled his eyes. "Don't be noble, Rayborne. If I didn't think we could manage, I wouldn't offer. Besides, if your tenants suffer, mine will too. A washed-out bridge doesn't respect boundaries." Gabriel nodded grudgingly. "I appreciate it." The men continued working around them, the steady rhythm of hammering punctuating the conversation. Marcus glanced at Gabriel, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the tension in his friend's movements. "Something else is eating at you, isn't it?" Gabriel paused, his hands gripping the edge of a plank. "It's nothing," he said shortly, but Marcus didn't relent. "You're terrible at lying, especially when it's to me. Out with it." Gabriel exhaled heavily, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his thoughts. "There's a governess," he said after a moment, his tone reluctant. For Sophie and Oliver, she complicates things. The other American? Marcus raised a brow, intrigued. Gabriel's lips pressed into a thin line, though he didn't deny it. She's good with the children, he admitted reluctantly. Too good, perhaps. Marcus tilted his head, studying him. And that's a problem because... Gabriel's jaw tightened. He didn't want to admit how often Miss Smith had occupied his thoughts, or how the kiss they'd shared still lingered on his lips like a ghost. Because I kissed her, he said finally, the words low and harsh, as if speaking them made them more damning. Marcus let out a low whistle. Well, that complicates things. It was a mistake, Gabriel snapped more to himself than to Marcus. One I won't repeat. Won't you? Marcus's voice was quieter now, lacking its usual humor. You've never been one to lose control, Gabriel. If you did, well, maybe there's a reason for it. Gabriel glared at him, but the weight of Marcus's words settled heavily on his chest. He turned back to the bridge, his hands moving automatically as he resumed the work. Marcus clapped him on the shoulder again, his touch firm but steadying. You'll figure it out, he said, his tone surprisingly gentle. Just don't wait too long to decide what you want. Some choices don't wait. Gabriel didn't reply, focusing instead on the hammer in his hand and the bridge taking shape beneath it. But Marcus's words lingered, gnawing at the edges of his resolve like the ceaseless pull of the river below. Chapter 12. Diana stood at the window of her room, the coins in her hand glinting dully in the pale morning light. Outside, the swollen river glided past the remains of the bridge, its relentless current mocking the fragility of human effort. She tightened her grip on the coins, feeling their weight against her palm. Not just metal, but responsibility, doubt, and a tangle of emotions she could barely unravel. She had hidden the money as a safeguard, her escape plan meticulously laid out before she'd ever stepped foot in Rothbury Abbey. It was supposed to be her lifeline, her ticket to freedom, and a life that didn't include the suffocating expectations of being Lady Wakefield. And yet, the revelation she had overheard in the kitchen, the settlement, her dowry, tied to her presence, changed everything. The Duke hadn't been ignoring her fortune or managing it poorly. He simply hadn't received it. Every ounce of funding he was waiting on hinged on her arrival. Her fingers closed over them, her thoughts a tempest. How could I explain this? A governess with a stash of Spanish dollars, enough to fund bridge repairs, would invite scrutiny she couldn't afford. Gabriel, sharp-eyed and suspicious, would demand answers. Mrs. Winters, ever shrewd, would piece together inconsistencies. And what of her grandmother? If the truth of her identity came to light too soon, it would undo everything they'd planned. But the estate wasn't just struggling, it was gasping for air. If the Duke was pushing himself to the brink without the settlement, how much longer could he hold everything together? Cook's words replayed in her mind. There's no funds without the girl. Gabriel's bride. She pressed her forehead to the cool glass, shame curling tight in her chest. He didn't need her money for luxury or greed. He needed it for people, for the tenants who'd lived on these lands for generations, for the children he adored but rarely had time for, and for the workers struggling to rebuild a lifeline washed away by the storm. Yet the alternative, doing nothing, felt unbearable. Mrs. Bickford, heavily pregnant and days away from her due date, could need the doctor at any moment. Mr. Harper's leg would only worsen without proper treatment. Supplies for the tenants would dwindle, leaving families hungry. The children, Sophie, with her endless questions, and Oliver, with his quiet smiles, would feel the strain too. The estate's fragility was more than a distant worry now. It was real, pressing, urgent. And she, a mere governess with a pile of coins hidden in ribbons, was caught in the middle of it. Diana closed her eyes, leaning her forehead against the cool glass. The room, usually a haven, felt stifling now. The practical knowledge she had gleaned from her father's shipping business teased at her thoughts. She had spent years observing him, learning the art of negotiation and logistics, skills that had nothing to do with embroidery or French, and everything to do with managing people and resources. What would he do? The question struck her like a sudden gust of wind. Her father had always found solutions in crises, whether it was a shipment delayed by storms or goods seized at customs. He'd survey his options, rally resources, and strike deals to see things through. Could she do the same here? Could she find what the estate needed from its neighbors, perhaps arrange temporary solutions until the bridge was repaired? But then, the familiar weight of doubt settled over her. She was not Diana Wakefield, the shipping magnate's daughter, or the reluctant duchess-to-be. She was Miss Smith, the governess, a role that afforded her no authority. If she overstepped, she risked exposing her identity, unraveling the careful charade her grandmother had orchestrated. Her gaze fell to the coins once more. They were a tangible link to her past, her future, her escape. If she used them, she would tether herself to this place, to this life, in a way she hadn't intended. It would mean choosing the estate, the tenants, the children, and him over her freedom. Am I fooling myself into thinking I belong here? The thought whispered through her mind, sharp and cutting. She had come to Rothbury Abbey intending to leave, of protecting herself from a life she didn't want. But now, she felt herself being drawn deeper into its folds, the connections she'd formed wrapping around her like roots. The knock at the door startled her, and she quickly slipped the coins back into the sewing basket. "Yes?" she called, her voice steadier than she felt. Mrs. Winters entered, her sharp gaze sweeping the room. "Miss Smith, cook has asked if you might lend a hand in the kitchens. We're preparing a larger breakfast this morning, what with the Duke and the workers out on the bridge." "Of course," Diana said, brushing a strand of hair from her face and forcing a smile. "I'll be right down." As the door closed behind the housekeeper, Diana took one last look at the basket, its contents hidden beneath spools of thread and ribbons. The coins would stay for now, but the idea of doing nothing gnawed at her. She would go to the kitchens, speak with cook, see if there was something, anything she could do to help. The estate needed her, whether or not she was ready to admit it. And as for Gabriel, she shook her head, forcing the thought of him away. There was no room for distractions now. The estate's survival, and hers, depended on it. Diana lingered at the door for a moment, her hand resting on the latch as she tried to collect herself. The coins in the basket weren't the only weight pressing on her chest. Gabriel's kiss haunted her, not just for the way it had made her feel, but for what it revealed about him. Her fingers curled tightly around the latch as she fought the swell of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. She had no right to feel this way, no right to long for a man who wasn't truly hers. Gabriel was waiting for his bride, a woman he had never met, but who would soon take her place in this household. And yet, he had kissed her, his governess, with a passion that had left her trembling. What kind of man kisses one woman while waiting for another? The question burned through her, sharp and unrelenting. She couldn't trust him, not with her heart, not with the fragile threads of connection she'd begun to weave here. That kiss, for all its fire, was a betrayal of his bride, and by extension, of her. Diana swallowed hard, her throat tight with the weight of her own complicity. She had kissed him back. She had wanted it, yearned for it. But she couldn't allow herself to become another piece of the Duke's tangled web of obligations. She had fought too hard for her independence to give it up now, not for a man who could so easily blur the lines between duty and desire. With a shuddering breath, she straightened her spine and stepped into the corridor. She would focus on the estate, on the children, on doing what she could to help in these dire times. Gabriel Rayborne might haunt her thoughts, but he would not control her choices. Her heart, that, she vowed, would remain her own, even if it already felt like she was fighting a losing battle. The moon hung high, its pale light spilling across the estate as Gabriel trudged toward the abbey, exhaustion tugging at his every step. The air was crisp, carrying the faint tang of damp earth and freshly cut timber. His boots were caked with mud, his shirt sleeves streaked with grime from hours spent hauling timber and hammering beams into place. He had pushed himself hard, harder than he should have, but the physical labor had been a welcome distraction from the chaos in his mind. As he neared the abbey, a burst of laughter reached his ears, carried on the night breeze. He paused, his brow furrowing. The sound was bright, free, and entirely unexpected at this hour. Following it, he moved toward the side lawn, skirting the gravel drive until he saw the source. There, spread across the grass like a scene from a pastoral painting, was a blanket surrounded by lanterns that cast a warm glow over the group. Miss Smith reclined with Sophie on one side of her and Oliver on the other, all three laying on their backs, gazing at the stars. Sophie pointed skyward, her animated voice carrying as she identified a constellation, her tone a mix of triumph and delight. Gabriel's steps faltered as he remembered the study of constellations. Miss Smith had asked his permission to keep the children up past their usual bedtime for this lesson, and he had granted it, insisted, in fact, that he join them for safety. That promise had been lost in the day's tumult, swept aside by the bridge repairs and the relentless press of duty. And yet, here they were, carrying on without him. His chest tightened with an unfamiliar pang. It wasn't guilt exactly, though guilt certainly hovered nearby. No, this was something deeper, a longing for the simple warmth of that moment, for the laughter of his children, for the easy camaraderie Miss Smith seemed to foster between them. He stepped closer, staying just out of the lantern light, watching the scene unfold. Miss Smith was speaking now, her voice low and melodic, weaving a story about Orion and his hunt across the heavens. Sophie hung on her every word, her curls brushing against Miss Smith's arm as she turned her head to look at her governess. Oliver, ever more reserved, watched in quiet fascination, his gaze shifting between the stars and Miss Smith's face. Without thinking, Gabriel approached the group. His boots crunched against the grass, drawing their attention. Sophie was the first to notice him, sitting up with a delighted grin. "Papa!" she called, waving him over. "You're just in time. Miss Smith was telling us about Orion." Miss Smith turned as well, her amber eyes catching the lantern light, making them appear molten. Her expression softened, and she gave a small smile. "Your Grace, we weren't sure if you would join us after your work on the bridge." Gabriel hesitated, glancing down at himself. Mud streaked his trousers, his shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows, and the collar of his shirt was damp with sweat. "I'm hardly fit for polite company," he said, though he took a step closer. "It is of no consequence," Miss Smith said, motioning to the space beside Sophie. "We're glad you're here." Gabriel hesitated only a moment longer before lowering himself onto the blanket. The children crowded around him, their questions spilling out in an excited jumble. For a time, he found himself caught in their easy rhythm, answering Sophie's queries, helping Oliver spot the seven sisters, and watching as Miss Smith's calm, measured voice guided the lesson forward. "There, that's Orion's belt," Sophie said, her small finger tracing 3 bright stars in a row. "Miss Smith says he's hunting something, but I forgot what." "A great bull," Miss Smith supplied, her voice soft. "The constellation Taurus. See there, just to the left of Orion's belt?" Gabriel followed her direction, squinting at the stars. He gestured toward another cluster. "And what of that one?" Oliver leaned forward, excitement lighting his face. "That's the Pleiades. It's a group of stars close together. Miss Smith says it's sometimes called the Seven Sisters." Gabriel nodded, feeling an odd warmth as his son shared his knowledge so eagerly. "You've been paying attention," he said, his tone lighter than usual. Oliver beamed, his chest puffing with pride. The lesson continued, with Diana guiding the children through myths and constellations, her voice weaving tales of gods and heroes into the night. Gabriel found himself drawn into the easy rhythm of their conversation, answering Sophie's questions, listening to Oliver's quiet interjections, and marveling at Diana's ability to engage them both with such natural ease. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, to simply exist in this strange makeshift family unit. The children's laughter, the stories, the shared wonder of the stars, it all felt startlingly whole. And then the thought struck him, sharp and unwelcome. This is what it could be like. This is what it should be like. The realization shattered the fragile spell. He stiffened, his gaze shifting from the heavens to Miss Smith, who was watching him with an expression he couldn't quite name. Dangerous, he thought. This is dangerous. Gabriel sat up abruptly, brushing the mud from his trousers as he rose. "It's late," he said. "The 2 of you should be in bed." "But we haven't finished," Sophie protested, her brow furrowing. "Miss Smith was going to tell us about Pegasus," Miss Smith intervened. "Sophie, we can continue tomorrow." "Your father is right. You've both had a long day." Sophie pouted but relented, and Oliver began gathering the lanterns. Gabriel met Diana's gaze, the tension between them simmering just below the surface. "Good night, Miss Smith," he said, his voice low, almost curt. "Good night, Your Grace," she replied, her tone measured but kind. He turned and walked toward the abbey, the chatter of his children fading behind him. As he ascended the stone steps and entered the cool, silent halls, he couldn't shake the warmth of the blanket beneath him, the sound of Miss Smith's voice, or the way the stars had seemed brighter when she was near. Dangerous, indeed. Chapter 13. Dawn crept across Rothbury Abbey's grounds like a watercolor painting coming to life. Mist rising from the rain-soaked earth in ethereal tendrils. Diana stood at her window, watching the first hints of gold pierce the remnants of storm clouds. Her fingers traced the outline of the Spanish dollars sewn into her hem, a habit that had become both comfort and reproach. Below, the courtyard stirred to life as stable boys readied the cart she had requested. The sound of hammering carried faintly from the direction of the bridge, and Diana's heart tightened. Gabriel would be there already, she knew, throwing himself into the physical labor as if it could drown out the memory of their kiss. She turned away from the window, surveying the items she had gathered: herbs from Mrs. Rhodes, clean linens, and the last of her personal stores of willow bark. It wasn't enough, could never be enough, but it was what she could offer while maintaining her precarious deception. "Miss Smith?" Sophie's voice carried through the door, bright with barely contained excitement. "Are you ready? Oliver says we mustn't keep the tenants waiting." Diana smiled despite herself. "Coming, dear one." The morning air bit sharp and clean as Gabriel surveyed the damage at the bridge. The river's current was a constant reminder of nature's indifference to human concerns. His boots sank into mud that had once been solid ground, each step a struggle against the earth itself. "The north support's still holding, Your Grace," Thomas reported, his weathered face grave. "But the rest?" Gabriel nodded, muscle memory taking over as he shed his coat and rolled up his sleeves. The physical work would be a blessing, anything to keep his mind from wandering to the abbey, to the warmth of her smile, to the impossible choices that lay ahead. "We'll start with the western section," he decided, voice carrying over the rush of water. "No point in saving materials if the foundation's compromised." The cart jolted along the rutted path, Sophie and Oliver pressed against Diana's sides. Their presence anchored her, their innocent questions a reminder of all that hung in the balance. "Why are we bringing Mrs. Rhodes' herbs to Mr. Harper?" Oliver asked, his small face serious with responsibility. Diana adjusted her shawl against the morning chill. "Because sometimes the simplest remedies are the most effective, dear heart." The cottage appeared around the bend, its thatched roof heavy with last night's rain. Mrs. Harper emerged, wiping work-reddened hands on her apron, surprise and wariness warring on her features, as she took in the sight of the Duke's children, accompanied by their governess. The morning light caught the silver threading through her dark hair, evidence of years spent bending to the demands of tenant life. "What brings you this way?" she asked, her tone warm despite the question in her eyes. Oliver stepped forward, every inch the young lord despite his muddy boots and wind-tousled hair. "This is Miss Smith," he announced with childhood gravity, "and we've come to help." The words hung in the air between them, weighted with meaning that transcended the simple declaration. Diana felt Mrs. Harper's gaze sharpen, taking in everything from Diana's sensible wool dress to the basket of supplies at her feet. In that moment of scrutiny, Diana understood how strange this must appear, a governess stepping beyond the carefully drawn lines of her position. The Duke's children brought to call at a tenant's cottage. "Help, is it?" Mrs. Harper's lips twitched, though worry lingered in the corners of her eyes. "Well, we won't turn it away, will we?" Inside, the cottage air hung thick with herbs and illness, motes of dust dancing in the weak sunlight that filtered through small windows. Mr. Harper sat heavily in a chair by the hearth, his injured leg stretched before him like an accusation. Pain had carved deep lines around his mouth, aging him beyond his years. Sophie pressed closer to Diana's side, suddenly shy in the face of suffering she didn't quite understand. Diana placed a gentle hand on the child's shoulder, drawing strength from the warmth of their connection as she moved forward. "Mrs. Rhodes sent these," Diana said softly, removing vials and packets from her basket. The familiar scents of willow bark and chamomile rose between them, a bridge of shared understanding. She says to steep the willow bark for the pain, and the chamomile to help you rest. Mr. Harper's eyes narrowed, pride warring with necessity. Begging your pardon, Miss Smith, but since when does a governess concern herself with such matters? Diana met his gaze steadily, letting him see both her determination and her respect. Since the bridge went down, Mr. Harper, we all must do what we can. The Duke works even now to restore our connection to the world beyond the river. Until then, we must be each other's strength. Something shifted, a subtle realignment of understanding. Mr. Harper's stern expression softened, and for the first time, a trace of gratitude flickered in his eyes. I suppose we must at that. Diana spent the next hour showing Mrs. Harper how to prepare the herbs, Sophie and Oliver helping to fetch water and stoke the fire. Their presence transformed the sick room, bringing with it the irrepressible energy of childhood. Even Mr. Harper smiled when Oliver solemnly explained the proper way to build a fire, his small hands arranging kindling with exaggerated care. As they prepared to leave, Mrs. Harper pressed a small bundle of eggs into Diana's hands. For the children's breakfast, she insisted, though Diana knew it must have cost her to part with them. And thank you, Miss Smith, for understanding what was needed. The words followed Diana into the brightening morning, settling somewhere beneath her ribs where truth and deception waged their constant war. She helped the children back into the cart, her mind already turning to their next stop. Diana's mind raced with calculations and possibilities as they pulled away from the Harpers' cottage. She had arranged for Mrs. Rhodes to check on 3 more households before nightfall, bartered Cook's preserve stores for Mr. Williams's extra grain, and convinced Mrs. Green to share her husband's carpentry skills with those whose roofs still leaked. Each small arrangement felt like a thread in a tapestry of care she was weaving across the estate, invisible perhaps, but essential. Her fingers brushed against the small notebook tucked into her pocket, its pages filled with carefully tracked favors and needs, debts and offerings. She had learned more about the estate's true workings in these past days than any duchess's formal introduction could have provided. The irony of it tightened in her chest as she guided the cart toward their next stop. Duchess's introduction. What would she do? The bridge site echoed with the rhythm of labor, the strike of mallets against wooden pins, the groan of hemp ropes through tackle blocks, and the constant voice of the swollen river below. Gabriel moved through it all like a man possessed, his linen shirt dark with sweat and river spray, despite the morning's bite. The remnants of the old stone pier jutted from the water like a broken tooth, their only anchor for the temporary wooden span they struggled to construct. High above, the first timber balks reached tentatively toward the far bank, each massive oak beam secured to the trestle work they'd managed to establish. But the river had grown restless in the night, its waters churning with debris swept down from the hills. Even now, fragments of fencing and branches tumbled past their improvised scaffolding. "The next balk is ready, Your Grace," Thomas called from his position by the tackle. "If we can secure it to the first trestle, we might reach the middle pier by nightfall." Gabriel watched his men work the rope tackles, their bodies straining in perfect coordination as they guided the massive timber into position. Something felt wrong, a whisper of instinct buried beneath years of proper ducal training. The hemp rope creaked ominously through the block and tackle, fibers straining white against the dead weight of oak. "Careful now," Thomas's voice carried over the river's roar. "Keep the tackle steady." The hemp rope's sudden snap cut through the air like a pistol shot. Time crystallized into perfect, terrible clarity as the massive oak balk lurched free. The motion sent shudders through the trestle work, each tremor magnified by the weight of timber and iron above. Gabriel saw Daniel's eyes widen in recognition, a heartbeat before the temporary staging gave way beneath him. "Watch out!" The words tore from Gabriel's throat as he lunged forward, but he was too far, always too far. Daniel's startled cry pierced the morning as he fell, his body striking the remaining crossbeams with a sickening thud. Loose planking cascaded into the churning water below, each splash a mockery of their careful engineering. Gabriel reached the injured man first, his boots finding purchase on treacherous oak through instinct alone. Daniel lay crumpled against the remaining trestle, his face white as fresh lime wash, his arm twisted at an angle that made Gabriel's stomach clench. Blood from a shallow cut above his eye painted a stark line down his cheek. "I'm all right, Your Grace," Daniel managed, though the words caught on a gasp that betrayed his brave facade. "Like hell you are." Gabriel's voice was rough with fear and fury. At the accident, at his own helplessness, at the impossible weight of responsibility that seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. The break was clean, at least, but without the surgeon. "Thomas, get him to the Abbey. Mrs. Rhodes will have to suffice until we can fetch Hawthorne from across the river." The men moved with the efficiency born of shared danger, using ropes and a makeshift sling to carefully extract Daniel from the wreckage. Gabriel stayed close, one hand on Daniel's good shoulder, as if contact alone could somehow ease the young man's pain. Only when they had him safely on solid ground did Gabriel allow himself to survey the full extent of the damage. The river had claimed their morning's work, along with precious oak they could ill afford to lose. The remaining trestle work looked more skeletal than ever, reaching toward the opposite bank like a desperate man's plea. But it was the human cost that twisted in Gabriel's gut. Daniel's pain, the fear in his men's eyes, the knowledge that it could have been so much worse. He ran a hand over his face, exhaustion seeping into his bones like the damp that pervaded everything. The gesture pulled at muscles already strained from days of labor, a physical reminder of how far he'd stepped from his usual role. A duke should command from a distance, maintain proper dignity. Instead, here he stood in the mud, his hands as rough as any laborer's, the taste of failure bitter on his tongue. "Clear the debris," Gabriel ordered, forcing steadiness into his voice. "No one sets foot on the remaining trestle work until we've checked every joint and timber." The words tasted of ash and failure, but he kept his spine straight, his expression unmoved. A duke's mask, as carefully constructed as the bridge they struggled to rebuild. The men dispersed to their tasks, leaving Gabriel alone with the river's accusatory voice. He turned toward the Abbey, its golden stone barely visible through the morning mist. Somewhere within those walls, Miss Smith would be going about her duties, perhaps gathering the children for their lessons, unaware of how close they'd come to tragedy. The thought of her, of the quiet strength in her gaze, the challenge in her smile, sent an unwelcome warmth through his chest. It would be so easy to send for her, to seek the comfort of her presence, the way she seemed to understand him without words. But that way lay madness. He was a duke, bound by duty and an arranged marriage to a woman he'd never met. Miss Smith was impossible, dangerous, a temptation he couldn't afford, not when so many lives depended on his judgment remaining clear. Thomas approached, his weathered face grave in the strengthening daylight. "The tackle block split clean through, Your Grace. Even seasoned oak can't always be trusted after such storms." Gabriel welcomed the interruption, turning back to the practical concerns that should be his only focus. "We'll need to recalculate the entire approach. The center appears more damaged than we thought." But even as he lost himself in discussions of load-bearing weights and timber supplies, part of him remained treacherously aware of the Abbey's silhouette, of Miss Smith moving through its halls like a flame that threatened to consume everything he'd built his life upon. The memory of their kiss burned still, a heat that no amount of cold river water could quench. Perhaps it wasn't Miss Smith who should leave. Perhaps it was the bride, and this infernal arrangement that bound him to a stranger while his heart, no. He couldn't afford such thoughts. Not now. Not ever. He pushed away from the bridge rail, ignoring the protest of overtaxed muscles. "Send word to Harrison about more timber," he instructed Thomas, "and have someone check the old quarry road. If we can't rebuild here, we'll need an alternate route, however rough." The words were practical, measured, ducal, everything he was supposed to be. But beneath them, in the chambers of his heart he'd thought long sealed by duty's demands, something wild and dangerous stirred. Something that whispered of choice over obligation, of desire over duty, of the impossible chance at happiness that waited in a pair of amber eyes. He gripped the rough wood of the remaining trestle work, letting its splinters ground him in reality. To even consider her that way was madness. The Tun would never accept a duke who married his children's governess. His creditors would call in their notes at the first whisper of scandal. The estate, already balanced on a knife's edge, would crumble. And it wasn't just his own position at stake. Every soul on his land depended on him maintaining the proper order of things. The maids who needed their positions, the tenant farmers who relied on his protection, the very children whose futures he was bound to secure, all would suffer for one moment of weakness. "Your Grace?" Thomas's voice cut through his dark reverie. "Should I send word to the Abbey about young Daniel?" Gabriel straightened, forcing his thoughts back to their proper channels. "Yes, and tell Mrs. Rhodes to spare no expense in his care." He paused, then added with careful precision, "Have Jenkins inform Miss Smith that the children's afternoon ride is canceled. The paths near the bridge aren't safe." Diana watched the landscape unfurl before them like a tapestry of need, fences lying broken and twisted, wheat stalks beaten flat in the waterlogged fields, the Bickford's barn roof sagging beneath the weight of accumulated water. Yet beneath the damage, she sensed the quiet resilience of these people, their determination to rebuild whatever nature had torn asunder. Sophie and Oliver's chatter had softened to drowsy murmurs beside her, their small bodies warm against her sides as the afternoon light painted long shadows across the rutted path. Diana catalogued each sign of destruction with the eyes not of a governess, but of someone who held these people's lives in her hands, even if they didn't know it yet. Mrs. Bickford appeared in her doorway like a figure from a Dutch painting, her heavily pregnant form silhouetted against the dim interior, one hand braced against the doorframe, while the other cradled her swollen belly. Her face brightened at their approach, relief softening the lines of worry around her eyes. "Miss Smith, and the children too." Diana descended from the cart with careful grace, her boots finding purchase in the muddy yard. "I thought we might see how you're faring," she offered, noting the pallor beneath Mrs. Bickford's forced cheer, the way she leaned more heavily against the door than was strictly necessary. "Well enough," Mrs. Bickford managed, though the tremor in her smile betrayed her. "The baby's taking its time, but I'm managing." Diana stepped closer, letting her hand rest on Mrs. Bickford's arm. Through the worn muslin of her sleeve, Diana could feel the slight tremor of exhaustion. "You shouldn't be managing alone," she said, her voice carrying the quiet authority she struggled daily to suppress. "I'll speak with Mrs. Green. She's just beyond the north field, isn't she? She can look in on you daily until the baby comes." Mrs. Bickford's eyes welled with sudden tears, the afternoon light catching them like dew on morning grass. "That would mean the world, Miss Smith. I've been that frightened, if I'm honest." Something in Diana's chest tightened painfully. This was what it meant to truly care for an estate, not the grand parties and formal dinners her grandmother had described, but these quiet moments of fear and comfort, of one woman reaching out to another across the artificial boundaries of class and circumstance. "It's the least we can do," Diana assured her, though the words felt insufficient against the weight of the other woman's gratitude. Sophie slipped from the cart then, moving to Mrs. Bickford's side with the instinctive grace of childhood, her small hand finding the older woman's free one. "Will you tell the baby about our visits?" Sophie asked earnestly, and for a moment the gathered women's laughter lightened the heavy afternoon air. The rest of the day passed in a blur of similar calls, each stop adding to the invisible web of care and obligation Diana wove across the estate. By the time they turned the cart toward home, the setting sun painted the Abbey's stones in shades of amber and gold. Their cargo had transformed, empty baskets now filled with grain traded from Mr. Williams's stores, firewood promised by the carpenter's widow, tools lent by hands that understood the meaning of shared burden. But it was the news that greeted them in the Abbey's courtyard that shattered Diana's careful composure. "An accident at the bridge," Mrs. Winters said without preamble, her usually stern face etched with concern. "Young Daniel's broken his arm, poor lad." Diana's heart seized. "The Duke?" The word escaped before she could stop it, raw with an emotion she dared not name. "His Grace is unharmed," Mrs. Winters assured her quickly, "though it's been a cruel, hard day for all." Relief flooded Diana's limbs, followed immediately by a deeper ache. She could picture Gabriel there, refusing to leave until every man was cared for, taking the weight of each setback onto his own shoulders. So like him, so frustratingly, wonderfully like him, to push himself beyond all reasonable limits. The bridge's distant silhouette beckoned through the gathering dusk, a broken thing awaiting repair. Diana's fingers curled into her palms, nails biting flesh as she fought the urge to go to him, to share the burden he seemed determined to bear alone. Tomorrow, she vowed, she would do more. Chapter 14. Dawn painted Rothbury Abbey in shades of promise and regret, the morning mist curling around its golden stones like a woman's hesitant touch. 2 days had passed since Daniel's accident at the bridge, each hour marked by the steady rhythm of hammers and the ever-present voice of the river below. Gabriel stood at his study window, a letter from the Duchess of Radcliffe lying open on his desk like an accusation. She would arrive within the week, she wrote, and hoped to find matters progressing satisfactorily with the estate. The carefully worded inquiry about preparations for the bride's comfort had set his teeth on edge. Even now, the thought of his unseen American wife twisted something in his chest, a sensation that grew more uncomfortable with each passing day. "Watching for your governess again?" Marcus's voice carried a hint of amusement as he entered without ceremony. 2 days of helping at the bridge had worn away the last vestiges of formality between them. "She's been rather scarce lately, the children too." Gabriel turned from the window, fighting the urge to deny the obvious. "Miss Smith has been taking their lessons out of doors. The weather's been fair enough." "Indeed?" Marcus raised an eyebrow, settling into a chair with the ease of long friendship. "And I suppose their absence has nothing to do with how you watch her when she's near?" "The bridge, Marcus," Gabriel cut in, though the words lacked force. "We should be at the bridge." Marcus's boots clicked against the polished floor as he crossed to the window, his reflection ghosting across the glass like a half-formed thought. "You can't keep avoiding what's right before your eyes, old friend." "I'm avoiding nothing." Gabriel's fingers traced the edge of the Duchess's letter, its crisp paper that seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour. The estate requires more than one man's stubborn dedication." Marcus's voice softened. "Even if that man is a duke." Morning light spilled across the desk, catching the heavy signet ring on Gabriel's finger, the ring that marked him as Rothbury, that carried the weight of centuries of duty and expectation. Beyond the window, the distant line of trees swayed in a wind he couldn't feel, their branches reaching toward a future he couldn't quite grasp. "There's movement on the far bank," Marcus said suddenly, breaking the weighted silence. "Quite a lot of it, actually." Gabriel squinted against the rising sun. Indeed, figures moved among the trees across the river, like pieces on a chessboard he hadn't known he was playing. The sight stirred something in his memory. Miss Smith's absence these past 2 days, the children's mysterious enthusiasm for their outdoor lessons, the way the servants seemed to hold their breath, waiting. "We should," he began, but the sudden sound of cartwheels on gravel cut through the morning air. Not from the bridge side of the Abbey, but from the south road that wound past Rosewood Park. Both men turned toward the sound, and Gabriel's the world shifted beneath his feet. There, leading a procession of carts and workers like some conquering general, was Miss Smith. The children rode beside her, their faces bright with barely contained excitement. Sunlight caught her profile, turning her simple dark gown into something almost regal. What the devil? The procession wound its way toward them like a river finding its course, wagons laden with timber and rope, carts spilling over with tools and supplies, and everywhere faces bright with purpose. Diana sat straight-backed in the lead cart, her hands steady on the reins, her presence somehow both commanding and carefully proper. Sophie and Oliver flanked her like small guardians, their usual restless energy transformed into something that looked remarkably like dignity. "Good God," Marcus breathed beside him. "Your governess has raised an army." She had. The realization struck Gabriel with the force of a physical blow. While he'd been focused on the bridge, measuring progress in inches and calculations, Miss Smith had been weaving together something far more powerful than mere engineering. Every tenant family seemed represented in the parade that approached, faces he recognized from both sides of the river, people who should have been separated by the bridge's destruction. More figures emerged from the tree line across the water, their shouts carrying faintly over the river's constant voice. Gabriel watched, transfixed, as they began setting up their own work area, matching the organization he'd established on his side. The coordination was unmistakable, impossible, and yet, "I believe," Marcus said with quiet amusement, "we're about to discover what your Miss Smith has been doing with her outdoor lessons." Gabriel barely heard him. He was already moving through the study, downstairs, out the front door, and drawn toward the courtyard like a moth to flame. Each step brought new details into focus: the precise organization of the wagons, the way workers called greetings across the divide, the subtle dance of authority and deference that kept Miss Smith at the center of it all, while appearing to direct nothing. She saw him coming. Of course she did. Her smile held a hint of challenge as she drew the cart to a halt, though her voice remained perfectly modulated. "Your Grace, I hope you'll forgive the interruption, but we thought the bridge repairs might benefit from a few additional hands." The understatement was so elegant it nearly masked the magnitude of what she'd accomplished. Nearly. "A few additional hands," Gabriel repeated, unable to keep the wonder from his voice. "Miss Smith, you appear to have mobilized half the county." "Oh no, Your Grace." Her eyes sparkled with barely suppressed triumph, merely those within shouting distance of the river's narrowest points. "Though I must say Mrs. Bickford's cousin has a remarkably carrying voice, most useful for coordinating efforts across the water." Diana's eyes met Gabriel's across the morning air, and for a moment, the careful mask of the governess slipped, revealing a flash of something fierce and proud beneath. She descended from the cart with practiced grace, her skirts settling around her ankles like dark waters finding their level. "Your Grace," she began, her voice pitched to carry just far enough for propriety, but no further. "When word reached us of young Daniel's accident, it seemed clear that additional assistance would be prudent." She gestured to the organized chaos around them, each movement precise, controlled. The tenants were most eager to help once they understood the necessity. Gabriel watched her, caught between admiration and an unsettling sense that he was seeing something both familiar and impossible. She moved through the crowd like water through stone, somehow both yielding and inexorable. Farmers doffed their caps as she passed. Women called quiet greetings, and through it all, she maintained that delicate balance, never quite commanding, yet somehow orchestrating every movement. "And the far bank?" he asked, watching another group emerge. "How did you manage that?" A smile touched her lips, quick as summer lightning. "The river narrows considerably near Willow Bend, Your Grace. Mrs. Bickford's cousin, you remember her? The one with the remarkably carrying voice. She proved quite adept at conveying messages across the water, once we established that channel of communication." She spread her hands in a gesture that somehow encompassed the entire scene, without a hint of pride or presumption. "Most impressive, Miss Smith," Marcus interjected, his tone rich with meanings Gabriel dared not interpret. "One might almost think you had experience managing such endeavors." Something flickered in Diana's eyes, there and gone like a fish beneath dark water, but her voice remained steady, proper. "One learns a great deal about organization when managing children's education, my lord. Would you not agree, Your Grace?" Her gaze met Gabriel's, challenge wrapped in perfect deference. After all, every skill must be taught through practical application. Sophie and Oliver had appeared at her side, their usual exuberance tempered by obvious pride. "We've been learning about resource management, Papa," Sophie announced, the grown-up words careful on her tongue. "Miss Smith says it's the most important lesson of all." Reality reshaped itself with each passing moment. The morning light caught in Diana's hair as she bent to whisper something to Oliver, the dark strands escaping her severe cap like rebellion made manifest. She traversed the organized chaos with the same fluid grace she showed in the schoolroom, each gesture precise, measured, perfect. Too perfect. The thought whispered through his mind like smoke, impossible to grasp yet refusing to dissipate. No mere governess, no matter how accomplished, could command such effortless authority. Even now, He watched hardened farmers and weather-beaten laborers defer to her subtle directions, their rough hands gentle with tools she'd somehow procured, their voices carrying across the water in a coordinated dance of effort she'd orchestrated. "The timber's being positioned on both banks, Your Grace," she continued, each word carefully chosen. "I took the liberty of having the measurements called across at dawn. The river's voice is quieter then, you see. And Mr. Harrison was kind enough to share his expertise about the local oak groves." She paused, something flickering in her amber eyes. "Though I believe you'll find the wood from Rosewood Park, Lady Eleanor's stands superior for our immediate needs." Our immediate needs. The phrase hung in the air between them, laden with unspoken weight. Behind him, Gabriel could feel Marcus's knowing gaze, could sense his friend's amusement at this subtle shifting of power. But it was Sophie's words that struck deepest. "Miss Smith says a true leader understands their people's strengths," his daughter announced, her small chin lifted in unconscious mimicry of her governess's pose, "and that the greatest resource any estate has is its people's trust." Trust. The word echoed in Gabriel's chest like a bell tone, clear and haunting. He looked at Miss Smith, really looked at her, and the edifice of her disguise seemed to waver, like heat shimmer above summer roads. Something ancient and powerful stirred in his blood, a recognition he dared not name. "Miss Smith has created quite the miracle here," Marcus observed softly. "One might wonder at such capabilities." But Gabriel was already moving toward the growing crowd of workers, his voice rising above the river's constant song. "We'll need teams on both banks. Thomas, coordinate with Harrison's men across the water. Every moment of daylight counts now." The familiar rhythm of command steadied him, gave him purpose beyond the unsettling questions that whispered at the edges of his mind. Workers dispersed to their tasks. The massive operation Miss Smith had orchestrated falling naturally under his direction. It was easier this way, to focus on timber and rope, on the solid reality of reconstruction, rather than the mystery that stood watching him with those knowing amber eyes. "The children and I should return to the house," Diana said, her voice carrying that perfect note of deference that suddenly seemed too practiced, too precise. "Unless Your Grace requires anything further?" Gabriel turned to her, caught again by the strange dichotomy of her presence. The simple dark gown that somehow draped like the finest silk, the severe cap that failed to fully contain the elegant line of her neck. "The children's lessons," he said. "What exactly have you been teaching them?" Something like amusement flickered in her gaze. "Resource management, Your Grace, the coordination of people and materials toward a common goal." She paused, that hint of challenge surfacing again. "It's a vital skill for their future roles, is it not?" The words struck him like a physical blow. He watched her lead the children away, their small forms flanking her like devoted courtiers, and felt the world shifted once more. "Send her away," his mind whispered. "Send her away before this dangerous attraction, these mounting suspicions, could threaten everything he'd built." But the thought of the Abbey without her presence, without her quiet competence and surprising wisdom, it felt like contemplating a world without sunlight. "Marcus," he mumbled, watching her disappear into the morning mist. "That girl is not what she seems." His friend's knowing smile carried volumes. "I'll see what I can discover." By sunset, the bridge work had progressed more in one day than in all the days since the accident. Gabriel sat in his study, pouring himself 2 fingers of amber liquid into a glass. The mysterious Miss Smith had brought them resources he hadn't dared hope for, connections he hadn't known existed. Perhaps the American bride's fortune wasn't as essential as he'd thought. Perhaps there was another path. The Duchess of Radcliffe's letter seemed to scorn him from his desk, a reminder of obligations that suddenly felt as insubstantial as morning mist. He touched the paper, then let his hand fall away. Tomorrow's problems could wait. Today, at least, hope had taken solid form in oak and iron, in the strength of many hands working as one. And if that hope wore a governess's dark gown and smiled with quiet triumph, well, that was tomorrow's problem too. The evening deepened around Rothbury Abbey like velvet drawn across silk, shadows lengthening until they pooled in corners and draped across corridors. Gabriel stood in his study, a glass of untouched brandy catching lamplight on his desk. The day's triumph should have been enough. The bridge's progress, the estate's salvation taking shape in timber and determination. Yet his mind circled back to her. The precise arch of her neck as she directed workers twice her age. The flash of authority in her eyes, quickly veiled but unmistakable. The way his children looked at her, not with mere affection, but with the devotion usually reserved for... He set the glass down with more force than necessary. Proper thanks should be given. It was only right, only correct that he acknowledge what she'd accomplished. The estate's needs demanded no less. Lies, all of it. But they were pretty lies, weren't they? The kind that let a man pretend his heart wasn't betraying him with every beat. "Jenkins," he called, his voice rough. "Ask Miss Smith to attend me in the study." The words, impossible to call back. Gabriel moved to the window, Rickless watching darkness claim the gardens below. Behind him, the clock marked time with merciless precision, each tick a reminder of how many ways this could go wrong. And still he waited, pulse quickening at the thought of her approach. Chapter 15. Diana's heart drummed against her ribs as she made her way through Rothbury Abbey's darkened corridors, each step an exercise in composure. A cold dread seeped into her bones as Jenkins's summons echoed, each step toward the study a hammer blow against her heart. Had Gabriel discovered her deception? Yet beneath these fears lurked something more dangerous, anticipation. The mere thought of being alone with him sent heat climbing up her neck, memories of their kiss by the lake haunting her with treacherous persistence. She smoothed trembling fingers over her severe dark gown, touching her hair to ensure no curls had escaped their pins. A governess, she reminded herself. Just a governess. The study door loomed before her like destiny itself. Diana drew in a steadying breath, forcing her features into proper serenity before knocking. "Enter." Gabriel stood backlit by the hearth, his formal coat discarded, his white shirt catching golden shadows that emphasized the breadth of his shoulders. The intimacy of his partially undressed state sent a fresh wave of heat through her chest. He turned, and the intensity of his gaze nearly undid her careful composure. "Miss Smith." He crossed to the small table that held crystal decanters, his movements carrying that fluid grace that never failed to catch her breath. "I should like to thank you properly for today's triumph." He poured amber liquid into 2 glasses, and Diana watched the play of firelight across his hands, unable to look away. "Though I confess," he continued, his voice dropping to that register that seemed to bypass her ears entirely and settle somewhere beneath her ribs, "I find myself with more questions than gratitude. I should like to know what it is." Diana's voice emerged steadier than she felt, though her pulse still fluttered traitorously at her throat. "French brandy." He turned, offering her one of the glasses. Lamplight caught the amber liquid, turning it to liquid gold. His eyes held hers as she accepted it, and she felt the brush of his fingers against hers like a brand. Heat climbed her cheeks, but she lifted her chin and met his amused gaze. "I suppose it is not a genteel drink," but she took it from his hand and drank it down like a sailor, the familiar burn a reminder of evenings spent in her father's study, where the scent of brandy had mingled with leather-bound ledgers and tales of distant ports. Something shifted in Gabriel's expression as he watched her, surprise perhaps, or recognition. "You continue to defy expectations, Miss Smith." He moved closer, close enough that she could smell the sandalwood and cedar that clung to his skin. "I find myself wondering what other surprises you might harbor." Diana's heart stumbled. She turned away from the dangerous heat in his gaze, moving toward the fireplace where shadows might hide the telltale flush of her cheeks. "The children were remarkable today," she said quickly, the words tumbling out like water over stones. "Oliver especially, the way he spoke to the tenants, not like a child of 6 at all, but like the young lord he'll become. And Sophie." A log shifted in the fireplace, sending sparks dancing up the chimney like earthbound stars. She kept her eyes fixed on the flames, using their hypnotic dance to steady herself. "Sophie has such a gift for healing. It was her idea to ask Miss Rhodes about the herb poultices, you know. She remembered how Mrs. Frothmore had helped with the Barnes baby, having 6 children of her own." Her words trailed into silence as Gabriel's footsteps crossed the Turkish carpet. He appeared at her side, close enough that the sleeve of his fine linen shirt nearly brushed her gown. The air between them seemed to thicken, heavy with unspoken things. "Miss Smith." His voice had roughened, carrying that timbre that seemed to vibrate through her bones. "Look at me." She turned to meet his gaze, though every lesson in propriety screamed against it. In the firelight, his eyes had darkened to smoke, and something in their depths made her breath catch. He stood so close now that she could see the faint shadow of evening stubble along his jaw, could count the tiny flecks of blue in his irises. Her heart thundered against her ribs as he lifted one hand to her cheek, his fingertips barely grazing her skin. The touch sent tremors through her body, and she found herself surrounded by the heady scent of him, sandalwood and something wonderfully masculine she couldn't place. She resisted the temptation to close her eyes and breathe him in, to lean into that light touch and encourage him to take this moment further. What if he did? What then? Would he kiss her again? Did she want him to? She remained utterly still, transfixed by the softness of his touch, by the way the firelight painted shadows across the planes of his face. Yes, God help her. She wanted him to kiss her. Her gaze flickered to his, and she felt rather than saw his recognition of her desire. A flash of masculine satisfaction crossed his features, but she couldn't bring herself to care. Not when he was so close. It was maddening when every breath brought them closer to something dangerous and inevitable. Unable to bear the intensity of his knowing gaze, she closed her eyes. Without sight, every other sensation heightened. The warmth of the fire at her back, the whisper of his breath against her cheek, the overwhelming awareness of his presence. She swayed toward his heat, knowing it was brazen but unable to stop herself. There was something about this man that made her forget herself. Her lies, everything she had promised she would never become, legs shackled and not free. "Miss Smith." He whispered her name, and she resisted the urge to open her eyes, fearing any movement might shatter this warm, intimate spell woven around them. Instead, she let herself sink into the sound of his deep voice, wishing desperately he would call her by her true name, Diana, as her hands rose of their own volition to brush the soft fabric of his shirt, fingers aching to explore the broad expanse of his chest and that tantalizing triangle of skin where his cravat should have been. Her tentative touch seemed to break something loose in him. He settled his lips to hers, and she nearly melted with a mix of pleasure and relief. This kiss was softer than their encounter by the lake, an exploration rather than a storm. His hands slid into the hair at her nape, loosening pins with careful deliberation as his lips passed over hers in a feather-light touch, once, twice, intoxicating her with each delicate caress. Diana sighed, her lips parting, and he rewarded her surrender by deepening the kiss, aligning his mouth more fully to hers. His tongue traced the fullness of her bottom lip, leaving a path of fire in its wake that made her knees weaken. She spread her fingers wide against the solid warmth of him, trailing her hands over his broad shoulders and pressing herself closer, silently pleading for more. He understood, wrapping his arms around her and drawing her into the cradle of his embrace. The stroke of his tongue against hers sent lightning through her veins, and when he broke away to trail his lips across her cheek to her ear, she thought she might shatter from the sweetness of it. He whispered her name, her false name, more sensation than sound, before taking the soft lobe between his teeth. The gentle pressure sent a shiver of intense pleasure down her spine, and her arms wound around his neck of their own accord. She felt him smile against her skin as he pressed his lips to the sensitive spot behind her ear, where her pulse beat a mad, unbearable rhythm. His hands found the pins securing her cap, and with a low sound of frustration, he pulled them free. "This damned cap!" he growled against her throat, tossing the offending muslin aside. "Hiding you away." His fingers threaded through her hair, freeing the remaining pins until her dark curls tumbled down her back like midnight silk. He wrapped the heavy mass around his hand, using the gentle pressure to tilt her head back, exposing the long line of her throat to his hungry mouth. He rained soft, irresistible kisses down her neck, pausing to scrape his teeth against her skin until she whimpered her pleasure and struggled to remain standing. The firelight caught her freed curls, painting them with threads of copper and gold, and she heard his sharp intake of breath at the sight. He lifted her then, his arms sure and strong, and without removing his mouth from her neck, carried her to the large winged chair by the fireplace. He settled her across his lap, lifting his head to capture her gaze, as if seeking permission to continue. She sighed her approval as he tilted her chin up and returned his attention to the soft skin where her neck met her shoulder, his tongue tracing patterns that made her wild. Her gasp brought his mouth back to hers, capturing her lips in a deeper kiss as one hand slid up her side to hover at the edge of her breast. The sudden stillness of his hand there was maddening. Her breast felt impossibly heavy, aching for his touch in a way she had never dreamed possible before this moment, before this man. She shifted restlessly in his lap, willing him to move, and he lifted his mouth from hers. His passionate gray eyes captured her gaze, dark with desire, and something that looked dangerously like triumph. "What is it?" His thumb moved, just barely, but enough to tell her he knew precisely what she wanted. The devil was teasing her. The words wouldn't come, couldn't come. The heel of his hand, that wicked, knowing hand, pressed against her, and he set his lips to her ear. So beautiful, so passionate. The words, more breath than sound, sent an explosion of heat through her. "Show me." Something inside her broke free. She slid her hand down his arm to where his hand lay and pulled back to meet his gaze with more courage than she'd ever known she possessed. She moved his hand to capture her breast fully. When the heavy weight settled in his grasp, they both watched as he stroked his fingers across the fabric, his thumb finding the place where her nipple strained against the muslin. "Tell me how it feels." His voice had roughened to gravel. She blushed furiously. I cannot." He repeated the caress, and her breath caught on a gasp. "You can." She shook her head, drowning in sensation. "I have never. It is too much." He rewarded her confession with another searing kiss as he slid one finger beneath the edge of her gown, running the back of it against her heated skin. The touch sparked a memory that hit her like ice water. He was married to her. He was betraying her, with her again. Diana cried out, breaking the kiss and pushing hard against his chest. She scrambled from his lap, nearly stumbling in her haste to put distance between them. Her legs shook as she backed toward the door, her hair a wild tumble around her shoulders, her gown askew. "You!" The word tore from her throat, breathless and accusing. She lifted her chin in desperate defiance, though her body still thrummed with want. "You are married!" She said it again, as if repetition could make the bitter truth easier to bear. "You are married." What the devil? The words scraped from his throat, rough with lingering desire and sudden loss. The space where she had been moments ago still held her warmth, her phantom weight across his lap a sweet torment. He gripped the arms of his chair, forcing himself to remain seated when every instinct screamed to go after her. The words hollowed his chest, and leaving him scrambling to find footing against the wave of truth they carried. Married. The term felt foreign and distant, as if it belonged to someone else entirely, a shadow of a man bound by duty and paper instead of love and understanding. It wasn't the promise itself that weighed on him, but the emptiness of it. He hadn't chosen this life, not the title, not the estate teetering on ruin, and certainly not the faceless bride waiting for him like an extension of his father's will. Yet the vows, unspoken but binding, hung over him like the weight of centuries, as unyielding as the stones of Rothbury Abbey itself. And now here she stood, Miss Smith, the woman who made him laugh when he hadn't thought himself capable of it, who had restored light to his children's eyes, and who, despite every attempt he'd made to maintain control, had become something more dangerous than temptation. She was hope. Damn her. Hope for something more than obligations and empty alliances. The realization hit like a second blow. It wasn't just the vows to his unseen bride that made this moment impossible. It was the betrayal of his own principles, of the man he thought he'd always been. Yet here he stood, caught between the woman before him and the duties that defined him, longing for something he had no right to claim. Now she stood like a goddess of chaos incarnate, her magnificent dark hair tumbling in waves past her shoulders, lips swollen from his kisses, chest rising and falling with rapid breaths that strained against the severe dark bodice of her gown. Her eyes blazed with something fiercer than mere anger. Betrayal, perhaps, or some deeper hurt he couldn't quite grasp. Firelight caught the amber depths of her gaze, turning them to liquid gold, and all he could think was how those glorious curls would look spread across his pillow, her skin gilded by candlelight, her proper governess's facade stripped away to reveal. He shook himself, hard. This way lay madness. She was his children's governess, for God's sake. He was a duke engaged to an unseen American bride, and he had just thoroughly compromised the one person who had brought light and back to his household. Miss Smith, But what could he say? That he was sorry? The lie stuck in his throat. He wasn't sorry. Damn his soul. He wanted her with a desperation that frightened him, that defied all logic and propriety. He should have known better, should have maintained proper distance, should never have summoned her here in this dangerous twilight hour. But watching her standing there, trembling with indignation and something darker, more primal, he knew there had never been any other possible outcome. From the moment she'd stormed into his life with her unconventional methods and quiet authority, they had been moving toward this collision like planets drawn into each other's orbits. He had well and truly bumbled it all. Miss Smith. He rose slowly, as if approaching a frightened doe ready to bolt. I should apologize. Apologize? Her voice cracked like winter ice. You think an apology is sufficient? You are married to another, Your Grace. Yet here you are, taking liberties with your children's governess while your bride awaits you. The bitterness in her tone struck him like a physical blow. A bride I've never met, he said, the words tasting of ash even as he spoke them. A marriage arranged by proxy, nothing more than signatures on paper and my father's last command. And that makes it right? Her eyes glittered with unshed tears, making them look like amber caught in the rain. Does it make it honorable to seduce a woman in your employ while your wife, whoever she may be, trusts in your fidelity? There is nothing right about any of this. The words burst from him with more force than he intended. He ran a hand through his hair, disturbing its careful arrangement. Do you think I haven't fought this? Haven't tried to maintain proper distance? But you. He gestured helplessly at her disheveled splendor, at the way her freed hair framed her face like a dark halo. You upset everything, every careful plan, every rigid boundary. So then, this is my fault? That is not what I have said. A single tear escaped, trailing down her cheek like a fallen star. The sight of it nearly undid him. I don't want your carefully constructed excuses, she whispered. I don't want to be the reason a man betrays his vows, even vows made to a stranger. Miss, what the devil is your given name? Miss Smith, she said sharply, though her voice trembled. I am Miss Smith, Your Grace, nothing more. She backed toward the door, her fingers finding the handle behind her. And I think it best if I tender my resignation immediately. No, the force of his own reaction startled him. The children will survive without me. Another tear fell, then another, as we all must survive our choices. The door closed behind her with terrible finality, leaving Gabriel alone with the fire's dying embers and the ghost of her warmth still haunting his skin. He stood there, frozen, staring at the closed door, as if sheer willpower could bring her back. Resignation? No, he couldn't allow it. The very idea of the Abbey without her presence was unthinkable, a bleak landscape stripped of its light and warmth. But how could he stop her? How could he demand that she stay when every moment she remained only deepened the chasm of impropriety he had already breached? His hands curled into fists at his sides, the tension in his chest unbearable. She wasn't just leaving his employ, she was leaving him, and the ache of it felt sharper than it had any right to. Damn it all, he muttered, turning back to the fire and gripping the mantle as though it might anchor him. He had to find a way to keep her, to convince her that this, whatever this was, wasn't something he could let go of. Not yet. Chapter 16. Diana flung open the wardrobe door, the hinges creaking in protest as she began pulling out dresses and tossing them onto the bed. One moment, she yanked open drawers with frantic energy, gathering what little she owned. The next, she threw it all back in frustration, as if the very idea of packing up her life was too much to bear. The small sewing basket perched on the highest shelf caught her eye. Her fingers hesitated before reaching for it, her heart hammering in her chest. Slowly, she lifted the lid, revealing the small bundle of Spanish coins wrapped carefully in ribbons. Their dull glint caught the dim light, and she stared at them, a knot tightening in her throat. "You should go," she whispered to herself, her voice cracking. "You should leave before it all unravels." But even as the words left her lips, they felt like a lie. She couldn't leave. Not while the bridge was in shambles, not while the children needed her, not while Gabriel. Her breath hitched, and she slammed the basket shut, pushing it back onto the shelf with trembling hands. She sagged onto the edge of the bed, her hands covering her face as tears spilled over. The soft sobs that escaped her were raw, unguarded, and utterly unlike the composed governess she had tried so hard to be. Her shoulders shook as she pressed her fingers to her temples, willing herself to think, to find some semblance of control. But the storm within her refused to settle. The quiet knock startled her, and she quickly wiped her tears with the edge of her sleeve. Before she could compose herself fully, Mrs. Winters stepped inside, a tray of tea balanced carefully in her hands. The housekeeper's sharp gaze swept the room, lingering briefly on the disarray of garments before settling on Diana's tear-streaked face. "Forgive me, Miss Smith," Mrs. Winters said briskly, as though nothing were amiss. She set the tray on the small table by the window and began pouring a cup of tea. "You looked as though you could use this." Diana opened her mouth to protest, but no words came. Her composure cracked further under Mrs. Winters' quiet, steady presence. The housekeeper handed her the cup without a word, her expression neutral but watchful. Diana hesitated before taking a sip, the warmth of the tea grounding her. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice hoarse. Mrs. Winters pulled a chair closer and sat, her hands folding neatly in her lap. "Talking to the walls rarely yields solutions, Miss Smith, though I must say they do make for sympathetic listeners." A weak laugh escaped Diana despite herself, quickly dissolving into a shaky breath. "I suppose I was venting." "Quite understandably," Mrs. Winters said, her voice gentle but firm. Her sharp eyes softened as she added, "I've a knack for noticing what others try to hide. Comes with the job, you see." Diana's grip tightened on the teacup, her fingers trembling slightly. "And what is it you think I'm hiding, Mrs. Winters?" The housekeeper tilted her head slightly, her gaze steady but kind. "That's not for me to say, Miss Smith. I make it a point not to pry into matters where I'm not wanted." She paused, her tone softening further. "But if you ever find yourself in need of a listener who isn't made of stone and plaster, I am here." Diana blinked rapidly, a fresh wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm her. "That's very kind of you," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's only practical," Mrs. Winters replied, rising to her feet with a small smile. "The Abbey has weathered many storms, Miss Smith, but so have its people. You'd be surprised how much strength there is in sharing a burden." She moved toward the door, but hesitated before leaving. "Whatever decision you make, Miss Smith," she said, her voice firm but encouraging, "make it with your whole heart. Half measures rarely lead to satisfaction." The door clicked shut, leaving Diana alone once more. But the weight pressing on her chest felt ever so slightly lighter. She glanced at the sewing basket again, the memory of Mrs. Winters' words echoing in her mind. Make it with your whole heart. For the first time that evening, the idea didn't feel so impossible. Gabriel stood at the window of his study, staring out at the mist-shrouded estate. The soft glow of dawn broke over the horizon, casting pale light across the river's restless current. The water glinted faintly, mirroring the turbulence within him. His fingers flexed at his sides as his thoughts churned. Miss Smith had resigned, and he couldn't stop replaying her tearful words. "You are married." The accusation had cut deeper than he'd thought possible, leaving him raw and uncertain. He turned abruptly, pacing the length of the room. The fire crackled in the hearth, throwing flickering light across the walls, but its warmth didn't touch him. How could he convince her to stay? Her departure solved none of his problems. In fact, it created more. The children adored her, and without her presence, the delicate balance she'd brought to the Abbey would crumble. The sound of bootsteps echoed down the corridor, and moments later, the door opened without ceremony. Marcus strode in, his usual air of irreverence, tempered by the faint scent of leather and brandy. "Gabriel," Marcus said, pausing in the doorway to take in the sight of his friend. "You look like hell." His gaze swept over Gabriel's rumpled shirt, the dark shadows under his eyes, and the faint stubble that marred his usually impeccable appearance. "Have you slept at all?" Marcus asked, his tone tinged with genuine concern. His sharp blue eyes flicked to the glass in Gabriel's hand, the amber liquid catching the morning light. He raised a brow. "And isn't it a bit early for that?" Gabriel turned slowly, the drink untouched but clutched in his hand as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality. "It's never too early when the world feels as though it's falling apart," he muttered, though his tone lacked its usual bite. "I need your help." Marcus arched a brow, stepping further into the room. "That's not something you say every day. What's happened now? The bridge? The tenants? Or does this have to do with your enigmatic Miss Smith?" Gabriel's jaw tightened at the mention of her name. He crossed to the desk, leaning heavily on its edge as though it might bear the weight of his frustration. "She resigned." Marcus froze, his expression shifting from curiosity to shock. "She what? Why?" Gabriel hesitated, the words catching in his throat. "Because I kissed her." For once, Marcus was silent, his gaze narrowing as he took in the full weight of the admission. He let out a low whistle. "Well, that does complicate matters. She's leaving, and it's a disaster," Gabriel said sharply, beginning to pace again. "The children, Sophie and Oliver, they need her. The tenants respect her. She's done more for this estate in weeks than I have in months. And yet, you let your emotions, your passions, get the better of you," Marcus remarked, his tone dry but not unkind. "Is that why you summoned me, to scold you for poor judgment?" "No." Gabriel stopped pacing and turned to face Marcus fully. "Help me find a way out of this damned marriage contract." Marcus blinked, clearly taken aback. "Out of the contract? Gabriel, you're talking about dissolving the very arrangement your father spent his last days orchestrating." "I know," Gabriel snapped, his voice low and rough, "and it's not something I say lightly, but I cannot, will not, bring a wife into this house when—" He broke off, dragging a hand through his hair. "When my feelings for Miss Smith make it impossible to honor those vows." Marcus studied him, his usual levity absent, as he poured himself a drink from the decanter on the sideboard. "You're serious?" "Deadly," Gabriel said, his voice softening. "The Duchess of Radcliffe will be here in days. If I don't act now, she may bring the bride with her. I'll have no chance to." He stopped again, the weight of his words pressing down on him. "To what? Convince Miss Smith to stay?" Marcus set down his glass, his expression unreadable. "Before you go any further, Gabriel, there's something you need to know." Gabriel frowned, crossing his arms. "What is it?" Marcus hesitated, uncharacteristically serious. "You asked me to look into Miss Smith, to see what I could learn about her. Well, I've learned something, and it's not what you'd expect." "What do you mean?" Gabriel's voice was sharp, his posture stiffening. "I mean," Marcus said carefully, "no one seems to know who she is." Gabriel stared at him, his brows knitting together. "What are you talking about?" "The reference from the Duchess of Radcliffe checks out, but beyond that, there's nothing. No one has heard of a governess by the name of Miss Smith. No prior employment, no connections, no history to speak of." Marcus paused, letting the weight of the revelation settle before delivering the final blow. "And then there's the matter of the Spanish dollars." "Spanish dollars?" Gabriel repeated, the words filled with disbelief. "A tenant mentioned it to me in passing," Marcus said, his tone deliberately casual. "Apparently, Miss Smith paid handsomely for a horse and cart, with coins that aren't exactly common in these parts." Gabriel stiffened, the tension in his frame palpable. "That makes no sense. Why would a governess have such coins?" "That's exactly the question, isn't it?" Marcus leaned back against the desk, watching his friend closely. "Who is she, Gabriel? And what is she hiding?" Gabriel turned away, his gaze drawn back to the window. "I'll find out," he said, his voice edged with determination. "Whatever it takes, I'll find out." With that, Gabriel strode from the study, leaving Marcus to standing there alone. Gabriel stomped down the corridor with the force of a storm, his boots clicking sharply against the polished floors. The early light of day barely softened his mood, and as he neared Miss Smith's quarters, the sight of her partially open door only fueled his irritation. When he pushed the door fully open, he stopped short, his brows snapping together. The room looked as though a tempest had passed through it. The wardrobe stood ajar, its doors crooked on their hinges, while a pile of clothes spilled halfway onto the floor. Drawers were pulled out and shoved back haphazardly, their contents dangling over the edges. A small bag lay slumped on the bed, its flap open, revealing an assortment of garments spilling out as though in frantic preparation. A sewing kit sat perched on the nightstand, its lid half off and its contents in disarray. For a moment, Gabriel wondered if the room had been robbed, but then his gaze fell on the woolen dress draped across the back of a chair and the faintly familiar chaos. A rueful smirk pulled at his lips. "Where's the chit anyway?" he muttered to himself, sarcasm lacing his words. Stepping inside, he ran his fingers along the coarse wool of the dress, his thumb brushing the sleeve absently. His eyes caught on something entirely out of place, a glimmer of emerald green peeking out from beneath the edge of the bag on the bed. He pulled the fabric free, his breath catching slightly at its luxurious feel. A dressing gown? No, too small. It was a scarf, silken and impossibly fine, its rich green color shimmering in the light. It didn't match the practical wardrobe of Miss Smith. This was personal, a thing of beauty, meant for someone who longed for reminders of home or of a life lived before. Gabriel frowned, rubbing the fabric between his fingers as questions churned in his mind. How could a governess obtain such a thing? The thought tightened his chest in ways he didn't care to examine. His attention shifted to the sewing kit, its lid askew and revealing its curious contents. Drawn by the disorder, he opened it fully, his breath stilled. Nestled inside, wrapped in delicate ribbons like some forgotten treasure, were several Spanish coins. The silver gleamed against the softness of the silk threads, their origins unmistakable. Gabriel pulled one free and held it up to the light streaming through the window. The intricate engraving on the coin caught the morning sun, its edges worn but unmistakably valuable. What on earth would Miss Smith be doing with such wealth? A governess with enough Spanish silver to fund repairs to the entire estate? It made no sense. Suspicion clawed at him, sharpening his focus. Just then, the door behind him swung open, and a startled gasp shattered the silence. "What do you think you're doing in my rooms?" Diana demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of outrage and disbelief. Gabriel turned, the coin still balanced between his fingers. His expression hardened as he met her gaze, his own anger rising to meet hers. But before he could speak, Diana's eyes dropped to the coin in his hand, and all the color drained from her face. Her lips parted, but no words came. For the first time since he'd met her, Miss Smith, calm, poised, unflappable, looked utterly undone. Diana froze in the doorway, her breath catching at the sight before her. Her room was exactly as she'd left it, chaotic, disheveled, her indecision manifest in scattered clothes and overturned drawers. But it was not the state of her room that made her heart lurch. It was the Duke of Rothbury standing in the middle of it, his tall frame stiff with tension, one of her Spanish coins glinting in the morning light between his fingers. Her gaze darted to the sewing kit on the nightstand, its lid fully open, ribbons spilling over the edge like a dam broken. Heat surged to her cheeks, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the doorframe. The secret she'd clung to for so long, now exposed in the most humiliating way imaginable. "What do you think you are doing?" The words tumbled out, sharp and trembling, before she could stop them. Her voice sounded foreign to her ears, high with disbelief and laced with something dangerously close to panic. Gabriel turned slowly, his face a mask of restrained fury. "I might ask you the same thing, Miss Smith," he said coldly, holding the coin up between them like an accusation. "What are these?" Diana swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. "They are," she faltered, her thoughts scrambling to find footing. "That is none of your concern, Your Grace." His brows shot up, and he took a step toward her, his presence filling the room. "None of my concern? I find a fortune in Spanish silver tucked away in a governess's sewing kit, and you have the audacity to tell me it's none of my concern?" "They are mine," she said firmly, her voice regaining some strength, even as her heart pounded. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, forcing herself to straighten despite the trembling in her knees. "I fail to see how that justifies invading my privacy." "Invading your privacy?" he barked, his voice rising. "You call this privacy? This?" He gestured to the coins, the room, the chaos around them. "This ransacked mess of yours? For God's sake, woman, it looks as though thieves have been through here." Diana bristled, her embarrassment now mingling with indignation. "I was packing." His eyes narrowed, his suspicion deepening. "Packing, to take your leave after your hasty resignation last night, no doubt." He advanced another step, his gaze piercing. "But why, Miss Smith? And where, pray, did you come by these?" He lifted the coin again, his fingers tightening around its edge. "Because they do not belong to a governess." "They are mine," Diana repeated, her chin lifting. "Acquired honestly and kept as a safeguard. There is nothing improper about them." "Nothing improper?" Gabriel's voice turned sharp, cutting. "A governess with enough silver to fund half a fleet, tucked away in ribbons like some pirate's treasure? You expect me to believe that's proper?" Diana's pulse thundered in her ears, her mind racing for a way to diffuse his growing fury. "I don't care what you believe," she snapped, stepping closer despite his obvious anger. "You have no right to rifle through my belongings." "No right?" His voice dropped dangerously low as his eyes darkened to storm gray. "You dare speak to me of rights, Miss Smith, when every day you stand beneath my roof, hiding whatever it is you're hiding." Her breath hitched, but she refused to back down. "I am hiding nothing," she lied, the words like stones on her tongue. "Enough." His tone was clipped, and he stepped so close that she could see the strain in his jaw, the simmering fury in his eyes. "You will tell me the truth now, Miss Smith, if that is even your real name. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Diana's heart stopped at the sound of her given name on his lips, the way it wrapped around her like an accusation, an anchor, and something achingly familiar all at once. The air between them seemed to spark with tension, but she refused to yield. Not yet. Not without understanding where this would lead. "Who am I?" she said, her voice trembling but defiant. "I am exactly who I've said I am. A governess, a woman trying to do what good she can in a world that expects nothing of her but silence and submission." Gabriel's nostrils flared, his hand tightening around the coin until his knuckles whitened. "And yet you speak of doing good while hoarding wealth that could have saved the estate weeks ago. Tell me why." Diana took a step back, her gaze darting to the coins glinting on the nightstand before returning to him. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her control slipping as the walls she had built so carefully began to crumble. "I cannot," she said at last, the words barely audible. "Because you would not understand." His laugh was bitter, cutting through her resolve like a blade. "Try me," he said, his tone as cold as the silver in his hand. The words she had long held back clawed at her throat, desperate for release. But still, she hesitated, knowing that once spoken, they could not be unsaid. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms as she tried to summon the strength to face the truth and its consequences. Gabriel's eyes narrowed, his hand still gripping the coin as though it were the key to unraveling her secrets. His voice was calm, measured, but it carried the sharp edge of barely contained fury. "Why has no one, aside from the Duchess of Radcliffe, heard of you?" Diana's pulse quickened, her back stiffening as she felt the walls closing in. "You checked up on me?" she said, her tone laced with disbelief. "Do you make a habit of investigating the private lives of your staff?" "Of course I do," he retorted, his voice rising. "It is my responsibility to know who is under my roof. And in your case, Miss Smith, there is precious little to know. Nothing but a glowing reference from the Duchess of Radcliffe, a woman who, as it happens, is notoriously difficult to reach." "I just arrived from America," Diana said sharply, clinging to the one truth she could offer. "My references are impeccable." "Indeed." The single word dripped with skepticism as his gaze bored into hers. "Yet you have no history, no connections, and now I find these." He held up the coin, its polished surface catching the light. Where would a governess come by Spanish silver? And why would she hoard it like some desperate thief? Diana's composure cracked further, her voice trembling with suppressed frustration. "I'm no thief." "Then explain it," he demanded, stepping closer, his voice low and unrelenting. "What are you hiding? Where did you get these coins? What are they? They're my insurance," she snapped, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her breath ragged with the effort of keeping herself together. "My escape plan." "Escape?" Gabriel repeated, his brows drawing together in confusion. Escape from what? Or who? His voice hardened as suspicion flickered across his face. Is someone after you? Tell me. Who are you running from? Diana clenched her fists, her heart pounding in her ears as she fought the urge to scream. She could feel the weight of her lies pressing down on her, the strain of maintaining her facade threatening to shatter her completely. You! The word tore from her throat, raw and unguarded. Her voice echoed in the room as she took a step back, her eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and despair. They're mine, so that I can leave you. Gabriel froze, his expression stunned. Leave me? He said, his voice softening, though it was no less intense. Why? Why would you need to ensure you can leave? Diana's composure crumbled entirely. She had had enough. Enough of the questions, enough of the deception, enough of the impossible mess she had made of everything. Her voice rose, trembling with emotion as she finally let the truth spill forth. Because, she paused, the words catching in her throat as tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Because I am not Miss Smith. The silence between them was deafening, the air heavy with anticipation and disbelief. I am Lady Diana Wakefield, she said at last, her voice firm despite the tears that threatened to fall. Her chin lifted as she met his gaze, daring him to doubt her. Duchess of Rothbury, your wife. Gabriel's face went utterly still, his gray eyes darkening like the storm clouds that had plagued the estate days before. The coin slipped from his fingers, hitting the floor with a soft, metallic clink. For a moment, he looked as though the ground had been yanked out from under him, his carefully constructed world teetering on the edge of collapse. My wife? The words were almost a whisper, as though saying them aloud might make them real. Diana nodded, the weight of her confession pressing down on her chest like a stone. Yes, your wife. Gabriel took a step back, his hand gripping the edge of the bedpost as though he needed it to steady himself. His expression shifted, flickering between disbelief, anger, and something else she couldn't quite name. You. His voice was low, almost dangerous. You have been here, under my roof, lying to me, to my children, to everyone, and all the while, you were my... He cut himself off, his jaw tightening as his hands curled into fists. Yes, Diana said quietly, her voice barely audible, and now you know. Gabriel stared at her, his breath coming in harsh, uneven bursts as the enormity of her revelation settled over him. For a moment, neither of them spoke, the weight of unspoken words and shattered trust filling the space between them. Diana's chest ached with the effort of holding back tears, but she refused to look away. Whatever came next, she would face it head-on, as she had always done, even if it meant losing everything. Gabriel turned his gaze to the window, his shoulders rigid, as though trying to contain the storm of emotions threatening to consume him. When he finally spoke, his voice was a mixture of fury and something far more complicated. You've made a fool of me, Diana, he said, his tone as cold as the river outside. Of all of us. Diana's heart clenched, but she lifted her chin higher. And now you understand why I had to leave. No, Gabriel said, turning back to her, his eyes blazing. You're not leaving. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 17. Gabriel paced the length of his bedchamber, each strike of his boots against polished wood echoing like thunder in the hushed morning air. The estate beyond his windows lay shrouded in mist, as though the very land held secrets it wasn't ready to reveal. He inhaled deeply, tasting the bitter remnants of last night's brandy on his tongue, a sharp reminder of how his world had shifted on its axis. The chaos of yesterday's revelation weighed on him, a pressure building behind his temples that matched the hollow ache in his chest. His gaze caught on the imposing bed, its intricately carved posts casting shadows like ancient guardians across the floor. Unbidden, the thought arose, Diana stretched across that expanse of silk and secrets, her presence both challenge and temptation, every glance a battle between truth and deception. He muttered a curse and raked fingers through his disheveled hair, trying to break the spell of that dangerous imagining. What madness had taken hold of him? He had every right to his fury. Lady Diana Wakefield, his wife. She had lived beneath his roof for weeks, her true identity hidden behind a governess's carefully constructed mask. The revelation left him feeling not just betrayed, but foolish, a duke deceived in his own home by the very woman who should have been honest above all others. He stopped pacing, bracing his hands against the window frame. The Duchess of Radcliffe would arrive within days, expecting to find a compliant duke with his unseen bride. But there would be no bride arriving, would there? No, because his American bride had been here all along, teaching his children, challenging his authority, stirring emotions he'd thought long buried. His fist clenched against the cool glass. The arrangement, his father's final dictate, had been a disaster before it even began. The Duchess's letter burned in his mind, a sharp reminder of everything that still hung precariously in the balance. It wasn't just Diana's deception. The estate teetered on the brink, and the weight of duty had never felt heavier. How could he possibly focus on his obligations when every thought returned to her, her stormy eyes, her defiance, the lies that had spun a web around them both? He strode to the door and yanked it open with force. "Jenkins," he bellowed. The butler appeared, his expression carefully neutral despite the early hour. "Your Grace? Fetch Mrs. Winters, immediately." Moments later, the housekeeper entered, her sharp gaze sweeping over Gabriel's rumpled shirt and tense frame. She clasped her hands before her, a hint of wariness in her otherwise composed demeanor. "You called for me, Your Grace?" "Miss Smith's, Lady Diana's belongings," Gabriel barked, his voice curt and unyielding. "Move them to the Duchess's chambers." Mrs. Winters stiffened, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "Lady Diana's belongings, Your Grace?" she asked, emphasizing the title with barely concealed incredulity. "Yes," Gabriel snapped, his tone brooking no argument. "Lady Diana Wakefield, the Duchess of Rothbury. That is who your Miss Smith truly is. She has been masquerading as a governess under this roof." The housekeeper's lips parted in shock, but she quickly recovered, bowing her head. "I see. I shall see to it at once, Your Grace." "Good." He turned away, his jaw tight. "Make it quick." Mrs. Winters hesitated for the briefest of moments before exiting the room. Gabriel caught her scandalized expression from the corner of his eye, but he dismissed it. Scandal or no scandal, Diana's things would be moved. She would not leave. But even as he made the command, a nagging voice whispered at the back of his mind. Was it duty that made him demand she stay? Or something far more dangerous? Diana threw a handful of clothes onto the bed, her movements as chaotic as the thoughts that churned within her. The hem of her plain governess dress caught on the edge of her open bag, and she tugged it free with such force that the entire pile toppled to the floor, scattering like the fragments of her carefully constructed deception. A strangled sound escaped her throat as she knelt to gather the mess, her fingers trembling against the coarse wool that had been her disguise. Gabriel's command haunted her. "You're not leaving. Not now. Not ever." Each word a chain trying to bind her to this place, this role, this truth she'd fought so desperately to control. The Spanish coins, her carefully hoarded freedom, now lay exposed like her secrets. She pressed her palm against the rough floorboards, seeking something solid in a world that seemed to shift beneath her feet with every breath. But could she truly walk away? Sophie's shy laughter echoed in her memory. Oliver's quiet trust wrapped around her heart like ivy, claiming ancient stone. The estate itself seemed to whisper through every crack and corner, calling to something in her soul she hadn't known existed until this moment. Her hand clenched against the floor, nails scraping wood, as though she could grip the truth that eluded her. The soft creak of hinges drew her head up sharply. Sophie stood framed in the doorway, her small fingers white-knuckled against the wooden frame, her face a mirror of the fear that clawed at Diana's own heart. "You're not leaving, are you?" Sophie's whisper carried the weight of every goodbye the child had ever endured. Her gaze darted to the open bag on the bed, reading the betrayal written in its contents. "Please say you're not." Before Diana could form words through the tightness in her throat, Mrs. Winters' presence filled the doorway behind Sophie. The housekeeper's arrival carried all the quiet authority of a general surveying a battlefield, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of Diana's disorder, both physical and emotional. "No, dear." Mrs. Winters' voice cut through the tension like a blade wrapped in velvet. She stepped into the room with measured grace, her starched skirts rustling with purpose. "Miss Smith is not leaving. We're simply moving her things to the Duchess's chambers, immediately." The emphasis she placed on the false name carried volumes of meaning. decades of service giving weight to each carefully chosen word. Her expression, when it met Diana's, held neither judgment nor acceptance, only the steady assessment of a woman who had witnessed generations of aristocratic drama unfold within these walls. "Isn't that right, Your Grace?" The title fell from Mrs. Winter's lips like a gauntlet thrown, challenging Diana to either claim her true place or flee from it entirely. Diana's hands stilled in her lap, clutching the fabric between trembling fingers. The anger that had fueled her earlier now crumbled under the combined weight of Mrs. Winter's knowing gaze and Sophie's tearful hope. Your Grace," Sophie's small voice quavered. "Why did Mrs. Winters call you that?" Diana looked up at the child, her chest constricting with an emotion too complex for tears. She took a steadying breath, forcing herself to rise and face what she had created. Kneeling before Sophie, she took those small, cold hands in hers, feeling the flutter of the girl's pulse against her fingers. "Sophie," she began gently, her voice catching on the weight of truth. "My name isn't really Miss Smith. It's Lady Diana Wakefield." Sophie's brow furrowed, confusion and hurt warring across her features. "But why?" "Because I needed to be certain," Diana admitted, the words falling like stones into still water. "I needed to know you and Oliver, to understand this place, before anyone knew who I truly was." Sophie launched herself forward, arms wrapping around Diana's neck with desperate strength. "I don't care what your name is," she declared, her words muffled against Diana's shoulder, fierce with childlike certainty. "Just stay. Please stay." Mrs. Winters cleared her throat, the sound carrying a peculiar gentleness despite its purposeful intrusion. When Diana met her gaze, she found something had shifted in the housekeeper's stern countenance, not quite warmth, but perhaps understanding. "Shall I have the maids move your belongings, Your Grace?" The question carried more than its surface meaning. It was an offering, a chance to step fully into the role she had hidden from. Diana held Sophie close, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender that always clung to the child's hair. Slowly she nodded. "Yes," she whispered, then stronger. "Yes, thank you." Mrs. Winters inclined her head, the gesture holding all the dignity of a courtier's bow. "Very good, Your Grace. I'll see to it at once." She turned to leave, then paused, adding with quiet authority, "Welcome home." Diana sat back on her heels, Sophie still clinging to her neck, and felt something settle in her chest. There would be explanations needed, bridges to rebuild, trust to earn anew. But for the first time since she had arrived at Rothbury Abbey, she felt the rightness of her place within these walls. She would stay, not because Gabriel commanded it, but because her heart had already laid claim to this place. These children. This life she had pretended to observe, but had somehow begun to live. Word of Diana's true identity spread through Rothbury Abbey like wildfire in dry timber. Whispers echoed down stone corridors, carried on the hushed voices of maids who suddenly found endless reasons to dust the same ornaments. In the kitchen, Mrs. Thimblethorpe kneaded bread dough with unusual vigor, her normally cheerful face pinched with concern as she processed the knowledge that she had been serving plain porridge to her own duchess. "A duchess, if you please," she muttered, flour dusting her forearms. "Teaching lessons and taking meals in the nursery while we've been treating her like any common governess." "She chose it," Mrs. Winters reminded her sharply, measuring tea leaves with precise movements. "And now we'll treat her with the respect her position demands, without commentary on how she came to it." Above stairs, the transformation was already underway. Diana stood in the center of the Duchess's chambers, her chambers now, watching as maids transferred her modest belongings from the governess's quarters. The space was magnificent, yet held a curious emptiness, as though it had been waiting for her all along. Pale blue silk covered the walls, catching the morning light like captured sky. A massive bed dominated one wall, its heavy damask curtains drawn back to reveal pristine linens that had never been slept in. Her attention caught on a door she hadn't noticed during her previous furtive explorations of the abbey. It stood partially hidden behind a painted screen, its brass handle gleaming with recent polish. With hesitant steps, she approached it, her fingers trailing across the cool metal before drawing back sharply. Of course, the connecting door to the Duke's chambers, her husband's rooms. Heat crept up her neck at the thought. A discreet cough drew her attention. Mrs. Winters stood in the doorway, her expression carefully neutral. "Your tea is ready, Your Grace. Shall I have it served here?" Diana swallowed hard, smoothing hands down her plain governess dress, the only garments she owned. "Yes, thank you." She paused, then added, "Will His Grace be joining me?" "His Grace rode out early to oversee the bridge repairs," Mrs. Winters replied, her tone giving nothing away. "He left word not to expect him until evening." "Of course he had," Diana nodded, ignoring the hollow ache in her chest. "I see." A flurry of activity in the corridor drew their attention. Sophie burst in, dragging a reluctant Oliver behind her. "You must come see, Oliver. These are to be Lady Diana's rooms now. They're ever so grand." Oliver hung back in the doorway, his small face a study in confusion and hurt. "But why did you pretend?" he asked suddenly, his voice small but accusing. "Why didn't you tell us who you really were?" Diana's heart clenched. She moved toward him, kneeling despite Mrs. Winters' sharp intake of breath at seeing a duchess on her knees. "Oliver," she said, "do you remember last week when you found that baby bird in the garden?" He nodded slowly, his small fingers twisting in his sleeve. "And remember how you had to sit very still and quiet, watching it from behind the rose bushes? How you needed to know if it was truly lost before you tried to help it?" Understanding flickered across his face like sunlight through leaves. "Because sometimes things aren't what they look like right away?" "Yes, precious." Diana's voice caught on the endearment. "I needed to watch and understand and make sure I could truly help, truly belong, before I said who I was." She reached for his hand, her heart lifting when his small fingers curled trustingly into hers. "I needed to know you and Sophie, to learn about your father, to understand this place that was to be my home. But you do belong," Oliver said with a child's simple certainty. "You helped me learn my letters, and you never laugh when I say them wrong like Miss Penfold did." Diana had to blink back tears. "And I'll still help you with your letters. Being a duchess doesn't change how much I care about you and Sophie." The arrival of tea interrupted the moment. Diana rose, watching as footmen she'd worked alongside just yesterday set out delicate porcelain with exaggerated care. Everything was the same, yet everything had changed. The same servants who had shared late-night conversations with her over kitchen tables now bowed and backed away, their eyes carefully lowered. As Diana sat before the ornate tea service, Sophie and Oliver perched on either side of her like anxious birds. She caught sight of herself in the gilded mirror above the fireplace. She still wore her governess's dress, her hair still confined beneath its modest cap. But something in her bearing had shifted, as though the truth of her identity had finally settled into her bones. The connecting door to Gabriel's chambers seemed to mock her from its shadowy corner, so close, yet with a gulf between them wider than any river. Somewhere beyond the abbey's walls, he worked to rebuild their bridge, while here she sat, sipping tea from fine china, trying to bridge the gap between who she had pretended to be and who she must become. As the tea things were cleared away, Diana caught Mrs. Winters casting another pointed glance at her governess attire. The plain wool hung limply around her frame, its dark color a stark contrast to the elegant chambers she now occupied. Even the cap that had seemed so proper mere days ago felt like a mockery of her true station. A discreet knock at the door heralded Jenkins. "Your Grace," he said, the new form of address falling from his lips with careful precision. "His Grace sends his deepest regrets, but with the bridge still compromised, he fears a journey to the modist must wait to address your wardrobe." Diana's cheeks warmed. Of course, Gabriel would think of this, even amid the crisis of the bridge. The fact that he had considered her dignity while still unable or unwilling to face her over tea sent a curious ache through her chest. "Thank you, Jenkins." She forced her voice to remain steady, though her fingers twisted in the coarse fabric of her skirts. "Please inform His Grace that I am quite all right." After the butler withdrew, Mrs. Winters stepped forward, her expression softening slightly. "If I may, Your Grace, there are several gowns in storage that belonged to the previous Duchess, with some minor alterations." "No." The word escaped before Diana could temper it. The thought of wearing Catherine's gowns, of trying to step into the role of a duchess in a dead woman's clothes, made her throat close. "That is, Thank you, Mrs. Winters, but I believe I shall manage with what I have until proper arrangements can be made. I am certain that my grandmother shall bring with her my wardrobe. Diana's chest constricted. Her grandmother. Coming here to Rothbury Abbey, why did that now make her exceedingly nervous? The housekeeper's lips thinned, but she nodded. As you wish, Your Grace, though perhaps. She hesitated, then continued with careful deliberation. The blue silk wrapper in your valise might be more suitable for receiving afternoon callers than the current. She gestured vaguely at Diana's governess garb. Diana blinked in surprise. The wrapper was indeed the finest thing she owned, purchased in a moment of rebellion before leaving New York. She had thought to save it for her escape, should one become necessary. Yes, she said. Yes, I believe you're right. You will need a lady's maid, Your Grace. As Mrs. Winters moved to assist her, Diana caught another glimpse of that connecting door, its brass handle gleaming like a question mark in the afternoon light. She wondered if Gabriel had given any thought to the intimacy it represented, or if his mind was too consumed with steel and stone to consider the more delicate bridges they would need to rebuild between them. Chapter 18. Diana stood before the mirror as Mrs. Winters worked pins from her hair, each dark curl falling like a confession against her shoulders. The blue silk wrapper, cleverly restructured with borrowed lace and ribbons from her meager trousseau, transformed her from governess to something closer to a duchess. Yet her reflection showed neither Miss Smith nor Lady Diana Wakefield, but some creature caught between, like a butterfly half emerged from its chrysalis, vulnerable in its transformation. Through the connecting door, she heard the distant sounds of Gabriel preparing for dinner, the soft thud of boots against carpet, the quiet murmur of his valet's voice, the clink of crystal as water was poured, so close, yet separated by more than mere wood and brass. The children should be at dinner, Diana said suddenly, watching Mrs. Winters' fingers still in her hair. The housekeeper's reflection showed a carefully neutral expression. Your Grace, it is not customary. His Grace typically dines formally while the children take their evening meal in the nursery. I am aware. Diana's voice carried a thread of steel beneath its silk. However, nothing about this situation is customary, is it? And they have questions, fears. She swallowed hard. I would not have them think that becoming their father's wife means abandoning them to the nursery. Mrs. Winters' hands resumed their work, twisting Diana's dark hair into an elegant chignon. Some might say you are using the children as a shield, Your Grace. Diana met the housekeeper's shrewd gaze in the mirror. Perhaps I am, she admitted softly, but they are also my bridge to this place, to who I must become. And bridges, it seems, are in short supply at present. A ghost of a smile touched Mrs. Winters' lips. Very well, I shall inform Jenkins to set 2 additional places. Her fingers deftly secured the last pin, though His Grace may not approve. His Grace will have to become accustomed to a great many changes, Diana murmured, rising from her seat. The blue silk rippled around her like water, catching the last rays of sunlight that streamed through the tall windows. She touched the delicate lace at her throat, a poor substitute for the diamonds that should have adorned a duchess, yet somehow more honest in its simplicity. The dinner gong sounded, its deep resonance echoing through the Abbey's corridors, followed by the sound of Gabriel's chamber door opening and closing, his footsteps fading toward the dining room. Diana's heart leaped to her throat. She closed her eyes, gathering her courage like armor around her. You need not go down alone, Mrs. Winters said quietly. I can. Diana opened her eyes, squaring her shoulders. No, she said, moving toward her door. I have spent weeks hiding behind masks and half-truths. I will face this evening as myself, whoever that may be. She stepped into the corridor, the rustle of silk against carpet impossibly loud in the hushed evening air. Ahead lay the dining room, with its gleaming silver and crystal, its rigid proprieties and unspoken rules. And Gabriel, who had spent the day laboring at their broken bridge rather than face the ruins of trust between them. Gabriel stood as the dining room door opened, years of ingrained courtesy warring with the urge to remain seated, to deny her this small respect. The crystal chandelier cast pools of golden light across the Aubusson carpet, marking the territory between them like a battle line. The words of formal greeting died in his throat as Diana stepped into the room. Gone was the drab armor of her governess disguise. Instead, blue silk whispered against the doorframe, catching light and shadow in its folds like water in moonlight. Her dark hair, finally freed from that severe cap, was twisted upward in a way that exposed the vulnerable curve of her neck. A few wayward curls had already escaped their pins, a subtle rebellion that echoed her very presence in his home. She looked like every midnight fantasy that had haunted him these past weeks, and nothing at all like the woman who had deceived him. His fingers clenched against the fine linen tablecloth, the heavy silver carefully arranged for two. But before he could voice his objection to this invasion of their first formal dinner, the thunder of small feet shattered the tension. Sophie burst through the doorway, her face flushed with excitement. Oliver closed behind. "Papa, Lady Diana said we could dine with you tonight, like a proper family." The word family struck him like a physical blow. "The children," he said, his voice cutting through their enthusiasm with careful precision, "take their meals in the nursery." "Not tonight." Diana's chin lifted ever so slightly, though her voice remained gentle. There was steel beneath that silk, the same quiet authority that had first drawn his attention, now transformed. "I thought, given the circumstances, we might all benefit from dining together." She moved to the table with practiced grace, as though she had been born to this role rather than assuming it through deception. The children followed, their presence both buffer and bridge between him and this woman who was both stranger and wife. Throughout the meal, Gabriel found his gaze betraying him, drawn again and again to the way candlelight played across Diana's features. She laughed with the children, the sound achingly familiar from countless lessons, yet now it seemed to fill the formal dining room with an intimacy that threatened his carefully maintained distance. And then, Sophie declared between bites of roast pheasant, "Lady Diana promised to teach me to swim properly this summer, didn't you?" His daughter's eyes shone with the same trust that had allowed her to climb trees under Miss Smith's watchful eye. "We shall hire a new governess for such activities," Gabriel cut in, his knife scraping against Mason china with barely contained violence. The thought of Diana in bathing dress, sunlight on wet skin, no, he would not allow such thoughts to weaken his resolve. Nonsense. Diana's voice carried the same quiet conviction that had once challenged his every assumption about education and propriety. "I made a promise to Sophie, and I intend to keep it. Being a duchess doesn't change that." She met his gaze across the crystal and silver, a direct challenge in those amber eyes. "Some things must remain constant, must they not, Your Grace?" The formality of his title on her lips sparked something dangerous in his blood. He watched her over the rim of his wineglass. A spot of color had risen in her cheeks, whether from the wine or their verbal sparring. He couldn't be sure, but it made her look more alive, more real than any proper duchess he had ever known. He grunted, taking a long drink of wine to avoid responding. "How are the bridge repairs progressing?" she asked after a moment, clearly offering peace. "And I heard Mrs. Bixton delivered her baby. A girl, was it not? And young Daniel with his broken arm?" Despite himself, Gabriel found his tension easing slightly as he responded to her queries. Her genuine concern for the estate and its people shone through, reminding him uncomfortably of why he had begun to. No, he would not think of that either. "Daniel's arm is healing well," he said shortly, "though we could have used his father's help at the bridge today." "Of course," Diana murmured, and he caught her watching him from beneath her lashes, the same way she used to observe him during lessons when she thought he wasn't looking. But he had always been looking, hadn't he? When Oliver dropped his spoon, the sharp clatter making them all jump, Diana reached to help him just as Gabriel did. Their fingers brushed, a moment of contact that sent heat racing up his arm. He jerked back as though burned, but not before he caught the slight tremor in her hand, the quickening of her breath that proved he wasn't alone in this maddening awareness. "I believe it's time for the children to retire," he said abruptly, even as Sophie protested. Diana's eyes met his across the table, challenge and vulnerability darkening their depths to aged brandy. "Of course," she said, "though I hope we might make this arrangement a more regular occurrence. The children need stability now more than ever, wouldn't you agree? The thought of enduring this exquisite torture nightly made his cravat feel suddenly too tight. But watching Diana kiss the children goodnight, her tenderness unwavering despite her changed status, Gabriel recognized the trap she had so cleverly laid. To deny these dinners would be to deny his children the very stability she offered, the same stability that had drawn him to observe her lessons, to marvel at her methods, to begin falling for a woman who had never truly existed. Perhaps, he conceded finally, the word tasting like surrender on his tongue. We shall see. Thank you, Papa. Sophie threw her arms around Gabriel's waist, her face tilted up in unrestrained joy. It was ever so lovely to dine like a proper family. Oliver joined his sister's embrace, his small hands fisting in Gabriel's coat. Can we do it again tomorrow? The naked hope in their voices struck Gabriel somewhere beneath his armor of anger. His hands settled on their shoulders, feeling the warmth of their uncomplicated love seep through the expensive fabric. We shall see, he murmured, the words far gentler than any he'd spoken all evening. After the children departed, the dining room seemed to shrink, the space between him and Diana crackling with unspoken accusations. The candles had burned lower, casting deeper shadows across the damask tablecloth. A footman appeared with the dessert course, a delicate arrangement of glazed fruits and sweet pastries that suddenly seemed like an instrument of torture. To remain seated across from her, to maintain civility when every instinct urged him to demand answers, to shake the truth from her lovely throat. The bridge construction must be exhausting, Diana ventured, her fingers toying with her dessert fork. The silver caught the candlelight, sending brief flashes across her face, especially in this heat. Indeed, he kept his tone clipped, professional, though perhaps not as exhausting as maintaining an elaborate deception. Color flooded her cheeks, but her chin lifted. I earned every callous and aching muscle alongside your staff, Your Grace. My deception never extended to the work itself. No, his laugh held no humor. Tell me, was it amusing to watch me labor over estate matters while you held the very funds that could have saved us weeks ago? Did you enjoy playing at poverty while your coins gathered dust in that little sewing basket? Diana's dessert fork clattered against fine china. You think I took pleasure in any of this? In watching you struggle? In lying to those children who have become as dear to me as... She broke off, pressing her lips together as though to prevent more truths from escaping. As dear as what? He demanded, leaning forward. What right have you to claim any attachment to them, to this place, to me? The last words hung between them like smoke, heavy with implications neither dared address. Diana's fingers trembled as she placed her napkin beside her untouched dessert. The right of a wife, she whispered, rising from her chair with fluid grace. Though perhaps that is the one role you would prefer I hadn't claimed. She moved toward the door, the blue silk of her gown rippling like troubled water. Good night, Your Grace. I trust you'll excuse me from dessert. It seems my appetite has quite deserted me. Gabriel remained seated, rigid with fury, and something far more dangerous, as she disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Only when her footsteps had faded completely did he release his death grip on his wineglass, noting, with detached interest, that his fingers had left marks in the crystal. The desserts sat untouched, mocking him with their artful arrangement. With a muttered curse, he shoved back from the table and strode from the room, leaving the footman to clear away the evidence of their first dinner as husband and wife. In their separate chambers, divided by a single door and countless unspoken words, neither found sleep easily that night. Each lay awake, listening to the whispers of the abbey settling around them, wondering if the other's thoughts were as haunted by what had passed between them and what had not. Chapter 19. Dawn painted the abbey's stone walls in shades of pearl and smoke when the first cries of alarm shattered the morning silence. Diana jolted awake in her vast duchess's bed, the silk sheets pooling around her as she rushed to the window. Below, figures moved with urgent purpose across the grounds, their voices carrying up to her in fragments. The river's risen, whole section just gave way. Send for his grace. Her heart stuttered as she caught sight of Gabriel already striding across the lawn, his shirt sleeves rolled up despite the early hour. Even from this distance, she could read the tension in his shoulders, the barely contained fury in his stride. The bridge. Something had happened to the bridge. Diana dressed quickly, foregoing Mrs. Winter's assistance in favor of speed. The blue wrapper would have to suffice. Propriety seemed a distant concern when measured against catastrophe. She had barely secured the last button when Sophie burst into her chamber, tears streaking her small face. "Lady Diana, the bridge. Papa says it's worse than before. And now Mr. Harper's cottage." The child's voice broke on a sob. "What about the cottage?" Diana caught Sophie's trembling shoulders, her own pulse racing. "The river's eating away the bank. Papa says if the bridge falls completely, it'll take half the cottage with it. They're trying to get Mrs. Harper out, but she won't leave without their animals." And Diana was already moving, muscle memory from her weeks as a governess taking over as she lifted a shawl from her chair. The Harpers. Of course it would be the Harpers. John Harper's broken leg had barely begun to heal, and Mary hadn't left his side since the accident, tending him with the same fierce devotion she showed to their small flock of sheep and the cottage garden that fed them through winter's lean months. She found Gabriel at the edge of the crisis, barking orders as men struggled with ropes and beams against the river's swollen might. The morning light caught the sheen of sweat on his forearms, the way his damp shirt clung to the muscles of his back. But it was the defeat in his eyes when he turned to survey the damage that struck her hardest. "Your Grace," his voice cut across the space between them, formal despite their surroundings. "This is no place for—" "The Harpers," she interrupted, moving closer despite his warning glare. Sophie said, "Mary refuses to leave." The muscle in his jaw ticked. "John can barely walk, and she's determined to save their livestock. If the bridge goes—" He broke off, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Diana's fingers brushed the pocket of her wrapper, where she'd tucked a single Spanish coin before leaving her chambers. She thought of Mary Harper stationed in her doorway like a captain refusing to abandon a sinking ship. Of John, who Diana learned on her visit had taught Oliver to whistle and always saved the first spring strawberries for Sophie. The coin seemed to burn against her hip, a physical reminder of choices and consequences. It wasn't just about her freedom anymore. It wasn't even about her and Gabriel. "My lord," a worker called urgently, "we need more men, more materials." "We don't have more." Gabriel's voice cracked like thunder. "Everything we had went into the first repairs. Without—" He stopped, and Diana saw the cost of that admission in the rigid set of his shoulders. Without her marriage settlement, without funds, that should have been his months ago. The coins in her sewing basket could save the bridge, save the Harpers. But using them meant surrendering more than just Spanish silver. It meant truly claiming her place here, with all its complications and consequences. Through the growing crowd of workers and onlookers, Diana caught sight of Mrs. Harper in her doorway. One hand pressed to her swollen belly as she watched the river inch closer to everything she had built with her husband. Some choices, Diana realized, were no choice at all. She turned toward the Abbey, her wrapper rippling in the morning breeze. Behind her, Gabriel called her name, not her title, but Diana. She didn't look back. Diana's footsteps echoed through the Abbey's empty corridors as she raced to her chambers, each heartbeat marking precious seconds lost. The Spanish coins lay exactly where she'd left them, nestled like silver seeds, waiting to bear bitter fruit. Her fingers trembled as she gathered them, the metal warm against her palm, weighted with possibilities both lost and found. The distant roar of the river seemed to grow louder with each passing moment, or perhaps it was simply the thunder of her own blood in her ears, the sound of inevitability rushing toward her like the floodwaters below. She had hoarded these coins, wrapped them in ribbons and dreams of escape, preserved them against a future she feared. Now they would buy something far more precious than freedom. When she emerged into the gray morning light, the scene before her stole her breath. The river had risen further, its waters no longer the familiar silver green of summer, but a treacherous brown that spoke of destruction. Mary Harper still stood in her doorway, her back straight as a blade as she watched men struggle against nature's fury. The cottage garden she had tended so carefully, late summer roses climbing the walls, herbs laid in neat rows, lay mere feet from the crumbling bank. Gabriel stood at the center of the chaos, his shirt now soaked through with sweat and river spray. He turned as Diana approached, his eyes dropping to the coins clutched in her hands. Something flickered across his face. Surprise, anger, something deeper she dared not name. "Your Grace," she said formally, though the words tasted of ash in her mouth. "I believe these might be of use." He didn't move to take them. "You would surrender your escape route so easily?" There is nothing easy about this. The words escaped before she could temper them with propriety. "But I will not stand idle while good people lose everything they've built. I will not." "Take the coin to stubborn idiot man." A muscle ticked in his jaw. "Very well." He took the coins, his fingers brushing hers for the briefest moment. The contact sparked like lightning across her skin, but his voice remained cool, controlled. "Jacob, ride for Thompson's. Tell him I can pay for the lumber now and any men he can spare." Diana watched the young man mount and ride off, each hoofbeat carrying a piece of her carefully constructed safety net with it. Behind her, she heard Mary Harper's sharp intake of breath as the bank crumbled further. No, she would not simply stand here, watching others work while she drowned in her own regrets. Without a word to Gabriel, she gathered her skirts and moved toward the cottage. She had been Miss Smith long enough to know exactly which of Mary's treasures would break her heart most to lose. Diana! The name tore from Gabriel's throat as he watched his wife, his maddening, impossible wife, dart toward the cottage like a swallow before storm winds. "It's not safe." But she was already moving, the blue silk of her wrapper rippling like water against water as she navigated the treacherous ground. Gabriel watched in horror as she danced along the crumbling edge of disaster. Even now, even furious with her deception, he couldn't deny the grace of her movements or the way his pulse quickened at her casual disregard for her own safety. "Your Grace!" One of the stable hands appeared at his elbow. "The supports won't hold much longer." Gabriel tore his gaze from Diana's retreating form. "Get more men on those ropes, and bring a cart. We'll need to move the Harpers quickly." But Diana was already organizing an evacuation with the same quiet authority that had first drawn his attention in the schoolroom. Her voice carried across the chaos, directing men to the barn where Mary's precious sheep huddled, frightened by the river's roar. "The great ewe first," she called, her hand steady on Mary's trembling shoulder. "She's heavy with lamb, then the others. Abbott, run ahead and have Jenkins clear space in the south stable." Gabriel moved without conscious thought. The bundle of poultices Mrs. Rhodes had sent tucked beneath his arm as he made his way to John Harper. The man stood awkwardly on his crutches, face gray with pain and worry as his world teetered on the brink. "Come." Gabriel gripped Harper's elbow, supporting him as they began their slow retreat. "We'll see you safely to the Abbey." "My lord, I couldn't possibly." A thunderous crack split the air. Gabriel turned in time to see Diana emerge from the cottage, her arms full of what looked like a wooden box and a length of lacework. Mary followed, clutching a small portrait and a leather-bound Bible to her chest. The cottage gave another ominous groan. Diana's eyes met his across the churned earth, and for a moment he saw past the lies and anger to something pure and true, the heart of the woman who had captured his children's love so completely. "Run!" he bellowed, but she was already moving, half dragging Mary with her as the ground shifted. They reached solid ground just as the river claimed its prize, the cottage sliding into hungry waters with a sound like the earth itself crying out. Mary buried her face in her husband's shoulder, her soft sobs nearly lost in the river's roar. But it was Diana's expression that caught and held Gabriel's attention. Grief and determination warring across features he had learned to read so well during her masquerade. "You'll stay at the Abbey," she said, her tone brooking no argument as she turned to the distraught couple. "No, Mary, I won't hear any protests. The blue chamber in the east wing, I think, Mrs. Winters. It has a view of the gardens, and the morning sun will help with John's healing." Her quiet competence in crisis struck Gabriel anew as she organized their retreat to the Abbey. She moved through the great hall like a general commanding troops, directing maids to bring fresh linens and dry clothes, sending the housekeeper for healing supplies, arranging for hot bricks to be placed in the bed. The gray ewe will need watching, she told the stable master. She's too close to lambing for this kind of stress. And make sure the others have fresh hay. They're too valuable to lose now. Valuable. Like the Spanish coins that now resided in Gabriel's coat pocket, heavy with the weight of sacrifice and secrets yet untold. He watched as his wife, this stranger he was beginning to know all over again, transformed chaos into order through sheer force of will. When had Miss Smith's efficiency become Diana's grace? When had deception wrapped itself in truth so completely that he could no longer tell where one ended and the other began? The answers eluded him. But as he watched her disappear up the grand staircase, her wrapper stained with mud and her hair escaping its pins, Gabriel knew one thing with burning certainty. This woman, with all her lies and mysteries, had woven herself into the fabric of his world as completely as the river had claimed the cottage below. The late afternoon sun slanted through the blue chamber's windows, painting copper streaks across the polished floorboards. Diana balanced the tea tray carefully as she entered, noting how Mary Harper sat straight-backed in the window seat, her work-roughened hands folded still and strange in her lap. The woman looked lost without her constant tasks, unmoored in the grand room's sea of azure silk and gilded mirrors. "I've brought chamomile," Diana said softly, setting the tray on a delicate marquetry table. "And those honey cakes Cook remembers you sharing at the harvest fair last autumn." Mary's fingers twisted in the borrowed dress that was far finer than anything she'd owned. "Your Grace, you shouldn't be serving us tea. It's not proper?" Diana smiled, pouring the golden liquid into Dresden cups that caught the light like captured stars. "I think we're well past proper, don't you? After all, I spent weeks pretending to be a governess." A ghost of an answering smile touched Mary's lips. "The whole Abbey's talking about it. Though if you'll pardon my saying so, Your Grace, you made a fair good job of it." "Diana, please, at least when it's just us." She handed Mary a cup, then moved to stand beside her at the window. Below, the Abbey's kitchen garden spread out in neat patterns, late summer vegetables standing proud in their rows. "But beyond that, do you see that patch there?" Diana pointed to an unused square of earth near the herb garden. "The morning sun catches it perfectly, and the soil's rich from years of kitchen scraps. It's been lying fallow far too long." Mary's breath caught as understanding dawned. She leaned forward, her tea forgotten as she studied the plot with a farmer's knowing eye. It would suit herbs well, maybe even some of them climbing roses if there was support for them. Cook was just saying yesterday how she misses having fresh rosemary and thyme close at hand. Diana kept her voice casual, though she watched Mary's face carefully. "And Mrs. Winters swears by fresh lavender for the linen press. We could have it all planted by week's end if someone who knew their way around a garden were to take it in hand." "Your Grace, Diana, I couldn't possibly." "Why not?" Diana settled beside her on the window seat, their shoulders nearly touching. "You need earth beneath your fingers as much as those herbs need tending. And the Abbey needs your knowledge." She paused, letting her words sink in like water into thirsty soil. "We all have gifts to share, Mary. Sometimes life just rearranges where we're meant to plant them." A single tear traced down Mary's cheek, but her spine straightened with familiar purpose. "The soil will need turning before we plant, and support frames for the climbers. I'll have everything ready by morning." Diana reached over and squeezed the other woman's work-worn hand. "Perhaps you could sketch out a planting plan? Show me where each herb would thrive best." Mary was already reaching for the paper and pencil on the side table, her movements sure and swift as she began mapping out her new domain. Diana watched as life crept back into the woman's face, each careful mark on the page a seed of healing planted in fertile ground. Candlelight flickered beneath the connecting door like a secret trying to escape. Diana stood before it, the remaining coins heavy in her palm, each one a testament to choices made and unmade. Her nightgown whispered against the carpet as she shifted, gathering courage like armor around her shoulders. Her soft knock seemed to echo in the hushed darkness. For a moment, only silence answered. Then came the sound of approaching footsteps, measured and deliberate as a heartbeat. The door opened to reveal Gabriel, his cravat discarded and shirt sleeves rolled to expose forearms still bearing smudges from the day's labor. His hair fell across his forehead in that way that had always made her fingers itch to brush it back, even in those early days when she was only Miss Smith, watching him from behind her carefully constructed walls. Diana? Her name on his lips still held that dangerous quality, somewhere between command and question. She extended her hand, the coins catching the candlelight like fallen stars. "For the estate," she said. "The tenants cannot wait for my grandmother's arrival, and neither can the repairs." Gabriel's eyes darkened as he studied her face, searching perhaps for some hidden motive in the gesture. When his fingers brushed hers to take the coins, awareness crackled between them like lightning before a storm. His hand closed around hers, warm and certain, trying to bridge the galaxy of distance she'd placed between them. Diana's heart stumbled in its familiar rhythm. How easy it would be to let him pull her closer, to forget the tangle of lies and truth that had led them here. But behind her eyes played the memory of his kiss, not as her husband, but as a man betraying his marriage vows for a mere governess. The fact that she had been his wife all along made it somehow worse, not better. Worse. Why did she care? Why should it matter? She drew her hand back gently but firmly. "Good night, Your Grace." His jaw tightened, something vulnerable flashing across his face before disappearing behind careful control. "Please," he said, his voice rougher than before. "At least call me Gabriel." "Good night, Gabriel." She closed the door between them with the softest of clicks, but it felt like slamming shut the cover of a book she hadn't finished reading. Alone in her chamber, Diana pressed her forehead against the cool wood as though she could feel his presence through its solid weight. She had orchestrated this entire charade, played at being someone else to protect her heart. Now her heart lay exposed anyway, raw and uncertain, caught between what she'd learned to want and what she feared to trust. Diana pressed her palm flat against the door, feeling the grain of the wood beneath her fingers, wondering if Gabriel stood just as close on the other side. The candlelight painted shadows across her chambers that seemed to dance with all her unspoken truths. She had come to Rothbury Abbey armed with coins and caution, determined to observe the man she'd been bound to before surrendering her future to his keeping. Instead, she had found herself surrendering pieces of her heart with every passing day. In quiet moments watching him with his children, in heated debates over educational philosophy, in the way his eyes would soften when Sophie mastered a particularly difficult lesson. The attraction she'd fought so desperately as Miss Smith now burned even stronger, complicated by the knowledge that she had every right to these feelings. Yet that same knowledge twisted like a knife in her chest. She had watched him fall in love with another woman, with the facade she had created, while wearing his ring and bearing his name. How could she trust the way her pulse quickened at his touch when she had orchestrated every step of their dance? No. Better to keep that door closed, to maintain the careful distance between them until she could untangle the web of emotion that threatened to suffocate her. She needed to understand her own heart before she could offer it, damaged and uncertain as it was, to a man who might reject it. Diana moved away from the door, though every step felt like fighting against an invisible tide, drawing her back toward him. Tomorrow she would be Duchess again, all proper words and careful courtesy. But tonight, alone in the darkness of her chambers, she allowed herself to acknowledge the dangerous truth growing in her chest. Whatever this feeling was, it terrified her far more than any deception she had ever practiced. On the other side of the door, Gabriel stared at the coins in his palm, each one still warm from her touch. The anger that had sustained him these past days felt hollow now, a poor substitute for the way she used to look at him during lessons, or how her eyes sparked when challenging his opinions on education. His wife had given him not just the means to save his estate, but a glimpse of the woman behind both Duchess and governess, and somehow that felt more valuable than all the Spanish silver in her keeping. Gabriel's fingers tightened around the coins, their edges biting into his palm as realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. The candlelight caught the silver, transformed it into dancing fragments of memory. Diana's hands gentle on Sophie's tangled hair, her quiet laugh during their astronomy lessons, the way she'd stood fearless before the river. He had thought himself falling for a governess, a woman who challenged his every assumption, who brought light and laughter back to his children's world, who saw through his ducal facade to the man beneath. But those feelings had been built on shifting sand, hadn't it? A fantasy of connection with a woman who had never truly existed. Except that every quality that had drawn him to Miss Smith lived and breathed in Diana. The sharp wit that could cut through his pretensions, the fierce devotion to his children, the way she moved through the Abbey as though she had always belonged here, understanding its rhythms and needs as intimately as he did. Her bold deception, a testament to her spirited nature, filled him with a thrilling admiration for her passionate heart. The truth hit him like summer lightning, illuminating everything in its stark, brilliant flash. He hadn't fallen in love with a governess at all. He had fallen in love with his wife, piece by piece, day by day, even as he'd fought against the growing attraction. Every moment spent watching her teach his children, every heated exchange over educational philosophy, every glimpse of the passion that burned beneath her careful facade, all of it had been real. She had simply given him the gift of knowing her true heart before he ever learned her true name. The revelation left him breathless, staring at the closed door between them, as though it held all the mysteries of his heart. He loved her. Not the duchess he'd agreed to marry, sight unseen. Not even the governess who captured his heart so completely. He loved Diana, in all her complicated, maddening glory, with her secrets and her strength and her absolute devotion to those under her care. And he had no earthly idea how to tell her. Chapter 20. 3 days after the Harper cottage fell, Diana knelt in the freshly turned earth of what would become Mary's herb garden, her plain muslin skirts already showing signs of the morning's labor. The steady rhythm of planting kept her hands busy, though her mind wandered treacherously to the connecting door that had remained firmly shut these past nights. Gabriel worked from dawn until well past dusk on estate matters, their paths crossing only at formal dinners where the children's presence maintained a fragile peace. She pressed another lavender seedling into the rich soil, breathing in its sharp, clean scent. Mary worked beside her, already more at ease with dirty hands and purpose than she had been in the grand blue chamber. "The roses will need a proper frame," Mary said, marking out spaces with practiced efficiency. "Something sturdy, mind, to handle the weight when they bloom." Like the temporary bridge they'd erected downstream, Diana thought, where the river ran shallow enough to allow careful crossing. The estate carpenters had worked through 2 nights to build it, adding to the growing list of expenses that weighed on her conscience. But it had already proved its worth in getting supplies across, even if carriages still couldn't manage its narrow span. "Your Grace!" Young Tommy from the stables came pelting across the lawn, his cap askew and face flushed with excitement. "There's a grand carriage on the far bank, all gilt and purple with matched grays finer than anything we've got in the stables." Diana's heart stuttered in her chest. Of course, her grandmother would arrive like a queen expecting a throne room, not an estate in the midst of crisis. "How long ago?" She rose, brushing soil from her skirts with trembling fingers. "Just now, Your Grace. His Grace is already headed down to meet them." Diana gathered her skirts and hurried after the boy, her thoughts racing faster than her feet. She had known this confrontation was coming, had rehearsed explanations and defenses in the dark hours of her sleepless nights. But now, with the moment upon her, all careful plans dissolved like morning mist. She heard her grandmother's voice before she saw her, that familiar tone of imperial command carrying clearly across the water. "Really, I expected better than this primitive arrangement. When my granddaughter arrives, she'll require a proper welcome, not this display of rural inadequacy." Diana crested the small hill in time to see Gabriel execute a perfectly correct bow, though she noted the tension in his shoulders that spoke of carefully banked fury. Her grandmother sat enthroned in her magnificent carriage, purple silk and ostrich plumes, a stark contrast to the mud and rough-hewn planks before her. "I assure you, Your Grace," Gabriel's voice carried the same edge Diana remembered from their first meetings as Duke and governess. We are doing everything possible to expedite repairs." Everything possible? The Duchess's elegant brow arched as she surveyed the makeshift crossing, her lorgnette held at a precise angle that suggested both disdain and judgment. "Though I must say, your Miss Smith appears to have matters well in hand, from what I hear. A most unusual governess, wouldn't you agree?" Diana caught the subtle emphasis her grandmother placed on the word unusual, saw the careful way she watched Gabriel's reaction. The Duchess was fishing, testing waters far more treacherous than the river that churned below. Gabriel's jaw tightened, though his voice remained perfectly modulated. "Miss Smith has proven herself invaluable to the estate." "Has she indeed?" The Duchess adjusted her ostrich plumes with deliberate precision. "How fortunate that my reference proved so apt. One never knows with these arrangements whether they will suit quite as well as one hopes." The layered meaning in her words hung in the air like smoke, and Diana saw Gabriel's shoulders stiffen as he caught the edge of something deeper in the Duchess's tone. Her grandmother had always excelled at the art of saying everything while revealing nothing. The temporary bridge creaked ominously in the morning breeze, as unstable as the web of secrets that had brought them all to this moment. Diana drew a steadying breath, tasting the herb garden's lavender on the back of her tongue. It was time to face what she had wrought. The Duchess surveyed the narrow bridge with the same calculating gaze Diana had seen her use to assess everything from potential marriages to battlefield strategy, and then glanced back at her small arrival party, which included Diana's maid Beatrice, looking perfectly horrified, and Alice, and 2 footmen, and a driver. "Well, this is perfectly tedious." She called to her drive, who sat rigidly. "Have Thompson, we shall resort to cavalry tactics, so be it." Diana watched from her hidden vantage point as Gabriel's expression shifted from carefully neutral to genuinely startled. "Your Grace, surely you don't intend to bring the horses across that charming collection of planks you call a bridge?" "Indeed I do." The Duchess tapped her ivory walking stick against the carriage floor. "I assume you've someone competent enough to lead thunder and lightning across? I won't have my matched grays damaged by amateur handling." Gabriel's voice carried that particular tone Diana recognized, the one that meant he was restraining himself from saying something decidedly unducal. "My head groom has extensive experience with difficult crossings, Your Grace, though your luggage presents a more complex challenge." "Oh?" The Duchess's smile carried all the warmth of a cobra's regard. "I should think not. The small trunk there," she indicated a deceptively modest case trimmed in purple leather, "contains items of some urgency. The rest we shall have carried piece by piece. Lady Diana has quite an extensive wardrobe awaiting delivery." Diana's heart stuttered at the sight of that deceptively modest trunk. Within its purple leather confines lay the promise of transformation, rich silks and fine muslins that whispered of a life she both craved and feared. Though Gabriel had seen her in her hastily altered blue wrapper at dinner, something deep within her yearned to present herself as the Duchess she was meant to be, even as another part of her recoiled from that dangerous desire. She had watched his gaze follow her too many times now, had felt the heat of it like a physical touch across her skin, and still she couldn't trust whether he saw her as anything more than a temptation he'd been willing to pursue. Standing there in her soil-stained dress from the morning's gardening, she felt the weight of her divided heart like a physical thing. The earthy scent of lavender rising from her hem spoke of everything she had come to love about Rothbury Abbey, its rhythms and needs, its people and purpose. She belonged here, in a way that had nothing to do with titles or marriage contracts. But belonging to a place and belonging to a man were different matters entirely, and her heart still bore the scars of watching Gabriel's attraction to Miss Smith, knowing he would have betrayed her for his governess. That he had shown himself capable of such disloyalty, even if unknowingly, haunted her still. She watched the trunk's careful journey across the bridge and pressed one dirt-stained hand against the rough bark of a nearby oak, seeking strength in its solid permanence. Soon she would dress as befitted her station, would move through these halls as their rightful mistress, but would find silks and proper titles be enough to bridge the chasm of broken trust between them? Or would she forever remain caught between what she wanted and what she dared not risk, like this temporary bridge spanning troubled waters? Stable boys materialized from the morning mist, their movements careful and precise as they attended to the Duchess's magnificent grays. Gabriel himself crossed the makeshift bridge to oversee the delicate operation, his presence lending both authority and competence to the proceedings. The small trunk passed from hand to hand across the bridge with the reverence usually reserved for sacred relics, while the Duchess's personal mare was brought round, a sleek bay whose aristocratic bearing matched her mistress's perfectly. Diana knew the moment her grandmother spotted her, though the Duchess gave no obvious sign. Just a slight pause in the adjustment of her riding gloves, a flickering glance that took in Diana's muddy hem and garden-stained fingers with perfect comprehension. Diana didn't remember moving. One moment she stood frozen beside the ancient oak, its bark rough against her palm, and the next she was flying across the damp grass, heedless of her muddy skirts or the shocked gasps of servants. Her grandmother's familiar scent, French lavender water, and the subtle bite of India ink enveloped her as she threw her arms around the Duchess's rigid form. "Grandmother," she breathed, feeling the precise moment when aristocratic stiffness gave way to the briefest softening. The Duchess's hands, gloved in pristine purple kid leather, settled briefly on Diana's shoulders before pushing her back to arm's length. "Really, my dear, I would have thought you'd keep the up the carade for a bit longer." The Duchess's voice carried the particular note of censure Diana remembered from 100 childhood transgressions. Her sharp gaze took in every detail of Diana's appearance, from her dirt-streaked hands to the herbs crushed into her skirts, before sliding meaningfully to Gabriel. What kind of man has his bride working in the dirt like a common gardener? Unless— her voice trailed off with deliberate delicacy. "Unless he intends something quite horrid?" "Grandmother, no," Diana began, but was cut off by a squeal of delight as Beatrice descended from the carriage, her own proper facade cracking when she saw her lady's maid and dear friend. "Diana!" Beatrice rushed forward, embracing her with all the warmth their years together in New York had fostered. "Oh, I mean, Your Grace." "Just Diana, Beatrice, please." Diana returned the embrace, feeling some of her tension ease at this piece of home restored to her. She caught Gabriel's expression from the corner of her eye, a mixture of shock and something darker at this display of American informality. The Duchess's fingers tightened around the ostrich plumes, her precise movements now sharp and jagged. Each adjustment contained simmering fury. "How enthusiastic!" She turned to Gabriel, who stood rigid as marble beside them. "I trust, Your Grace, you'll join us for tea? We have much to discuss regarding my granddaughter's position in your household. I've much work. You shall join us." It wasn't a request. Diana recognized that tone from 1,000 society battles she'd witnessed in London drawing rooms. A muscle jumped in Gabriel's jaw. "Very well. My lady, Your Grace," Beatrice corrected herself, touching Diana's soil-stained sleeve. "Shall we get you into your blue silk day dress for tea? I've missed helping you dress properly." Diana caught her grandmother's approving nod. Yes, a duchess must maintain standards, even when her heart felt like a bird beating against the bars of its cage. "Of course," she said softly, "though I fear I've given you quite a challenge with my current state." "Nothing we haven't managed before," Beatrice whispered, and in her voice Diana heard the echo of 100 other transformations, from rebellious girl to proper lady, from heiress to governess, and now from pretense to truth. As they turned toward the abbey, Diana felt Gabriel's gaze heavy on her back, like storm clouds gathering before rain. "There." Beatrice secured the last pin in Diana's dark hair, the elaborate chignon far more becoming than her former governess's severe style. "Now tell me everything, and don't leave out a single detail about this kiss you're blushing over." Diana met her friend's eyes in the mirror, heat rising to her cheeks. "I didn't say anything about a kiss. You didn't have to. I've known you since we were girls climbing trees in your father's orchard. Your face always gives you away." Beatrice smoothed an errant curl, her expression turning sly. "Well, was it everything you hoped when you concocted this mad scheme?" "Beatrice," but Diana couldn't help the smile that curved her lips. "It was rather magnificent, actually, like being struck by lightning, only the lightning was warm and tasted of brandy and... She broke off, pressing her fingers to her heated cheeks. And? Beatrice leaned closer, her eyes dancing with mischief. And nothing, that's all there's been. Diana stood, the blue silk of her day dress rustling as Beatrice made final adjustments to the fall of the skirts. We haven't, that is. No marital relations? Beatrice's conspiratorial whisper held a hint of scandal. What a pity, though I suppose that's what comes of playing at governess instead of properly claiming your husband's bed. They dissolved into giggles like the girls they'd once been, the weight of titles and proprieties falling away for one precious moment. But as Beatrice arranged the delicate lace at Diana's throat, reality crept back in like evening shadows. I can't trust him, Bea. Diana's voice dropped to barely a whisper. He was willing to kiss his children's governess, to pursue her even believing himself married to another. What kind of man does that make him? Beatrice's hands stilled on the lace. He kissed you, you mean? Before he knew who you were? Diana turned to face her friend, seeing her own troubled reflection multiplied in the chamber's gilt-edged mirrors. Does that make it better or worse? That he would have betrayed his unseen wife for me, only to discover I was that wife all along? The distant chime of the clock striking the hour broke their tableau. Tea awaited, and with it a storm Diana could feel gathering like static in the air. Your Grace, Beatrice said softly, using the title that now felt both foreign and inevitable. It's time. Chapter 21. Gabriel paused outside the drawing-room doors, his fingers flexing at his sides as he listened to the Duchess of Radcliffe's voice carrying through the rich mahogany. She spoke of duty with the same imperial authority that had characterized her arrival, as though obligation itself must bend to her will. Of course, the stability of the line must be considered, she was saying. A duke requires both heir and spare. It's simply practical. His jaw clenched. Practical. As though his children, as though Diana were merely pieces to be arranged on some grand social chessboard. He drew a deep breath, willing calm into his body. Though his fists still ached to slam against the polished wood, he had handled everything wrong with Diana, but this demand for practical arrangements was a deeper insult than he could bear. He pushed open the doors with more force than strictly necessary, the hinges protesting with a soft groan that matched the one building in his chest. The world tilted on its axis at the vision before him. Diana sat perfectly poised on the blue damask settee, transformed from her earlier garden-stained state into something both familiar and achingly strange. The blue silk day dress caught the afternoon light, its color deeper than the wrapper she'd worn to dinner, its cut more deliberately flattering. Her dark hair was arranged in some intricate style that made his fingers itch to disturb its careful perfection. She looked every inch a duchess, and somehow that made the ache in his chest sharper. Ah, Your Grace. Duchess Radcliffe's voice cut through his absorption. We were just discussing the future of your line. I trust you understand the importance of securing it properly? Diana's fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on her teacup. The fine mason porcelain caught the light, its delicate pattern of roses and thorns somehow mocking in its innocence. Gabriel forced himself to sit, though every muscle in his body resisted the drawing-room's rigid civility. The settee's carved back pressed into his shoulders like a reminder of expectations he had once carried easily, but now found unbearably heavy. The future of my line, Gabriel said carefully, choosing a chair that gave him clear view of both women, is not a matter I choose to discuss over tea. No? The Duchess raised one elegant brow. Perhaps you'd prefer to discuss your duty to my granddaughter, or shall we speak of how I find her working in your gardens like a common laborer while you busy yourself with, what was it? Ah, yes, bridge repairs. Forgive me if I find the state of my estate's infrastructure rather pressing, Gabriel said, his voice clipped even as his eyes tracked Diana's every movement. The way she poured tea with such innate grace made his throat tight, each gesture a reminder that she was indeed born to this role, despite her deception, the blue silk of her gown shifting like water with her movements, and he remembered how she'd felt in his arms during those forbidden kisses, when she was still just Miss Smith, and he was a man drowning in guilt and desire. He dragged his gaze away from her, focusing instead on the sharp edge of the Duchess's voice. His grandmother-in-law wielded conversation like a rapier, and he knew better than to leave an opening. More pressing than your wife's position? The Duchess's voice could have cut glass. Tell me, did you know she was working in the dirt this morning, or have you become so distracted by other matters that you've lost sight of your duties entirely? Diana's hands trembled slightly as she offered him a cup of tea. Their fingers brushed in the exchange, and the contact sent heat racing through his blood like brandy. She wouldn't meet his eyes, but a flush had crept up her throat, staining her skin pink above the delicate lace at her neckline. Grandmother, please. Diana set her cup down with a soft clink. I wasn't working. Not as you imply. I was helping Mary Harper with. Helping? The Duchess's voice sliced through Diana's explanation like a blade through silk. A duchess does not help in gardens, my dear. She oversees. She directs. She does not kneel in the dirt like some common. I assure you, he said, his voice sharper now, the memory of Diana's trembling fingers sparking his temper anew. I am quite aware of my duties. Are you? Because from what I observe, you seem rather uncertain about your obligations. To the estate, to the title. The Duchess paused deliberately. To your wife. Grandmother. No, my dear, it must be said. A duke's primary duty is to secure his line. You already have an heir, of course, but a spare is essential. Unless, her voice turned sharp as a blade, unless you intend to set aside this marriage entirely? Gabriel nearly choked on his tea. Set aside. After all, one might interpret your treatment of my granddaughter as an indication of such intentions, having her work like a servant, keeping her from her proper place in society. The Duchess's eyes glittered with dangerous speculation. One might almost think you were trying to create grounds for annulment. Annulment? Diana's voice cracked like thin ice over deep water. The words seemed to echo in the suddenly airless room, carrying with it all the weight of scandal and ruin. Her fingers trembled against the fine bone china of her teacup, remembering the press of Gabriel's lips against hers in the library, the way his hands had branded her waist through the thin muslin of her governess dress. I hardly think an annulment is possible now, she said, the words escaping before she could catch them back. Heat bloomed in her cheeks as her grandmother's eyes widened with understanding. Not after his grace showed such enthusiasm for kissing his children's governess. Gabriel's teacup clattered against its saucer. Diana. Oh yes, she continued, rising fury giving her words wings. How easily you forgot your marriage vows when faced with a mere governess in your library. What was it you whispered, that you'd never felt such? Enough. The Duchess's voice cut through the charged air like a blade. This damnable marriage agreement. Gabriel burst out, his frustration tearing through his careful composure like a flood breaching its banks. He ran fingers through his hair, uncaring that the gesture destroyed its careful styling. I was looking for a way to set it aside, yes, but... He broke off as Diana jerked to her feet, her teacup clattering against its saucer. The color had drained from her face, leaving her pale as marble, but for 2 spots of high color in her cheeks. Diana, wait. He reached for her, understanding too late how his words must sound. That's not what you meant. Her voice cracked like ice breaking over a winter river. I think your meaning was perfectly clear, Your Grace. She fled the room in a rush of blue silk and crushed hopes, the door closing behind her with devastating finality. Well, the Duchess set down her cup with precise movements. I suggest you explain yourself very carefully, Your Grace, beginning with exactly when you formed these plans to discard my granddaughter. Gabriel stared at the door through which Diana had disappeared, her stricken expression haunting him like the specter of his own failures. How had he ruined everything yet again? How could he explain that he'd wanted to break the marriage contract when he thought he was falling in love with Miss Smith, that he would have given up everything, including the estate's salvation, rather than betray the woman who had captured his heart? How could he make them understand that he'd been willing to sacrifice duty for love, only to discover they were one and the same? Gabriel sank back into his chair, the fight draining from him as Diana's footsteps faded down the corridor. The Duchess watched him with those sharp eyes that seemed to strip away pretense like paint from old wood. "You look remarkably like a man who has thoroughly bungled something precious," she observed, lifting her teacup with precise grace. "Shall we discuss how you managed to seduce your own wife while thinking her a governess?" "I did not," he broke off, raking fingers through his already disheveled hair. "You orchestrated this entire charade, didn't you? Set your own granddaughter to spy upon me like some. Let me tell you about my sister, Adelaide." The Duchess's voice softened, taking on a quality Gabriel had never heard before, something raw and ancient as grief itself. "I found her diary after she passed, you see. Such a pretty little thing, bound in blue leather, the kind of journal young ladies use to record their dreams." Her fingers trembled slightly against the fine china. Instead, it recorded her nightmares. The silence stretched between them like a wound. She, too, entered a proxy marriage. The letters from her husband were everything a young girl could dream of, eloquent, passionate, full of promises. The reality proved somewhat different. Her voice took on an edge sharp as broken glass. He didn't even wait until morning, dragged her to his bed the moment she arrived, deaf to her tears or pleas for time to know him first. She never recovered from that night. Gabriel felt the blood drain from his face. And Diana knew nothing of this when she came to me, terrified of entering a stranger's bed, of being at the mercy of a man whose character she couldn't judge. The Duchess's eyes met his, hard as diamonds. "Can you blame me for ensuring she had the chance to know you first? For withholding the marriage settlement until I was certain of her safety?" "The Spanish coins," Gabriel said slowly. "Did you know about Diana's escape fund?" A ghost of a smile touched the Duchess's lips. "Not specifically, but I suspected as much. Diana has always refused to leave her fate to chance. It's why I knew she would excel at this particular deception. She would observe, judge, and decide her own future, just as I hoped." "So you arranged for her to pose as a governess?" The pieces clicked into place with devastating clarity. "But why not simply tell me? Why this elaborate deception? Would you have shown her your true self if you'd known who she was? Or would you have presented the perfectly proper Duke, all polish and no substance?" She arched a brow, though attempting to seduce the governess was not part of my careful plans. "I wasn't." Gabriel surged to his feet, pacing the length of the drawing room. "I fell in love with her sharp mind and fierce heart, with the way she champions those in her care, with her laugh, her grace, her everything." He stopped, staring unseeing at the garden beyond the windows. "I was willing to give up everything. The estate, my position, society's regard, all of it, just to have her, only to discover she was my wife all along. And now? He turned back to face the Duchess. "Now I don't know which woman is real, Miss Smith or Lady Diana." "You fool." The Duchess's voice held something almost like affection. "They're the same woman, every moment of passion, every flash of temper, every act of kindness. It was all Diana. The only deception was in the name she used." Gabriel stood very still as understanding washed over him like summer rain. Every heated debate over educational philosophy, every shared laugh over the children's antics, every moment he'd been falling in love with his wife. The Duchess's well cut through his revelation. "Why are you wasting time telling me all this? It seems to me your wife is the one who needs to hear it." Gabriel cursed under his breath, already striding toward the door. "You're absolutely right. Of course I am." He caught her satisfied smile as he yanked open the door. "Do try not to bungle it this time." Diana fled blindly through the Abbey's grounds, her silk skirts catching on rose thorns as tears blurred her vision. She rounded a corner at full speed and collided with something solid and male. Strong hands steadied her as she stumbled. "Easy there," a pleasant voice said. "This is a rather unconventional way to make introductions." She looked up into kind eyes set in a handsome face that somehow seemed familiar. The gentleman released her immediately, stepping back with an elegance that suggested military training. "Lord Marcus Fitzwilliam," he said with a small bow. "And you must be the Duchess everyone's been talking about, though I didn't expect our first meeting to be quite so dramatic." Diana stumbled back from their collision, mortified to find her tears falling onto what appeared to be a rather fine waistcoat. The stranger's hands remained steady on her arms, his touch gentlemanly, yet somehow anchoring, as though he sensed she might bolt like a frightened deer. "Now then," he said, his voice carrying that particular tone of someone used to calming skittish horses, "I believe there's a rather convenient bench just there, beneath the copper beech. Excellent spot for collecting one's thoughts, or, in this case, perhaps sharing them." Something in his manner, the slightly self-deprecating smile, put her at ease despite herself. Or perhaps she had simply reached that point of emotional exhaustion where even impropriety seemed preferable to solitude. "You must think me quite mad," she said as he guided her to the bench. The copper beech's leaves cast dappled shadows across the weathered wood, creating a space that felt somehow separate from the rest of the Abbey's formal gardens. On the contrary, he settled beside her with careful precision, arranging his bad leg with the ease of long practice. "I think you are rather sane, considering the circumstances. Though I admit, I've been dying to meet the woman who managed to thoroughly upend my oldest friend's perfectly ordered world." Diana's breath caught. "You're Lord Fitzwilliam, Gabriel's friend." "Marcus, please. After all, we're practically co-conspirators in the great drama of Gabriel's life, aren't we?" His eyes, when they met hers, held a curious mixture of sympathy and amusement. "Though I must say, watching him tie himself in knots over the mysterious Miss Smith these past weeks has been rather entertaining. I've never seen him quite so undone." "Undone?" Diana twisted her sodden handkerchief between trembling fingers. "He seemed perfectly composed when declaring his intention to set aside our marriage." Marcus's expression shifted, something like understanding dawning in his eyes. "Ah, is that what sent you fleeing into my waistcoat? Some misunderstanding about Gabriel's intentions?" Misunderstanding? A fresh wave of tears threatened, but Diana forced them back. "He said quite clearly that he was looking for a way out of this damnable marriage agreement. What could possibly be misunderstood about that? Perhaps the timing of that particular desire?" Marcus shifted on the bench, his expression thoughtful. "You see, he came to me weeks ago, quite desperate to find a way out of his proxy marriage, not because he wished to be rid of you, his unknown bride, but because of Miss Smith." Diana's fingers stilled on the ruined handkerchief. "I don't understand." "Don't you? Here was the perfectly proper Duke of Rothbury, meant to marry an American heiress he'd never met, instead finding himself utterly captivated by a woman who challenged his every assumption about duty and desire." Marcus's voice held a note of barely suppressed meaning. "He was ready to throw it all away, you know. Title, fortune, reputation, everything he'd been raised to value. All for Miss Smith." Diana pressed the sodden handkerchief to her lips, her mind spinning with possibilities she dared not name. Before she could respond, footsteps crunched on the gravel path. She looked up to find Gabriel standing before them, his cravat askew and his dark hair bearing evidence of agitated fingers. His eyes moved between them, something unreadable flickering in their depths. "Diana," he said, her name carrying the weight of everything yet unsaid between them. Chapter 22, Diana. Gabriel spoke her name again, softer now, as though testing its weight on his tongue. The copper beech's leaves rustled above them, casting shifting patterns across her tear-stained face. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Marcus rose with an elegant ease, though he seemed to favor his left leg. "I believe this is my cue to make a strategic retreat," he said. "Though I must say, Your Grace, you've provided more entertainment these past weeks than any deployment ever did." He bowed to Diana, then clapped Gabriel's shoulder as he passed. "Try not to bungle this one, old friend. Some battles are worth losing if it means winning the war." The between them seemed to contract, holding just the two of them in its dappled sanctuary. Diana's fingers worried the borrowed handkerchief, its fine linen now bearing the marks of her turmoil. "I have something of yours." Gabriel's voice was rough as he reached into his coat, withdrawing a familiar bundle wrapped in faded ribbons. The Spanish coins caught the filtered sunlight as he held them out to her. "These belong to you." Diana stared at the offering, understanding blooming slow and sweet as summer roses. "You're giving them back? They were always meant to be your safeguard, weren't they? Your means of escape if I proved." He swallowed hard. "If I proved to be the kind of man you couldn't trust with your heart." Gabriel. No, please, let me finish. He sank onto the bench beside her, close enough that she could smell brandy and leather and something uniquely him. I was a fool, Diana. A blind, stubborn fool who fell in love with his wife twice over without recognizing her. Her breath caught. You loved Miss Smith. I loved you. His fingers brushed her cheek, catching a tear she hadn't realized had fallen. The woman who challenged my every assumption about education, who made my children laugh again, who saw the heart of Rothbury Abbey and loved it as fiercely as I do. Whether you wore a governess's cap or a duchess's silk, you were always magnificently, undeniably you. Diana's fingers trembled against the cool metal of the coins in her palm. Each one carried the weight of choices, those made and those yet to come. She lifted her gaze to Gabriel's face, searching for truth in the plains and shadows she had come to know so well, first as Miss Smith, now as his duchess. Lord Fitzwilliam said. She paused, gathering courage like gathering silk in her hands. He said you went to him a week ago about breaking the marriage contract, before you knew who I was. Gabriel's expression shifted, something raw and honest breaking through his careful control. Yes. Why? He laughed, the sound carrying equal parts pain and wonder. Because I was haunted by your smile when Sophie mastered a particularly difficult lesson. By the way you stood up to me in my own study, defending Oliver's need to climb trees. By how perfectly you fit into the very fabric of this place, as though you had always belonged here. I was willing to risk everything, title, fortune, reputation, rather than betray my unseen wife by loving another woman, only to discover that we were the same person. Diana's voice caught on the revelation. But how can I trust that? How can I know that you truly want me, not just the obligation I represent? Gabriel reached into his coat again, withdrawing a folded paper that bore signs of frequent handling. This is the letter I wrote to my solicitor, dated 3 days before you revealed yourself, instructing him to begin proceedings to break the proxy marriage, despite the scandal it would cause. He placed it in her hands, beside the coins. I chose you, Diana. Before I knew, I chose the woman who challenged me, surprised me, made me see my world through new eyes. The paper crinkled beneath her fingers as she unfolded it, her eyes scanning the damning evidence of his intentions, of his willingness to throw away everything for Miss Smith, for her. I still don't understand, she whispered. If you felt this way, why did you speak of setting aside the marriage agreement today? Gabriel's hand curled around the weathered bench between them, his knuckles white with tension. The shifting shadows across his face made it difficult for Diana to read his expression. I told you, I'm a fool, he said finally, his voice rough with emotion. When I discovered you were my wife, everything I thought I knew shifted like sand beneath my feet, the woman I'd been willing to sacrifice everything for, the one who brought life back to these halls, had been my wife all along. He turned to face her fully, and Diana's breath caught at the raw honesty in his eyes. But instead of joy at this revelation, all I could see was the deception. My pride was wounded, and like a wounded animal, I lashed out. I forgot the most important truth, that whether you were Miss Smith or Lady Diana, you were the woman who had claimed my heart entirely. Diana's fingers traced the edge of the letter, feeling the way the paper had been folded and refolded, as though Gabriel had wrestled with its contents many times before her identity was revealed. And now, which woman do you see when you look at me? I see you. His hand moved to cover hers where it rested on the letter, his touch sending warmth spiraling through her blood despite the afternoon's cooling air. The woman who tends Mary Harper's garden because she understands the healing power of growing things, who champions my children's education with fierce determination, who gave these Spanish coins not just to protect herself, but to help others when needed. His thumb brushed across her knuckles. I see my wife in all her complicated, magnificent glory. Diana felt something shift in her chest, like a key turning in a lock she hadn't known existed. I was so afraid, she whispered, not just of entering a stranger's bed, but of losing myself in a marriage where I would be nothing but an obligation, a means to secure your line and save your estate. And now, the question hung between them like morning mist, waiting to be burned away by truth or deepened by doubt. Diana lifted her eyes to meet Gabriel's, finding in his storm-gray eyes all the passion and tenderness she'd glimpsed in those stolen moments when she was Miss Smith. The afternoon light caught in his disheveled hair, turning the dark strands to burnished copper where his frustrated fingers had left their mark. He looked nothing like the perfectly composed Duke she'd first encountered, and everything like the man she'd come to love. "I think," she said, her voice gaining strength with each word, "that I fell in love with you twice as well. First, as the father who watched his daughter climb trees with terror and pride warring in his eyes. Then, as the Duke who would sacrifice everything, title, fortune, respectability, all for a mere governess." Her fingers rubbed the cool Spanish coins in her palm, these symbols of escape that had somehow become anchors to everything she truly wanted. She placed them back into his hands. "Keep them." "Diana, no, listen to me." She pressed the coins into his hands, feeling the warmth of his skin against hers. "I don't need an escape route anymore. Not from you. Not from this life, complicated and messy as it is." A smile tugged at her lips. "Though I do reserve the right to continue teaching Sophie to swim and Oliver to climb trees, Duchess or no Duchess." Gabriel's laugh held a note of wonder as he pulled her into his arms. "My love, you may teach them to fly if it pleases you." His lips brushed her forehead, then traced a path to her temple. "Though I draw the line at encouraging Sophie's interest in sword fighting." "We'll negotiate that point later," Diana murmured, turning her face up to his. She reached for the truth that had eluded them both. "I love you, Gabriel. Not the Duke, not the father, though I love those parts of you as well. Just you." "And I love you," he whispered against her lips. "My governess, my Duchess, my magnificent wife." When he kissed her, it held none of the guilt or hesitation of their first embrace in the library. The Spanish coins pressed between their palms like a physical manifestation of trust, their metal warming from the heat of their joined hands. Diana's free hand slid into his hair, feeling the silken strands twist around her fingers as she drew him closer. He tasted of brandy and promises, his mouth moving against hers with the same decisive confidence that had first drawn her to him. But in this moment, in this garden, they were in a private world where titles and obligations fell away, leaving only this: the press of his body against hers, the catch of his breath when she sighed his name, the tender way his thumb traced her cheekbone as though memorizing its curve. Above them, the leaves whispered secrets to the afternoon breeze, while somewhere in the distance the sound of hammers on the river's bridge marked time like a heartbeat. Their heartbeat, their future, together. Epilogue torchlight danced across the new bridge's pale stone like fire on water, each flame reflected in the river below, until it seemed the very night was ablaze with celebration. Diana stood at the great hall's windows, watching carriages approach across the span that had taken nearly 5 months to complete. Each wheel's turn across that pristine stonework felt like a victory. The emerald silk of her evening gown caught the firelight, transforming the fabric into a living flame against her skin. Gabriel had chosen the color himself, having the finest silk merchant in London send swatches until he found the exact shade that matched the spark in her eyes when she challenged his authority. Now the expensive material whispered against her skin with each movement, a constant reminder of how far she'd come from the governess's plain muslin she'd worn on her first night at Rothbury Abbey. "Admiring your handiwork, my dear." Her grandmother's voice carried that particular note of satisfaction that Diana had come to recognize as pride. The Duchess of Radcliffe cut an imposing figure in her deep purple silk, ostrich plumes nodding with each precise movement of her head. "Though I must say Spanish coins seem a rather unconventional source of bridge funding." "Grandmother." Diana turned, feeling the slight constriction of her gown across her waist, a secret only she and Gabriel yet shared. "Are you finally admitting to knowing about my little cache all along?" "My dear, a duchess worth her salt never admits to anything," but her eyes sparkled with mischief as she surveyed the growing crowd. Watching the ton marvel at how a mere proxy marriage transformed into such a passionate love match has provided excellent entertainment. They're absolutely desperate to know how you managed it. Indeed, the whispers still followed Diana like silk trailing across marble. Even now, she could see ladies hiding comments behind their fans, gentlemen exchanging knowing looks. The tale had grown with each telling. The American heiress who'd posed as a governess to test her future husband, the Duke who'd fallen in love with his own wife twice over. Romance and scandal wrapped in one delicious package. "Speaking of entertainment," the Duchess murmured, "I believe your husband is looking for you." Diana turned to find Gabriel moving through the crowd with familiar grace, his evening clothes emphasizing the breadth of his shoulders and the leonine quality of his movements. Their eyes met across the glittering expanse of the ballroom, and heat bloomed in her chest at the way his gaze darkened as it caught the emerald silk of her gown. Even now, months into their marriage, he looked at her as though she were a prize he couldn't quite believe he'd won. Near the orchestra, Lord Marcus Fitzwilliam held court among a circle of admirers, his military bearing evident despite the subtle unevenness in his stride, a souvenir from Waterloo that he bore with the same quiet grace he brought to everything. The slight favoring of his left leg was barely noticeable, masked by the fluid way he guided his current partner through the closing steps of a country dance. Only those who knew him well would recognize the careful way he distributed his weight, the precise calculation behind each seemingly effortless movement. "You're glowing tonight," Gabriel murmured as they moved through the familiar steps, his hand at her waist pressed ever so slightly against the subtle curve their child had begun to create. "Though I suspect that has little to do with the ball's success." Diana let him guide her through a turn, remembering other dances. "Perhaps I'm simply happy." And another turn, remembering their first dinner together after her revelation, the way the candlelight had caught in his eyes then, as it did now, how even their careful distance across the table had crackled with unspoken awareness. Content. His smile held secrets meant only for her. "Even though your grandmother has spent the evening dropping hints about requiring both heir and spare?" Little does she know. Diana's free hand drifted to her waist, seeing understanding dawn in Gabriel's eyes. "Though perhaps we should wait to tell her. Let her think her masterful schemes are still needed." "Minx?" He pulled her fractionally closer than was strictly proper, his breath warm against her ear. "What happened to that proper governess I hired?" "She married a duke," Diana whispered back, and discovered she preferred swimming lessons and tree climbing to propriety. As the waltz drew to a close, Diana caught her reflection in the ballroom's gilt-edged mirrors, her empire waist gown cleverly concealing the first whispers of their secret. By spring, there would be no hiding it. By summer, the heat of late July pressed against Rothbury Abbey like a lover's eager hands. Diana reclined on a blanket beneath the copper beech, her condition now gloriously obvious as she watched Sophie through the lake's mirror-smooth surface with growing confidence. 8 months had transformed more than just Diana's figure. The grounds themselves seemed to have bloomed alongside her increasing joy, as though the estate itself celebrated the life growing within its duchess. "Higher arms, darling," she called, one hand resting on the swell of her belly where their child turned lazy somersaults. Yes, just like that. The new bridge stretched across the river in the distance, its pale stone bleached almost white in the summer sun. Like everything else about Rothbury, it had grown more beautiful with time and care. Even the scars of last year's flooding had healed, leaving behind fertile soil where Mary Harper's herbs now thrived in neat rows. "She's a natural water sprite," Gabriel said, settling beside her on the blanket. His coat lay discarded, shirt sleeves rolled to reveal arms tanned from countless hours overseeing estate repairs. He smelled of sunshine and leather and contentment. "Though I still say you're mad for teaching her," says the man who spent yesterday showing Oliver how to scale the Abbey's west wall. Diana leaned back against his chest, feeling his laugh rumble through her like distant thunder. At least the lake has fewer gargoyles to navigate. His hand slid around to cradle her belly, and she felt the moment their child kicked against his palm. "Active today," he murmured, pressing a kiss to the sensitive spot behind her ear. "Like someone else I know who refuses to rest properly. I am resting." Diana gestured to the picnic spread around them. Cook's summer meat pies, a jar of Mary's strawberry preserves, fresh bread still warm from the ovens. Very properly, I might add. His thumb traced idle patterns against her side. Is that why I found you in the stables this morning, discussing bloodline breeding with Thompson? A duchess has responsibilities. But she smiled, remembering how he'd discovered her there, how his mock scandal had dissolved into kisses that left them both breathless. A splash and delighted shriek drew their attention back to the lake. Sophie had managed a perfect dive, surfacing with triumph written across her sun-browned face. Did you see? Did you see, Papa? Magnificent, Gabriel called back. Then, softer, meant only for Diana, though not quite as magnificent as her teacher. Diana turned in his arms, finding in his storm-gray eyes the same heat that had first drawn her to him, now tempered with something deeper, richer. Like wine aged to perfection, their love had only grown more complex with time. Flatterer, she whispered against his lips. You're just trying to ensure I don't teach her that diving technique you expressly forbade. His kiss tasted of summer and promises kept, of bridges built and secrets shared, of a future neither of them could have imagined when she'd first arrived. A sharp pain seized Diana's breath mid-laugh, causing her to clutch Gabriel's arm. The summer air suddenly felt too thick, too close, the lake's surface dancing with diamonds that made her vision swim. Diana? Gabriel's voice sharpened with concern as another wave crashed through her. Good God, Sophie! Diana called, her voice remarkably steady despite the tide rising within her. Darling, it's time to come in now. But Gabriel was already on his feet, gathering her into his arms as though she weighed no more than Sophie's favorite doll. Thompson! He bellowed toward the stables. Fetch Mrs. Rhodes, now! The world dissolved into fragments after that, the smooth sway of Gabriel's stride, Sophie's wet footprints marking their path across the lawn, the whisper of her soaked hair against Diana's arm as their daughter hurried alongside them. The copper beech's leaves seemed to wave farewell as Gabriel carried her toward the abbey, toward their future, rushing to meet them with the inevitability of a river finding its way home. She has your eyes. The Duchess of Radcliffe cradled her great-granddaughter with surprising tenderness, her usual imperial manner softened by the infant's rosebud yawns. Though that chin is pure Rothbury determination, if I ever saw it. Diana watched from her bed, propped against pillows that still bore evidence of her labor. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, painting mother and child in hues of gold that reminded her of that first glimpse of Rothbury Abbey all those months ago. Elizabeth Grace, she murmured, tasting the name they'd chosen on her tongue like honey. Beth, a lovely name. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with familiar mischief. Though you realize, of course, that this is only the beginning. A duke requires. A spare, Diana finished, unable to hide her smile as Gabriel appeared in the doorway, his hair still charmingly disheveled from the hours he'd spent pacing outside her chambers. So you've mentioned, several times, and I shall continue mentioning it. The Duchess rose with fluid grace, transferring Beth to Gabriel's eager arms. Until certain matters are properly attended to. Gabriel bent to press a kiss to Diana's forehead, his lips lingering against her skin. Oh, I shall endeavor to try my hardest, I assure you, he murmured, his voice pitched for her ears alone. Heat bloomed in Diana's cheeks, but she couldn't help laughing at her grandmother's satisfied expression. The Duchess of Radcliffe had orchestrated quite a triumph, a love match from a proxy marriage, and a granddaughter whose arrival heralded the perfect blend of American spirit and English nobility. As if sensing she was the subject of discussion, Beth opened eyes that indeed matched her mother's amber gaze. She blinked up at her father with an expression that Diana would have sworn held the same quiet assessment she'd used to study him during those first weeks as his governess. Another keen observer in the family, Gabriel said softly, settling beside Diana on the bed. Heaven help us all. Diana leaned against his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of him, sunshine and sandalwood and joy. Everything she'd ever wanted, everything she hadn't known to wish for, contained in this single perfect moment. She traced her daughter's perfect features with a gentle finger. Our greatest adventure, she whispered, meeting Gabriel's tender gaze, has only just begun. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Her Duke of Duty and Desire, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.